Good morning. It is July 18th. We're going to be streaming stocks, options, and futures trading today. Looking at technical analysis, looking at SPY, trading the micro ESs, GME, Bed Bath & Beyond. Got a lot of options right now, so a lot to be tracking. Sub up, like up, comment down. Happy Money sticks around. Thank you guys for your support. You can follow us on Twitter at HappyMoneyYT, and you can get on our Discord server. Link for both of those are in the description. Hope you guys had a good evening, a good morning so far. We've got about almost a little less than 10 minutes, I guess, till market open. Did have some bank earnings today, this morning, and yeah, market's down a little bit, but not bad. Not bad. Our Twitter bot's still down. That's kind of annoying. Good morning, Molava. Early Bird. Morning, David. Thank you guys for your support. Thanks for jumping on. Appreciate your early morning likes. We're at 8 before the bell. Not bad. In yesterday's video, I didn't I didn't see, or I didn't point out this cup and handle on GME, which could be playing out. I drew it for you guys in Discord. But yeah, so it's all lining up too, because I thought it was either going to bounce at this support. If it doesn't, it'll come down here, or keep coming to the teens and down. But it just so happens if it bounces at the support, that's exactly 50% retracement on this cup and handle too. So we'll see if we do get some support starting to build around here, which seems like we could be starting to see that even with little inverse head and shoulders down here maybe forming. Then yeah, I'll probably go long on GME with some calls with a price target of back up to that high, that 27 high, and maybe higher. Cup and handles do break out often, so yeah, we'll just have to wait and see for that. If it doesn't bounce there, then I think this would be the most bullish case scenario, is a bounce here, but very well could come down further on GME. Need to allow the pre-market trading in some assets. eToro didn't have extended hours before? On barbecue, yeah, cup and handle did play out. So we're now seeing if they need to build a handle. Another handle in this smaller cup. We had one here. Here's our handle. Could be an inverse head and shoulders. Might not be a full handle, but looking for signs of a reversal on this breakout. If it doesn't, then we're kind of just in a chop and in a range, and probably come back down and see 27 cents. But it's looking bullish. It's looking like it wants to go up. We'll see about how this morning plays out. Right now we do have kind of this head and shoulders here. So look to see if this becomes a shoulder and then a head and then another shoulder or something like that, which would be an inverse head and shoulder. Or you got your shoulder here, this could be a head, then another shoulder on the high, looking for a breakout there. So entry might not really come for me until we break that high. Sometimes it's hard to see on barbecue also, just because the volume, lack of liquidity, doesn't always show good price action. So make it tough. GNPX was Zip's pick. Sunrun had kind of bullish news from Morgan Stanley. Yeah, that thing closed really bullish. I was too early to start shorting calls on it. I just saw the next resistance it might be hitting and wanted to capture some of it, but we'll see. I might be closing. I'll see either taking the premium I received from shorting those calls and buying another call, which would have to be way out of the money because there's not much premium. Or just, yeah, maybe just rolling that one up, or not sure what I'll do. But yeah, run looks like it's looking good, and I don't want to be shorting calls on the first day of the breakout. It's just it's weird because we've not had sustained rallies on these stocks for years. Maybe not years, but yeah, it's been since like 2021. So 2022 was a bear market, and you'd have little pumps, but none of them are sustained. So very quick to just think it's over. But as you've seen, we've had sustained rallies on things, not including, of course, AI stocks, which have had big rallies. But you know, here's Upstart, like been running for 2 months now. Crazy. About 5 minutes to open. I don't know if I want more, or if I want to get back into BYQ at this point. I'm not sure. Like I do, but I don't know. I did pick up BBIG shares yesterday. I don't know if that was after I ended the stream, but I'll probably be getting more of these. This chart's looking really good to me. Already had 100% run, but I don't know. This thing can get crazy, I think. NEGG is now green pre-market. We'll be watching barbecue. Could make that breakout move pretty early in the morning. Probably go long. Probably go long on it if it does. I'd say it kind of made a little double bottom there on the 5 minute. Morning Guts. Morning Maui. And have that function. That's good. How long are the extended hours? So some brokerages only offer like 2 hours before and after. Some offer more. On Webull, I get 4 a.m. until 8, so the full time. I think on my other E-Trade and TD, I don't think I get a full time. I can't open stuff up at 4 a.m. on those, but Webull I can, which is kind of cool. Go Head and Shoulders shampoo today. It's actually hard on your hair. You don't want to use that stuff too much. Morning Tasty. Morning A. 9:27, 3 minutes to open. Thanks guys for joining. You guys are here early. I like it. We got 13 likes on the board before the bell. It's awesome. So I'm gonna be keep an eye on BBIG, barbecue. We're watching Run. How is Blink, Lift, NEGG. I think I want to get on my rad calls. Snap. Kind of want to add to my Snap. Zoom. Oh, Teladoc. What the heck? What the heck? Expands Microsoft tie-up to automate documentation with AI. There you go. A little AI news. Do it. Do it. All right, Teladoc's up 9%. So that's going to put it in that breakout range. Perfect. And yeah, those are all my shorter term stuff. Morning Zoomy. And then barbecue. Look to see if we have a little bit more of a pullback before it shows up bottoming. Either inverse head and shoulders or another cup being formed on the micro. 5 minute. But if we break up here, there's the open. If we break up here, I think this thing will probably hit 60 cents. Pretty short order. We break that 38.79. Okay, barbecue 35 cents there. It's up 3%. 35.05. Teladoc's up 9. Schwab is up 10. So they had their earnings, I'm assuming. Buys coming down here a little bit. HCTI is up 5%. Mullen's flattened out, so it could be starting to reverse. Doesn't look bullish yet, but it's flattening out at least. Got FedEx up 3.8. Pins is up 4. Well, there you go, barbecue. Okay, if this thing breaks today, it's gonna be big. $0.36 on barbecue. Yesterday was actually pretty strange price action on it, just like a melt up all day. Kind of unusual for it. This is looking good though. Yeah, I'm picking some up. So it hasn't broken that high yet, but looking good. $0.36 again. Morning, Bruce. Check out Mullen in a second here. Teladoc's up 9%. I'm gonna get filled on some shares. I hate trading OTC. Oh geez, I don't know if I got filled at all. My phone blowing up for. So might be building a little inverse head and shoulders here for the breakout. Looks like that double bottom was playing out yesterday. The 5-minute. I guess my short-term price target trade would be 56, really? I mean, I guess 38.79 has to be broken first. Let's see what happens up there. Teladoc's up 7. All that stuff. Runs up 5%. Barbecue 36, 39. I don't know if I fully got filled or not. No, I'll just leave that order though. Good. Oh, I'm getting... Just leave it. Okay. Yeah, so run. See, Spy's got a little bounce there. Nickel's up 6%. Saver's up 5. This is going to be a big break when it breaks. It's going to just candle body up to 38.79. Or just well past it. Volume this morning is not bad. Morning, Mohammed. Low volume. Doesn't look bad to me, honestly. I think yesterday's mornings was lower. Yeah, we've got about twice the volume of yesterday. There's 37 cents on barbecue, up 8.8. So broke yesterday's high. 38.79 is your next level. And then yeah, it's like probably pretty big move after that. 35.70. What's that even from? But we didn't have much of a retracement there. That's good. So they weren't able to push it up through the handle yesterday and just basically reject it for a little bit, and then today they had enough push to do it. Still a handle. Sometimes though you'll have these where it makes the cup and a handle, and then it just like makes another one and another one and another one. Keeps making these handles, slowly getting higher until it finally can push through or rejects. But it looks like this one hopefully isn't doing that. Oh, we could make another cup with this one. This high over here is 38.79. Since this was just like a one-time wick, I'm thinking it'll probably go past that and not have much resistance there. Big Lots up 4, Pack West up 5. Spy is almost green. Barbecue up 10, 37.45. BBIG's down 5. Three B's, 1 Y, 1 Q. Spy's rallying there. Whoosh. Run is looking bullish. Bounce on that breakout. I just buy back this call. Not a good time to buy calls though. 37.50 on barbecue, 10.29. It's top of my watch list, the old barbecue. Well done. Oh, no, RBT's up there. Thinks up 1.3. Oh, we got a blink. Lifts up 1.1, 10.74, new high, 37.65 on barbecue. 37.70. NEGG's down 1.3. Bouncing off that breakout though. Adds up 2%. 37.80. 11%. Snap is down 0.5%. 37.90 on barbecue. Zoom is down 0.25%. Teledoc's big sell-off on Teledoc. Got so much time on these calls. And they're way out of the money. I missed my exit there. 37.95. There is a court hearing today too on barbecue, so could go either way, I suppose. Oh, sorry, yeah, 2:30. It dumped to plus 17%. Oh wait, what are you talking about? Plus 0.17? Oh, NEGG. Huge dump on German bro. What are you talking about? $0.38 there on barbecue. Mullen's down 4%. Looks like it's flattening here, but I don't see much. Yeah, because it came down too far for this to be any kind of cup and handle. I'm just waiting for a setup on it. I don't think I'll be playing it though. 38.02 on barbecue. Up 11.6. SPY still rallying here. Yeah, I saw PacWest is up there too, like in the bank earnings. 7.6. They didn't have their earnings, did they? No. Yeah, Schwab's up 13%. That's huge. Oh, consolidating here on barbecue. See if it retests that breakout. VWAP's pretty high though. Looks like it's retesting it. I don't know if I can get any more. That's all I'm gonna get. Like, you see the candle down here, but you can't get filled down there. You know, that's one share. 36.52, there's one share. I don't know if it's spoofing or... I mean, it's not spoofing, I guess, because I actually filled it, but... one share dropped it down here. Hey Joshua, good morning. So like if you put an order here, you would get filled. No one's selling down here. Big is rallying. 6.2. Dish is up 5. This is the way. Carnival up 5. Guess I'll just roll this short call. It was Monday. I don't know. I was thinking it's too early in the week. You have such a strong Monday. It's like probably not going to sell off till at least the end of the week. Well, MC's up 1.5. He's up 1. Looking for a reversal here on GME. Today might be it. More or less a break of that trend. All head and shoulders are on SPY. Do I have any more day trades on here? Do. One here too. 3610 barbecue came back down to test this area. Let's see. Should bounce here if it's gonna break. Up 6% still. Oh, I borrow updated 228%. Pretty big increase on the borrow fee. It's been off of iBorrow for 4 days now. It's Friday, I guess. But even then, before that, it was off for a while. Oh, geez, run is really going. Oh, I'm in the money on these heavy. Wow, got the money quick. MNMD up 12%, OEV up 8, RXT up 8, Nickel up 8. Microvast up 9. See if his right shoulder builds over here on SPY. Definitely testing that breakout level. It's not going to let it go easy. It could be a false breakout too. There's always a chance for that. What? That was weird. Did you see that? Just disappeared all those candles. That was really weird. It showed it was back up here and it didn't show any of these candles. Crime. Crime, crime, crime. Runs up 6.7. Since this is a court hearing date, I thought maybe they could dump it on the hearing, but maybe they'll do it before. I'm not sure. I still like the breakout. Still looking good. It's up 2.5. I have a lot on lift actually. Too much on lift. Not enough on NEGG and run and snaps down 2.5. My teledoc calls are so far out of the money. Archer. Owl. Got me on these long dated, long out of the money. %, they're on Dish. Oh, there's a SPY pop. We had earnings right at 10, I think. Bank earnings. Dish is up 7.5. Pink's up 3. Base is up 1. Base safe looks pretty good still. Yeah, Pac OS is up almost 10. Wheels up 7. Run is just melting up. Might get some more calls on run on a little pullback. Calls the open would have made sense, but just it's a risky game. Buying into the open premium. Barbecue holding the breakout. Good volume on barbecue this morning too still. Just above VWAP now, 9.2%, 37.13. AMC's up 3 1/4. Nickel's up almost 12. GME's up 1 1/4. Barbecue moving up a little more. Yeah, got support on yesterday's resistance. That's right. That was the breakout this morning. Big is up 7.6. $37.56 on barbecue. Rad's up 3.3. Link's up 2.7. SPY new high of the day. Barbecue's building the bull flag up here above the breakout, so it's looking really bullish. NEGG came down a bit, it's down 8.5%. You find support on that 1.4. I'm liking it still up to 2.2 or even 2.4. 2.2 will just make a nice big cup here. run just keeps running up 8.8%. The short calls are down 176%. Oh well. Teladoc got shut down pretty quick out of that gap up. Should have closed those calls at open, maybe. They should have so much time. We got less time, closer to the money. All right. Back west, 10.8. Wow. Buy reaching for yesterday's high. Might grab a short just on a double top there. Out of the principal. I need to make it. We're all gonna make it. GME. 1.8. So I'm looking just for a break kind of this trend here. And I think we're gonna be building a handle. It's a small range though. GME doesn't move big anymore, so like once it breaks, 17% upside at the most. No, not the most. I mean, it could fully break out of this, but that's not historically. That's a really small move on GME. So this is what I'm looking for in GameStop. Cup and handle either fails here or bounces here and confirms. And that's where I see move up to the highs and then breaks the highs, then you know, go up a lot. Breaks a low and doesn't cup and handle. Could find some support here and just stay in this channel, or it could even come down further into the teens. So yeah, I'm kind of waiting to see where resistance is. If it breaks the upside here, the resistance is the high here, 27.65. Mine made up 11.5. BBIG down 7. I would like to add to this, but I don't have. I guess I could actually add some. Add some here actually. Nikola 13%. All right, I added my to BBIG. Took a short on the MES too. Carvana's up 6.8. It's bull flag there on Carvana. Upstart still going. 2%. Wow. Getting close to that resistance up here. If we drew this line, I front ran it. To see if Upstart gets a handle on this large cap. I'm not sure, I mean, maybe it can happen, but I'm not sure barbecue can go crazy on OTC. I don't know. We haven't seen it, and I just don't feel like we're gonna see it. It's strange, you know, like every big day we've had has been relatively small. On OTC, like 10%. Guess we maybe had like a 15% day. But like, I can't imagine what a 100% day would look like on here. So strange. Buenos dias. I'm not doing puts, I'm just doing futures. It's not a long-term hold. I might hold it for a few minutes. We'll see. It's either gonna consolidate a little bit and then break the high, or we just hit a top. So no, I don't think usually shorting at the tops are dangerous. You just have to have risk management and know when to cut it if it goes the wrong way. But if it goes the right way, you've timed the top. I think I give it a little more room before I cut it, because technically we're a little higher yesterday. And then we'll see if as it starts to come down, it starts to bounce a bit, then I'll think maybe the cup and handle being formed here. I'll close it. But if we come down and start to make a downward channel, then it'd be a great entry. But I'm up on it, so far it's been good. Wants to take 9 months from peak to bottom with just the January heavy price action. We're talking about GME. I mean, yeah, it depends on when you count that as starting, I guess. Yeah, I mean, that could be, I guess, just with how illiquid it is, and I didn't imagine it going slow for months. But yeah, we are grinding up. Why did I short the run call? Nickel's up 12.8. Let's see if there's any options I can get. We get 25.5 weeklies on run as a hedge to my short call. which I might do. That chart is freaking bullish. Nice consolidation there on barbecue. Runs coming down a little bit to VWAP. I did put an order out for some weeklies. It's early, so I'm still paying kind of a premium for it. That volume on it too. Just all that pre-earnings run up. Starting to get news about it. %15 on Nikola. AREB is up 7. Oh, that thing got wrecked after that split. MOAS never ends. Because MOAS is the friends we've made along the way. It looks to be double topping. Again, it could just be a cup and a handle forming though. So keep an eye out for that. Oh, NEGG bounced back up to VWAP. That is neat. Now above that level. I want more. $10.24 on barbecue, 37.48. Coming up on 10:30. I think we have there's maybe some more earnings even at 10:30. Banks like to do it in the middle of the day just to add some fun to the day. But yeah, thanks guys for your likes. Is this working? this. It's working. We have 24 likes in the day. Thought it was broken. I had to refresh. %14 on wheels. Wheels up. Things breaking out. Happening. Shorting Coinbase. I think it's overvalued for sure. But I was long on it. Am I still long? I can't remember. No, I don't have anything. Had a nice rally though. Holy smokes. Up looks really nice. Oh, is Lyft rallying? Yeah, Lyft up 2.6. Have a breakout today, eh, Lyft? I went heavy on the ones that don't move and real small on the ones that went crazy. Okay. I just got a... Wait, what did I get? Yeah, I just got a run call. I just got a weekly as like a hedge against my short call I did. Got a weekly, what, 22.5? Or no, what is this? Oh, 24.5. So I just used the premium that I received on the short call to buy the long call. So I got a $47 credit yesterday when I opened that short call. And this long call I just opened to cost $46. So kind of makes sense. Given this long call I just opened up, I need a pretty big move for this to be make a lot of sense. Well, that's why it's a hedge. Thanks, Guts. I appreciate it, man. Barbecue. Yeah, just consolidating above the breakout, so it looks really good. Nice bull flag on the day. My only concern, I guess, would be the court hearing today. If we haven't kind of broken out this bull flag, if they try and dump it back down. But we've seen that happen. They dump it back down, then just rip. So just big scary candles, but not changing the pattern or the trend. Up is up 15% now. GME is up 2.25. So this could be the bottom of this handle forming. Especially if this ends up being an engulfing candle today, which it looks like it might be. Also got an inverse head and shoulders potentially starting to build here. The break of this neckline right here would be confirmation. This line I drew. We'll see. Maybe with the move up on GME, it'll probably be slow and boring, but nickel at 15%. Yeah, they're just getting a lot of pre-earnings run-ups right now. Yeah, Uber's up 2%. Yeah, Birds was looking good the other day. Yep, 2% on Birds. It's looking nice also. I added to my BBIG this morning. Carvana up 7.6. Yeah, I was seeing that pullback on NEGG. Holding above this support now, which is crazy. The high support to hold. I know, I kind of wanted more, but need to maybe trim some other stuff first. I like to trim my rad, but they don't go up in value. Maybe blink. I like Zoom still. You got a Nicola? Oh boy. Yeah. You've got the patience. It should see another test up here, I think. 29.50. Making a cup. Might be a double top though, so buy with a little move up. What are you doing? That's maybe where I close my short. Potentially go long even. Microvast 12%. See if Teladoc can hold up any of these gains. Looks like it wants to fill that gap. I might add to my Teladoc if it does. I'll get closer to the money. There comes SPY a little bit. I could get back in. I'll just wait and see though. I'd like to see a little more confirmation. Teladoc filling that gap. Snaps down 3.5. Palantir. Let me see. Not a great entry. To the long side to me. Could even try and call a short here. You're right at that resistance area. You've got an RSI divergence here also, which can't just look at that, but that is something. You're also at a resistance. Be a little early to call a short, but I wouldn't be going long here. To go long, excuse me, go long, I want to see a break and retest the support or something. But there is earnings, so maybe there's a little earnings run up. I don't like it. You didn't, Tasty. No, good morning to you, sir. Walgreens? Say that to her. Walgreens up 1.5. Mm-hmm. Almost 2% on GME. Verizon's up 4.5. Do they have earnings too? I don't think so. I declare. Man, these earnings better live up to these huge front-running rallies they're getting. They're going to get dumped on. I bet we're going to see good earnings with selling off. Drop is up 2.6. Rallying up there a bit. Wow, look at this thing. AAOI. I think we've looked at this before. 11x'd last 2 months. $1 to 11. Impressive. Finker's up 1.8. Bronze up 6.5. Nickel up 12.8. Like Upstart might be feeling that resistance now. I think so. See if we get a handle on Upstart. Coin up 0.5%. Barbecue testing the support again. SPY rallying up there. New high there on SPY. Lift us up to Zoom is green now. Kind of interesting. Barbecue found the little window between this breakout and this last little resistance candle we had up here. This is where it decides to consolidate. Okay, thanks, Cameron. Yeah, I saw the post on it, so I actually threw it in there. You've got a direct link. Nicola looks pretty good. SPY still rallying there. 452. Oh, big rip. I almost took the long here too. When I closed my short, it started to look like a nice long setup. I'll have to wait for a retrace. Oof. Squeeze up though, up here above these levels. %16 on up. $81 billion in losses for Evergrande. Market crash this week? I don't know. I mean, the chart's very bullish. But a lot of catalysts. Earnings. We have what? Do we have Powell next week, I think? We have Barr today. Oh, Barr's been speaking since 10. That's what all this wicking was from, probably. Housing starts tomorrow. Initial jobless claims on Thursday. Home sales on Thursday. And then next week is Powell. FOMC. Run broke through VWAP. if it comes all the way down to retest. GME is up 2.8. Wow. Looking good. Let's see break of that trend, and then I might grab some exposure to the long side. Zoom is green. Wings coming down a little bit. It's up 1%. Ledoc bouncing a little bit on that support. NEGG's down 5. Eye still ripping there. Lots of demonstrations. Are you getting your you're gonna drop off one of your legs on this thing at some point? Wait till the end of the month? Which way it goes? See if this buy set up a head and shoulders here. Got a head, a shoulder. Was a nice little cup and handle though, breakout. Right here. So I went short just for the double top. Took a little profit on the handle and missed the reversal. But yeah. Now we're looking for come down and retest, or just some consolidation and breaking the highs, or coming down and building up a shoulder over here below that breakout. Probably wait. I believe in a crash. You're in China. It's not going well. Yeah, the last couple of years have been playing out like was it .com? I think .com bubble. Or was it 2008? I can't remember. Or no, yeah, it was .com to the 2008. That just played out in a longer time frame. Kind of like 2008 also, but it had its double top in just like 3 months, not years. Same with .com. I guess .com was like 6 months. Whereas this time it's just two years, 3 years. Yeah, so this is like 2001 to 2008 accelerated. So I think the market's moved faster now. Right, so we had our peak in 2001, .com bubble. Had the bear market, more or less, and some crash in there. Then a bottom, and then it rallied back up, 2008. Quantitative easing, printing of money started. And then we had our bear market and crash. So we could, I mean, of course we could get back to the highs. I know some of you guys are calling for all-time highs. I think we could maybe test it. I don't think we're going to be like continuing up. I think we'll see something like this, but on an accelerated timeline. That's, yeah. Yeah, I mean, really, after, where are we? 452? Yeah, we don't have, this is the resistance right here. After this, we're pretty much back to the highs. I mean, like, you've got one last little stop around the 460 range, but a couple good earnings this week, that could go by pretty quick. Nicolas, it treating you well? Yeah. Nice little bounce there on VWAP. Let's have a little head and shoulders here. I wouldn't be holding it past VWAP. Unless you plan to hold it for a downswing, potentially to down here. And try and catch it when it reverses. I've done a call for all-time high. $3.25 on GME. Look at that. Wonder if today it'll have the breakout or confirmation of the move at least. Breakout's a strong word for GME. New high there. Up, up. Agreed, Cameron. Lots of headwinds for a strong economy. Lots of headwinds, even with everything that's been propped up. Over and over and over. Pumping money. I like that idea. Armageddon hasn't even hardly begun. I'm starting to notice house pricing though. Cool. And just a lot less transactions in general. Not many for sale, not many selling. But the ones I have seen they've sold, they've come down. SPY just melting up here. Just taking the long here. I saw it. It's just so many other things to watch. I don't like having this many options. I feel like I just let some go away and end up just decaying and I miss an exit on it. Whether it's cutting losses or taking profits. Too many. .3% on GME. Shopify is down 3. We're getting to the highs of March 2022. SPY's at yearly highs, guys. Congratulations. You did it. You've made it this far. You've leveled up. You've completed the achievement. High of the year on SPY. 442.69 was the tippity top in March 2022. Getting right about there. Supposed to take another short just out of the principal. Someone's got to be short in this market. Nap's down 3%. That's right. I need Snap to wake up or I need to cut these calls. Wake up, Snap. Barba flagging. Certainly is. Line mid up 14, wheels up 14. New high there. 452.68. I think that just, let's see. 452.69. That's it. 452.69. That's the high from March. Over a year ago. We did it. Now we're building a big cup here. The bulls want to see it. Handle. Then a rally. Or is this a double top? It'll probably be a double top either way, but I'm taking the short here just out of the principle. Be stupid not to. So if we did see a handle on this huge cup, there you go, 3 levels. 410 maybe? 400 even almost? Yeah, 400 even is a 50% retracement. Crazy. I got my short. Just doing futures. I want to wait up for better confirmation for options today. Multiple head and shoulders it could be forming.
Environment where growth starts to slow down, and so things of that nature. FMF, which is a managed futures product, all of those things are the types of things that we are allocating to manage risk.
All right, we have to leave it there, but appreciate those picks. Shayna Sissel, Bannering Capital Management.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Plenty more to come on Trading 360. In our 360 Spotlight, we'll be previewing earnings from IBM due out tomorrow after the close, and we'll talk a little Microsoft as well. Today's disruptor is Cloudflare after KeyBank raised its price target on shares. Kevin Green will give us the details and an example trade. And in our 360 round, we'll preview the home builder D.R. Horton ahead of its earnings report on Thursday. But up next, it's time for the big three. 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. Ben Lichten's
about to break out to 420.69. Nice breakout. Got a little pop there on barbecue. Might be wanting to break out of the flag. The Barba flag. Alright, let's see if the SPY does here. I shorted just out of the principal. And potentially getting the top perfect. Have an RSI divergence there on the 5-minute. Carvana 11.5. Carvana looks like it wants to break out. Rivian's up 7.5. All right, Carvana 11%, Nikola 10%.
It's time for the big three. 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. Ben Lichtenstein will take us through the charts, and here to take us
Barba flagging. SPY coming down a bit. I want to see this shoulder form outside of this channel before I go short on the options. Shoulder to form outside of this upward channel.
So the theme today is that, you know, the dollar's got smoked. And so my take on that is that when you know, basically the dollar goes lower, commodities want to go higher. I think
the dollar.
The move on the dollar right now, we're at 99.850. It looks to me like it wants to get down to the 96 level. For, you know, the next consolidation is 96 to 89, Caroline. So if we look at Barrick Gold right now is trading 1781. Bottom line is that you get some juice in all of these today. What I'm looking for is that I'm looking for that to get up to the swing high. So the swing high on Barrick Gold right now is running at 2075. It's taken out a swing today. We'll see whether it's going to get the volume later on this afternoon. But what does happen with gold and silver equities, which we're going to go through, they're very cyclical. I mean, it's not like buying an apple and to keep it forever. But these 3 trades here, you can keep for a while. You know, I think
these 3 trades
the dollar
here
is weak. That's why I see the market higher. That's why I see commodities higher. So if that dollar stays lower, I think you're going to see markets higher, and particularly you're going to see commodities.
GME making it happen, 4.5%. There's our line right there.
Quite often, dollar getting smoked.
Looking like a handle.
Bullish for gold. What do you think?
All day, every day, it seems like, Caroline, and oftentimes it is, not always on a tick-for-tick basis, but Tom, I love the theme.
Way too early to tell, but
really
might be.
In well-defined trend up on an intraday basis, trying to reverse or reversing trends on a bigger picture. Let's begin with that dollar. As Tom mentioned, it has been coming under pressure. Look at this move lower from 114 down to 99 recently. And for those of your viewers, Caroline, who don't have access to the futures contract, here you can see the index and the futures side by side. Futures
on GME.
Index on the right.
I don't think it's going to do much, but
DXY.
feel free to watch it. Barbecue, new high on the day, 38.20, up 12%.
If you get the dollar right, well, you get some of these other.
Got some volume on that breakout also. Looking good.
Trending higher, as I mentioned, on the more
might be closing out of these short on the futures.
Over to the lows we saw a couple weeks ago, down around just below 16 at 1586. You can see today up to 1790.
But that's multi-year high.
Well-defined trend environment to the upside on the 15-minute candle.
Right, now it's 2022.
We're a bit granular here, fine-tooth.
Right, yeah,
so
no.
let's not get too
wait, did we hit it right on the head?
More granular look at price activity, but I do want you to see well-defined trend up, and I also want
literally
you to see
right on the penny, 452.69. That is a joke.
To the upside. Let's see if we can form a new area value.
Absolute joke.
At a higher level. Take a look here, though. You can see that we're trying.
If we broke that, we would have hit multi-year high. No, never mind. January 2022 is higher.
And starts to really
dude,
work its way higher
what?
Here, potentially with some energy, or again at the very least.
Usually they don't let it go out that easy. They just bust through that high. Stop losses, whatever.
50, the 200-day moving average, because the recent move has us right.
They might still do it though.
It's looking. I could see where Tom's headed with this one, and I look
not looking like it's getting a huge short from here.
In terms of the other 2 names that he's got on his radar today.
All right, but Tom, before we get to those other 2 names, I'm curious. I know this is
Liechtenstein.
Dollar, but is it also a call on the broader market or a flight to
what do you think about 452.69?
What I've seen, Caroline, is this: is that the gold market's really not, to me, it's not a flight to safety. What happens, it's all about
Happy Tuesday to you, Kala.
Gonna go.
Yeah, we just looked at the GME. It's looking good.
Is that,
Like nice
S&P's been up for a long period
bounce on that handle, maybe.
If this dollar goes where I think it's going to go, that S&P is going to keep going higher. Because what you have here is
significant.
A lower dollar.
Totally.
You have a higher mathematical price.
Yeah, SPY is like
you wouldn't be able to buy
maybe bull flagging here. We'll see.
Price. And that's where the whole inflation deal comes in. Like, okay, $1 today is not worth what $1 was 2 years ago. So a stock trading at $40 is not worth what it was $40 2 years ago. So this is where it gets really intriguing in the context of numbers in general. So my take is that if this dollar does continue lower, like as Ben says, it's not a tick for tick, even in the commodity market. But if the trend is in place, which it is, and it broke a big consolidation. So the next consolidation does start at 96 to 89.
He's flirting with it.
I think we'll see how
It kind of wants to just bust through that high.
Yeah. Okay, your bullishness on metals isn't limited to gold, though. You also like silver. Your next trade is Pan American Silver, ticker symbol PAAS. Shares up about 3% right now. Tell us why you like this one.
And so what happens, Caroline, with the metals market is that silver is basically almost twice as volatile as gold. So same type of setup, Pan American Silver.
38.79 is the high on barbecue there from the other day. So
coming off the bottom, if you get the trend right,
you need to see it break that.
Equity, when they start running,
and then I think we're,
currencies.
I mean,
currencies can
60 cents is really like the next major
so the Pan
resistance.
American Silver, you could buy it here. You get 16.71. It opened today at 16 and a quarter, and I'm looking for that to also go to its swing high of 1984. So I mean, all of these equities
56.
These are not
specifically
exploration equities. They pull a lot of gross product out of the marketplace. So the higher that gold price and silver price goes, in this particular case, we had silver up 31 cents. It's trading out at 25. It looks to me like silver wants to, run to 28 to 30. And if that's what we have, well, when you have the mining stocks, they pull out millions of ounces of silver, not thousands. Not at least the ones we're pulling up here. So I think higher prices are coming at us.
All right, Ben, when you take a look at this chart, do you think the same?
I absolutely agree.
I want to see BBIG hold this support.
Trend. I think that comes from
this left shoulder
of experience, the equating
needs to turn into support. Otherwise, we're getting
with the
head and shoulders here.
Frame here, very similar pattern in terms of what we looked at as far as GLD, GOLD. Shares of PAAS are also trending higher. Bottom left corner to top right, from just below 14 to 1668 and in a vertical phase to the upside. So here on this chart, you can see the very well-defined transition between the two phases, right? We balance out around 14. You get the vertical breakout to the upside 440. Another breakout to the upside comes after we bounce around 1475 and then transition into this week, this balance. Last week, I should say, this week into this balance around 16. And then again, as mentioned here, you can see the high conviction phase that we're seeing here right now, higher highs and higher lows. The question is, do we start to balance at a higher level that would be in line with that working assumption that trend is moving and continues to move higher? Now, let's talk about how this is a bit of a reversal of the trend, much like GOLD. We talked about that 18 level.
38.25 on barbecue, 12.5%.
In this instance, we've already taken
might
out
see a
the
big candle up through the high here.
This is the move we just looked at on the more granular. This is a reversal of that longer-term trend because
38.29,
an area of value at a lower and lower
38.34,
level, referencing the prior area balance. You don't want to get above it. You want to keep seeing those value areas move at lower levels to establish that working assumption is a valid one. Here you can see it doesn't appear to be any longer, and much
38,
like GLD,
44.
Got to remember to get that O in there. You can see we're back above the 50, back above the 200-day moving average. This is a sign of momentum to the upside. I think Tom's spot on with this one.
All right, SPY.
All right, Tom, just want to give you a chance to walk us through the actual trade for Pan American Silver before we move on.
So on Pan American Silver, when I send these over, of course,
Nicola dumping. I would cut below VWAP.
It's up 48 cents right now, but you can still.
You've got a. I would give it a little time because you do have some wicks down there. But yeah,
and I'm looking
getting
for
close.
This to go to 1984. Now, what 1984 is, Caroline, that is the swing high that
unless
was
you just want to, of
established
course, hold.
there, last April. That's what I'm looking for right now.
All right, so currently at 1658. And speaking of silver,
Oh,
your next trade is related to silver
SPY
as
is just
well. It's Hecla
chilling.
Mining,
38.45 is high there on
ticker symbol
barbecue.
HL. Fill us in on why you
We've got
like this one, Tom.
38.79 for that
And
resistance
so
still.
Hecla Mining, same type of theme.
Still in this
And what you
short
have
on
with
the
all of
micro
these, by the
ES.
way, okay? So when you're in the mining business, you know, your risk structure is the price of the metal, of course. The political risk, meaning where you are mining. And in this particular case, Mexico had put a new law in a couple months ago, okay, that's turning into a problem for some equities, okay? So
not quite.
bottom line
56 is the
that
next
if you're
resistance
if
after
you're
this.
going into
Next like major
mining
resistance.
equities, you got to make sure you know what you're
You've
going
got
into.
a pretty good
Hecla's one of the
vacuum up to
oldest
there from
mining
here.
stocks out there.
So breaking
Been on
this,
the New York Stock Exchange forever.
it could go start going pretty
Bottom
quick.
line, same type of setup. It's taken out a swing point. It's probably going to have the volume. We already bid 2.5 million.
So
You're trading at
that said, it could be tough to
$6.20.
break this. I mean, as you saw,
could put a stop at
it wouldn't break it
$5.41.
yesterday.
I'm looking for
Came
that.
up all
And so
day, grinded
they're all
nicely, and
going
then
for the same
we just
place.
started rejecting the
swing
resistance.
point in
And
April, in this particular case,
that's why I was saying I would have closed there. Not to say I wouldn't reopen today, which I did. I opened up today.
Okay, and you know, tied to silver, but quite
You
a
know,
bit different of a performance.
made a little inverse head and shoulders here and
Pan
broke that
American
resistance
when you
pretty
take a look
quick.
at the year-to-date performance
And now
and
it's
1 year.
one last little one, and then we're
1.5% year-to-date, up about 60%
gonna be kind of a vacuum
over
up
the
there.
past year for HL. Ben, what stands out to you for the technicals for Hecla?
Karen, we're going to look at that year-to-date chart in the run-up we've seen since the beginning of the year.
13% on
Tom,
Carvana.
we're talking about Pan American Steel or HL. More closely tied to silver, as you mentioned, but as far as I'm concerned, I mentioned at the beginning of this hit, they're all three gold today, Tom. Take a look at the trend higher here on the more intraday basis from
Okay, see if SPY is just
up to 620.
bull flagging again, or if we actually found a top
two names that we looked at. I mean,
to the penny
pull up gold
with March over a year ago.
BAAS or HL, you're going to see again migration of value to the upside on the more intraday basis. You're also going to see this
Seems too easy if that's the high.
Out here right now. The question is, do we start to form value at this higher level, and will we see this pattern continue here? That's what the bulls are looking for. Let's take a look at what's going on in the bigger picture, because this move up here that we're seeing, again, from $5 up to, well, almost 6.5, you can see it reversed the trend, right? We talked about this. Here we go all the way back to the beginning, middle of April, when we were up around 7. You can see migration of value to the downside. 3 areas that formed, and while we were balancing again around 510, we're expecting a breakout to the downside in line with this pattern, and area value to form at a new lower level. What happens instead? You get the exact opposite. You take out 540, and you can see it's been off to the races since. There's momentum behind this move here. I can understand why Tom's bullish this stock, and as I take a look at HL on the bigger picture daily time frame, Caroline, you pointed out, up 11% year to date. Taking a look, RSI is participating to the upside. The bulls want to see this expand just a bit more. In fact, if anything, price to participate to the extent we've seen with RSI. $7 is the next big hurdle, the highs from earlier this spring, but I can understand the bullishness. Look at this, above the 50, above the 200. Similar situation in terms of the other two names we looked at.
All right, there's agreement there. We'll leave it on that positive note. Ben Lichtenstein, Tom O'Brien,
Lichtenstein.
thank you both so much for being here.
All right, SPY is coming down a little bit.
IBM ahead of its earnings tomorrow. We'll find out what we can
Look for a shoulder to form over here.
Next on Trading 360.
I have a line in there. Yeah, basically a shoulder to form the other side of that channel. And breaking the neckline. More confirmation. Then we have some support here. And who knows, that might be the top of the year that we just hit. Quite possible. I was actually thinking about it yesterday. Thinking about selling out of the long term, like slowly selling out of ones that are frothy high. Something I never planned to do, but doing that and just using that whole account to theta farm. And then maybe scaling back into stuff as we see a bottom come again. Like a year or so, who knows how long it'll be. All right, SPY's coming down here a little bit. Look for some puts. See if we get a little bounce here. Chill out for a second. Could still be in a bit of a flag. You want to look at the low of the channel. And like this. Support down there. Might grab some puts here though on this right shoulder. $451. Get it? Didn't get it. There, now I got it. Okay, grab some daily 451s on the SPY. Try and hold these till Valhalla. Barbecue, not breaking out yet. Kind of rejected up there at 38.45. Needs to build a little more strength, maybe. Gonna be a big break probably if it happens. Kill Lizard's quick feeling. That's a good one. A good one to have. Yeah, kill it. I'd kill it. Kill that loser. I mean, of course I can find support here and keep going, but I don't like the risk to reward for that. When you have all this down here, it could go to find support. It's looking like it wants to just keep going here. We'll see. Can't break out too much more to the upside, or this is a failed put. Front ran it a little bit because we didn't break through the neckline. But I like to see that it's building up some liquidity here, signifying a shoulder. MACD did flip bearish. We do have red under the 9 also, so some of my older momentum indicators I'm liking there too. Microsoft Wild announced price increase for AI software. Retail has been locked out of buying was it expert level OTC stocks? Yeah, rule. They implemented that shortly after I bought Sears a couple of years ago. It was in OTC. And a lot of retail actually was, we were moving over from GME and starting to see that all of these seller box stocks, we were starting to notice all of them on the OTC, and then how they would just get pumped with liquidity and run hundreds of % in a day sometimes. And we started to buy them up. And then literally it was like a week after that, after it started to gain in popularity, they put the kibosh on it. It was very, very fast. Faster than I've ever seen the SEC move. If today plays out like this will be quite textbook. Your cup and handle breakout, and then your head literally right at the penny of March, the high, making it head and shoulders. Wow. I don't know if it'll be that easy though. There it is. They're still wanting it. Not gonna let it go that easy. Oh. About to flip these futures to longs. Closing out of the shorts on the futures. I'm gonna hold on to my puts. I only have one trade a day. Kind of stupid and messed up like that, but supposed to help you practice good risk management, the PDT rule. Practice being a good trader instead of just hold stuff because you can't trade it again. Alright, I went long on the futures there. It's not ready. Not ready, man. Got a little inverse head and shoulders up here now. Head, shoulder. Building this right one. Take profits at near the high of the day. At least take some. Since these are futures on this one, I'm just gonna probably let it run. Don't have to worry about the theta decay or anything. We chop around for a bit before we break out. I'll put a stop loss on it though, or take profit.
Necessarily a death sentence for deals like this is going to be really positive for the market. Having said that,
And that movie Coneheads,
was one of the few people that from the very onset of this deal said it would go through. There was some reason to be concerned, but there's a lot of competition, a lot of formats for gaming, and I thought that this deal
that's
would
probably
go
what my head would look like if I was bald.
for Microsoft long term, and they're showing right away with some of the concessions with Sony that they're going to play ball, and they're going to have to play ball, because if for any reason they don't, you can be sure that Lena Khan and the FTC are going to be back to talk.
All right, we appreciate appreciate you breaking it all down for us.
Little bouncer, Nicola.
And IBM. Daniel Newman of Futurum Research, thank you so much. Coming up next, it's time for the Disruptors. Kevin Green joins us, and he'll be taking a look at Cloudflare hitting new 11-month highs after a price target hike over at KeyBank. He'll give us the details and an example trade.
Tails.
360 will be back after this quick break.
Bow, bow, bow. I think we might break the high of the day there. Let's see. Run's coming down actually quite a bit. So I didn't need to get the calls at this point. Their SPY's ripping a bit. Oh, GME came down. Look at that, I rejected right on that line. Really? Not ready to make its move yet. New high of the day there on SPY. 452.72. I didn't think they'd let it go that easy. To the penny. I mean, come on. Everybody would short that. That makes too much sense. So I didn't take any profits there at the high. I'll let these ride for a bit. But I will put a stop, so I'm not taking any losses either. Should have taken profits at the high. I was still kind of building this right shoulder. It's definitely slowing down. The run to the upside. Yeah, barbecue is looking good. Still in this bull flag. Did kind of test the high of the range there. Didn't break out yet, but plenty of time for it to break out, rip, and then dump on the court hearing. Just kidding. I don't know if that's going to happen. I hope not, because I don't want to be day trading this today. Snail? You think it's moving like a snail?
Cycle that they saw in the previous quarter, and that is something that they've gotten a little bit of ahead of when it comes to expense management. They have cut expenses in certain areas of the business as well as headcount, and that's actually improved their adjusted earnings per share numbers, and that's why they also increased their guidance.
Well,
So
I could put the profits in BBIG.
Sales cycle, they are also being very proactive in trying to improve the business from a bottom line standpoint. And overall, we are seeing obviously a big focus when it comes to cloud computing and the AI space. And once again, KeyBank believes that this is going to be a stock that's going to be able to benefit from those type of trends in the near term.
So KeyBank turning even more bullish. I was just taking a look at the breakdown. 14 buys, 14 holds, 2 sells. So analysts pretty split between neutral to bullish, although the median price target is $50.
New high of the year, we hit 452.72 moments ago, and there's a new one, 452.75. Not multi. We did break March's high from last year though, and we're ripping.
Yeah, so an example trade a trader may be able to
I'm
implement
holding these
based
puts.
on the note from today.
I'm
And
holding
also
them.
looking at the technicals on the chart, you can see an area of resistance at around that $80, $81 level. So looking at buying a vertical call spread here, buying the $75 call, selling the
Rip
$85
spy.
call for a debit of $2.75. The max loss would be the debit paid for the
So
spread, which is
BBIG could be kind of
$275.
doing a
The
cup
max
here.
gain is $725. So the risk reward ratio
Made it
is
down
favorable when you're
23.6%
looking at
from the
a
high.
debit spread of this nature.
That could be
We're
the
also looking
entirety
at
of the
a
handle, or it
break-even
could
point of
pull a little deeper.
$77.75. So that's how a trader could potentially.
I kind of wanted it to hold here though, just
get
we don't have a head and shoulders there
here,
competing.
while also paying attention to the
Buy ripping 452.90.
a rapid movement to the upside, Caroline. You can actually take the spread off before the expiration date.
Give me
Which is
bounce on
August
VWAP
18th of this year.
452.95.
Something that's favorable for a trader that might be able to implement this strategy here in the near term.
Trade, Kevin, and the analyst breakdown. Really appreciate it.
To infinity and beyond.
Coming up next, it's time for our 360 round. We're taking a look at DR Horton ahead of earnings on Wednesday. We'll find out what we can expect from the report, and also
This will inverse head and shoulders now.
For the rest of
Break
this
through the
year.
neckline.
Trading 360. We'll be right back.
$453 is by squeezing. Ooh, 453.20. Look at that volume. Volume pick up on that breakout. Wow. NEGG. Let's see. Looks good. Just consolidating, I'd say, a bit. Yeah, there was some profit taking this morning. But yeah, it's had a big, like 3 days, I guess. This day doesn't really count, but a big few days, big breakout levels, so probably to have some pullback. Add more NEGG to my position. Sure you said that right? For sure, Mohammed. Call it a bullfrog. If I can look at Nick closer, you guys are making me question myself. Yeah, I think it still looks good. I don't know. It could retrace some more, but I guess 1410, I'd want to see it hold that. It makes it all the way back down there. Spy, rip, rally. Looks like it's holding this level though. So probably a little move back to VWAP for now. You have them expiring Friday? Yeah, I don't know if those are gonna work for you. Weekly options, I would have definitely sold this morning on a rally. If there's ever a gap up like that on weekly options, I'm pretty much out of all of them. No, because I mean it's slowing down, so this move might not happen this week. Like you might just consolidate here for the next few days. But I mean, however you want to play it, I'm not playing like that. But you know, we're different. A good rule of thumb for me is sell when it's exciting, buy when it's boring. So usually in the mornings it's exciting, especially if it's kind of a gap up. Pretty good example on that would be, I guess, run today. So you would have missed some of this if you sold right at the open, but if you saw you were just a little patient, saw that it was climbing, you could have waited some. But still in the morning, 10:10 is when it hit a high. And even if we come back up here today on run, your weekly options are going to be worth less than that morning volatility rallied to that level.
Huge component into where we foresee
is bullish
business tracking in the next 6 to 12 months. So if that cancellation rate comes in anywhere around 20%,
for sure, yeah, more risk to reward.
As a
yeah, Microsoft's ripping on that news, huh?
In the market, continuing
that's what that big blow up was in the market. Wow.
With rates, if that cancellation rate is more like 30, 32%,
I didn't realize that just come out. What you guys were saying?
That's a pause, and we should be
cautious. What was it that you've been saying?
That rate has been anywhere from 15 to 32% over the last 2 years.
No, it's price increase for AI software. Oh, that's crazy. That kind of pump from that, though. Wow.
Or is that just a valuation call at this point?
Yeah, so we do expect a very strong quarter from DR.
A lucid call still the same day. Paid off great. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, of course it can work. Like you said, risk to reward, risk tolerances, risk management, all those risk things.
Clearly reflecting the solid demand we're seeing.
I would make it free at the very least, but you know, that's up to you. Your risk reward profile
is priced in here, and as I mentioned previously, while the early stages of the spring selling season were much better than expected,
my NEGG calls are in the money, and I have a month of time on it. And I probably should have even sold this morning
from a stock perspective will be a bit more muted
because they're down 26% today.
Aaron, there's a lot of uncertainty.
Bought back in for 26% cheaper. But I try not to trade too much. I'm trying to time the market too much, and then I get caught.
We've certainly been waiting for it for a while. How would a recession or even a deeper economic slowdown than we've experienced impact the home building space?
So I think the home builders, because especially the large ones,
BBIG bouncing on that support a bit.
They've got the
yeah, that 23.5 or yeah, 23.6 fib level
The smaller
That's nice.
home builders is who will really be left holding the bag here. And that's where we've seen a pullback in terms of the volume of production. That's where we see a shortage. We've seen an overabundance of large multifamily starts. So I think we need to see multifamily pull back. We need to see the independent builders feel more comfortable about starting new projects. And then, of course, the large scale single family home builders, they're going to continue to carry the market.
All right, and Alan, you have a hold on D.R. Horton, but I was just taking a look because a lot of the good news is priced in. Lennar up 45% year to date, KB Home up over 70% year to date, Pulte up 80%. Are there any other names where you're actually finding value and you would buy at this point?
At this point, we would definitely be more neutral to even underweight the group, given the runs the stocks have had, as you just mentioned here. That's more on a short-term basis. I think longer term, ultimately, it's all going to be dependent on whether affordability gets back in line, because we're skeptical that builders can see sustainable top and bottom line growth with affordability metrics where they are today, roughly 25% less attractive than historically speaking. So maybe that means rates coming down, but that's going to be a very tight balancing act between an economic slowdown and a more favorable rate environment.
Yeah, I'd love to see affordability get in line for the existing home space as well as a potential apartment buyer here. Alan Ratner, Zelman Associates, Aaron Sykes, Nest Seekers International. Thank you both so much for your insights. That's going to do it for Trading 360. I'm Caroline Woods. I'll see you back here at 2 p.m. Eastern for the watch list, but stay tuned because Fast Market is next.
We got 9% on Carvana. Carvana. 9% on Body. Up's up 13%. SPY's kind of consolidating up here. Paysafe's down 2.2 now. I did close my my longs up there. Two more dollars just dropped. Are they bad? Yeah, I made money on that short. Why is barbecue coming down? on those dockets. Made money on the short and actually went long then. See, we did have a little drop here. Close out of my short. I did miss that long. I was too distracted, but went long here on another inverted head and shoulders. Barbecue's coming down a little bit on it.
Interest. That's bullish for Meta, Google, Google Alphabet, Amazon, Microsoft, Apple. There's some big names.
Yeah, barbecue's below VWAP now.
Not only bottom out but recover. That's a. I
wonder if this is from those dockets.
Big news to get a little more excited about the overall market. So the data was all in line. I would call it really benign in terms of the economic data today, but that's some really. When I saw that, that caught my eye on not what it means for Pinterest, but what it means for some bigger companies.
Yeah, it's almost like that the health of the economy type of support. That digital ad spend isn't going to be as bad as a lot of people
expected. Or bottomed even, right?
Yeah.
Even that's good news.
Right.
If it starts turning up, there's a lot of companies that have been beaten up during this. A lot of streamers. I mean, you can go there. You know, there's. I mean, I put in 5 big companies. There's probably 25 companies that would benefit from an increase or a recovery in digital ad spend.
Yeah, definitely on that side. One area
barbecue's come down a little more
this year, Kevin, is the cruise lines. Let's bring in Jenny Horn, markets correspondent here, because we had some analyst calls today in the cruise lines.
I like to see hold this level,
Norwegian,
breakout level,
CCL, and even RCL. We had some price target adjustments and some upgrades and downgrades, Jenny.
Let's start things off with the clear best performer of the group, and that's Carnival, which is up 125% year to date. Now, I will say, of all 3 of these names, they've all given back some of this strength over the course of this month so far. They're all down pretty much on average about 4% now month to date. But Street seems to only be building their optimism here on the cruise lines, with Truist raising its price target on Carnival shares to $16 from $11. Also, we saw Barclays hiking their price target to $22 from $19. Argus also upgrading Carnival to buy from hold with a $21 price target. So all do imply some clear upside from where we're currently trading, I guess with the exception being Truist with that $16 price target. But this Argus analyst did say they cited the company's increased marketing spending, which leads them to believe this should help boost their overall revenue as well as its improved liquidity and its efforts to overall reduce its debt, which this analyst thinks should enable Carnival to avoid issuing new shares for the upgrade. In addition, they said the company is making its fleet more efficient. Now, this name, of the 20 analysts covering it, there's 10 buys, 6 holds, and 4 underperforms, but no outright
barbecue back to that breakout level.
And now to shift gears here and look at Norwegian today, Truist
downgrading
shares actually to hold from buy with a price target that was raised to $23 a share from $17, highlighting some of this massive outperformance this year, especially over the course of the past 2 months in the cruise sector. sector, which brings these equities far closer to their theoretical value, in which truists became more positive on the sector last September. They said that while pushing out the price target to 2025 from 2024 and raising their estimates, they now struggle to see significant upside on any of these stocks and is taking on a more neutral stance on the sector as a whole. So completely opposite of what we're getting out of Carnival today. Norwegian is the worst performer of the group, which seems ridiculous to say because it is up 71% this year. Royal Caribbean's up 100% this year. I will say of those two names, as far as the streak goes, it's more on par with each other. There are 8 buys, 9 holds, 1 underperform rating on Carnival. There's 12 buys, 7 holds, no underperforms, no sells on Royal Caribbean. So Street's still fairly neutral to bullish on all of these names. We are seeing the best move today, obviously, in Carnival, up 2.5%. But I also think it's important to note this name is down 7% off its 52-week high, right? Zoom out, look at the longer-term picture. It's down over 72% from its all-time high of around $31 a share, which we're years away from that point. So while these names have seen strength, I would look at it more of like clawing back the losses, less about the enthusiasm on this year.
Jenny, once you cruise, you don't ever go back, Jenny. Remember that, because I know that you're the daughter of a hotel executive, Jenny, but make no mistake that when that hotel's on the water, it just makes it all different, Jenny. And the Hinks family is cruising this summer. We're actually, Royal Caribbean is one of the boats the company of the boats we're on. But Jenny, here's the thing.
Jenny's a sugar mama?
One thing the cruise lines have, or the travel industry, airlines, everything has, they have demand for their products. I mean, and massive demand for their products. This catch-up theory on people
revenge traveling
is real, and every single month they get more free cash flow, they pay down more debt, and these companies get more and more healthy because one thing that they have is demand for their product, Jenny.
Yeah, and I think that is completely accurate, Kevin. I mean, I was traveling just a few months ago, and all anyone could say was not only in terms of air travel, hotel travel, cruise travel, they had never seen such a busy summer. This was in Italy. Anyone in Italy could talk about was we have never seen this many tourists, and it's only expected to ramp into this summer. So
really need barbecue to hold up here because we have an RSI divergence also.
Obviously, this space has been on a recovery channel, less about, I'd say, overall enthusiasm, and more needed to get back to more normalized levels, which we're starting to see in some of these
break
airlines.
Of this
cruise lines do operate with more debt-heavy
push up on the RSI is kind of
also something to keep in mind. If we saw things get a little turbulent here, they're more
needed.
Exposed at this point. But Kevin, I will say that this might be the
maybe
one
something will be
time
bullish in the
I'm in
court
Tom
hearing.
White's camp, because I know he agrees with me on my cruise stance. I will never
give me a
take
free room.
I don't think I ever said I'd never take a cruise.
Never's a long time, Jenny.
Say never.
Never's a long time.
Yeah, never is a long time.
Remember this. The health club is 30 feet that way. The restaurant and bar are 30 feet that way. And if you do it right, Jenny, the butler will get you whatever you want, whenever you want.
Yeah, Kevin makes a good point. I'm not going on some 5,000 room boat.
Yeah,
for sure. But maybe something
Jenny,
smaller.
If you want to do cruises my way, Jenny, it's a little different than you think.
Okay, I can get on board. It's the crowding that stresses me out. You see people boarding those things, and that stresses me out.
I won't say never, but I'm not the biggest fan. All right, thanks to Jenny Horn, markets correspondent here on the network, breaking down the story and the analyst moves there in the cruise lines. But now let's bring in Randy Frederick, Managing Director of Trading and Derivatives at the Schwab Center for Financial Research.
First question to Randy, got to be cruise or no cruise, Randy?
Yep.
You know, I've done big cruises years and years ago, but I've done a couple of really small sort of charter cruises with a much smaller group of people. Those are substantially better. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, I would like do one of those river cruises through France.
Believe me, we have. I understand. I've been on a Carnival cruise when I was in my 20s. We don't do those.
Yeah.
We do the smaller boats, a little higher, a little upscale.
Yep.
Let's put it that way.
All right.
It's
hey,
a
Randy,
much better experience.
I wanted to kind of get your take here on the overall market. Earnings season starting off pretty well. We're seeing a nice lift in the financials. Interest rates continue to fall. The dollar's been weak over the last week and a half or so. Is this supportive? Are the moves kind of?
All right. Well, we have another head and shoulder setup. Just needed to break out of this uptrend.
Bears who've been growling since the beginning of this year, and all of the talk about recession and and negative.
You come all the way back
downturns in
down
the
here and
market,
still be a
bear
good
market
long.
flows, none of that stuff's playing out well. Really, if you look back to when the debt ceiling deal was signed just a little more than a month ago, the markets have been really strong since then. Volatility dropped a lot. People were a little uncomfortable. The breadth was really narrow because people were hiding out in the mega cap tech stocks, or the fabulous eight, or whatever you want to call them. But as soon as that deal was over, volatility came down, the anxiety level
Fabulous eight
started broadening out. If you look right now at the comparison between the equal weighted S&P and the actual S&P, they're at the highest level they've been in a couple of years. So the
BBIG breaking above VWAP there. That is neat.
So things are good. You're right. Out of the earnings season, I mean, we've got 20 companies that have announced since last week since last week Thursday. 18 of them have beaten the expectations. And so far, out of the banks, there have been 10 banks, and every single one of them have done better than expectations. So I think all the negativism brought the earnings expectations bar down, and that set us up nicely with something I've mentioned a few times for some upside beats. And I know a lot of people are going, oh, well, that's not going to be enough. So far, it has been enough. Now, whether this can continue, I mean, no one knows. But I happen to think that it's going to probably be a pretty solid earnings season relative to expectations. Not necessarily on an absolute basis, but relative to expectations. I think we are set up for a pretty nice earnings season.
Yeah, I like the angle that Randy has, Kevin, because expectations going into this quarter were pretty low, especially on guidance and stuff like that. And now, let's get something straight. We've only got about 10, 12% of the S&P 500 that's reported.
And in all honesty, we knew the airlines were going to be good, right? That's not a real shocker. So some of the airlines coming in with earnings that we're going to see, they're probably going to be good. We had a pretty good idea that the banks were going to be good because of net interest margin. You're seeing those numbers spike up as interest rates go higher. However, now when we start getting in Tesla and Netflix and high cap tech that have run so far on the anticipation of AI, I'm not saying things couldn't go higher. They absolutely can, but the bar gets a little higher, Tom.
Yeah. And Randy, to your point about the breadth of the market starting to expand a little bit, and you're seeing that today where some of the big mega cap tech names are weaker today, but then you're starting to see flows back into energy because oil's up 1.5%. But then you're also, the Russell 2000 so far this month, up nearly 4.5%. Is that the supportive part of the equity market that investors and traders should be focused on, because they have a lot of catch up to do?
They do, and in fact, the Dow Jones Industrials has a lot of catch up to do. It's been the weakest of the major indices, but again, it's a very small slice of the market overall. But when you again start to see this expand out into the Russell 2000, which is some of the places where people don't typically go to hide, those all bode well. As you mentioned, not only that, the dollar's weaker. When the dollar's weaker, everything's cheaper from the perspective of people elsewhere, and that's a good thing. Now, as a country, certainly we're a net importer, but for all the companies that have business outside the United States, a weaker dollar is going to benefit them as well. It's hard to really find really big negative catalysts out there in the near term, unless you're worried about this earnings season. And again, I think the whole idea of a recession in this calendar year is completely off the table. I mean, if we didn't have a recession after 2 negative quarters of GDP last year, we certainly aren't going to have one this year when we're expecting probably 2.5% GDP, which we're going to find out about here in about 2 weeks.
Yep, and if you look at some of the data, Kevin, I think maybe those are some of the caveats that might be talked about a little bit today, especially if you looked at retail sales, came in below expectations. Redbook retail sales, we don't talk about this number as much as we used to. We used to talk about it a lot because it's a weekly look at it.
And it's kind of hard to find now.
Right.
It's gotten harder to find the data.
Hitting new 3-year lows today as far as Redbook sales. Is that one of those outliers that, hey, if the consumer continues to weaken their spending, that could throw us for a loop as far as guidance goes, because, you know, it's still 2/3 of our economy.
Yeah, I mean, I thought we got 1, 2, 3, 4 numbers today. They were all pretty benign. There was no real game changers here. Retail sales, you're right, except for X vehicles and gas, that was in line. The other two were misses. So all things considered, I thought the industrial production was a little light. I thought business inventories was in line. Housing market was in line with consensus. So no real shockers here. Not retail sales, the only real top tier data that we're going to get this week. So nothing there to scare this market. But boy, Tom, I've seen too much. And when we can't think of reasons for the market to go down, it worries me. Right?
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, think about that.
Yeah.
And Randy, to Kevin's point here, I mean, the S&P 500, the NASDAQ 100, they're all in overbought territories at this point, far above a lot of their moving averages at this point. And I put up a chart yesterday of the dollar versus the S&P 500. That gap or divergence has been the widest I've seen in years. Does that raise, maybe the uncertainty that could be coming, because maybe we've already made all the gains for the year, or maybe we do need some consolidation at this point?
Well, it's certainly possible. I mean, buy the rumor, sell the news. We've seen that happen many, many times. And I think I was expecting the market to do maybe a 1 to 5% pullback just about 2 weeks ago. We never really got that. We got about 1%. Just wasn't quite enough. So I think at any point in time we could be due for that, because we are technically overbought. We've
Looking to maybe go back along here.
But you know as well as I do that technically overbought can get a lot more overbought before it goes down.
Yes.
So I'm talking about from the long-term perspective, from now through the end of the year, is the overall upward momentum going to continue? I think it probably will. Could we get a couple of 2, 3, 4, 5% pullbacks along the way? Probably. And as you guys know, that's often a healthy thing. If this thing just continues to go up and up and up, the data is good. It's not spectacular. Yes, retail sales were a little on the weak side. They're still net positive. That bodes well for the interest rate program, right? I think we're all in the consensus we're going to get one more rate hike. It's a virtual certainty coming up here very soon. And then we're not going to get any more after that. And that bodes well for a nice steady uptrend throughout the year, the remainder of the year. But I do think we are probably overdue at some point. I'm just having a difficult time finding what that catalyst is going to be, but it's probably going to be something we're not expecting. But even then, I would take that as a potential opportunity to buy into some things that you're looking at when they take a dip and they get a little bit cheaper, because I still think the upside momentum for the remainder of this year still looks very solid when you look at what we have to go for it. I mean, obviously we'll have this issue with the debt ceiling around September 30th. That's still far enough out in the future that traders right now don't need to be too worried about that at the moment.
Yeah, there are not too many cracks here that could provide that uncertainty, but when you're not expecting it, some consolidation or
BBIG, did it keep going?
Would be healthy.
Nice, BBIG is moving up.
At this point, in a lot of people's eyes. All right, guys, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to
Stupid barbecue. Taking all my BBIG shares.
We're going to take a look at Goldman Sachs, the investment bank.
Kidding.
Has lagged the overall market so far this year. Having a great day today on the back of Morgan Stanley and Bank of America. They report earnings tomorrow morning. We're coming right back.
Spies climbing up there some. A little bit. Nothing crazy yet. Have your inverse head here again and your shoulder. Any qualified bidders for Bye Bye Baby? Suppose how the auction work? Wow. Still trading barbecue? A little bit, yeah. Yep. It upsets me sometimes and I don't trade it, but yeah. Fighting the tread with those spy puts. I wish spy puts.
products, whether it's maybe the Marcus arm, they had that Green Sky acquisition, that they might write down that whole thing because they warned about that last quarter. But your thoughts here on Goldman? It's underperforming, up nearly 3% today, though.
Yeah, Goldman is very similar in comparison to Morgan Stanley.
Yeah.
I think that's why it's
Michael's
rallying
on my
out of
longs
Morgan
here.
Stanley numbers. But if you're thinking about acquisitions, IPOs, underwriting, private equity, overall trading and risk management in general, Goldman's the leader in that. Now, that's been down the last couple of years, so Goldman's been under some pressure. But if that starts to recover, if the overall economy starts to loosen up as interest rates stabilize, I mean, full disclosure, I'm a Goldman Sachs alumni, so I've been there, and I know that they can print money like nobody. Now, they need that recovery, and they need that part of the economy to turn around. It really hasn't yet, but it's starting to show some signs. And they'll outperform during that.
Yeah.
I mean, they did really well in 2020. They did really well in 2021. They've struggled. Their CEO's under a little bit of pressure for some of his missteps. What is it, DJ Sal or whatever?
DJ Sal.
Oh, man. Yeah. So that's not a good look when your stock is struggling. But, this company will do well when all those parts of the finance start to come back.
Yeah. And Randy, I think a lot of people are expecting Goldman to take advantage of maybe some of that regional bank mess that we got into in March. Maybe they got a lot more deposits. But to Kevin's point, trading revenue is supposed to be down pretty significantly this quarter. What are your thoughts here on Goldman?
Well, there's no question the earnings are going to be down relative to the prior year. But again, as we were talking about earlier with earnings season in general, that expectations bar has been set very, very low. As I mentioned earlier, we've had 11 banks announced in just the past week. Every single one of them has exceeded expectations. We can't say for sure that that's what's going to happen with Goldman, but as you said, very similar to Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley, I think, hit a home run today without a doubt. That's certainly pushing it up. And in fact, the trade example I put together is already up $1 from when I was looking at it about an hour ago. So we'll talk about that a little bit. But obviously there could be some outliers. There might be some that will miss, but I would think that as an investor looking at the sector overall and how well they're doing so far, again, on a versus expectations.
There's your flush on SPY. So see if we build that right shoulder now. I did close out my longs right there.
That's not a recommendation. I'm just saying that a typical investor might look at the sector and say, oh, overall, these guys are all doing very well. There may be some opportunity there.
Yeah, and just reading through some of the stories on Goldman ahead of earnings, Randy, it seems like it's really mixed. I mean, the wide range of EPS estimates is due to the fact that, hey, they might take a bunch of write-downs now, kind of throw out this quarter, but typically
the street might
like that, right? The kitchen sink type of quarter. But you do have that example trade here for us, Randy. Go ahead and walk us through it.
Yeah, you're right. They could take some write-downs, and some companies will do that. They can also do that kind of when they want to, so they may spread them out over a couple of quarters. That's a possibility. We don't really know what's going to happen. But anyway, as I was saying, if you were a typical investor, you might look at the sector, say, boy, these guys are doing pretty well. Maybe there's some upside opportunity here. Not a recommendation. That doesn't necessarily mean that's what's going to happen, but we're trying to put together an example trade and sort of the rationale why someone might do that. So one of the thoughts is take on some sort of a strategy that'll let you take advantage of an upside move. Typically going out and buying straight long calls is difficult to do for a number of reasons. You got time value working against you very quickly, especially if you trade the weeklies that expire at the end of this week. So you want to bring that price way down. They're going to be very expensive, and you want to offset a little bit of that time value. So one strategy you can use is a three-legger, so it's a little bit more complicated than some of the others, but it makes a lot of sense here sometimes. So you're to take advantage of an upside move that you believe might happen. You buy the long calls. How do you reduce the cost of that? You can reduce the cost of that by selling off some of the risk to the downside. And a way to do that is to put on a credit.
80 qualified bidders.
That's also a bullish strategy, but it brings in a credit. So this is a strategy when all three legs are put together that's typically referred to as a bullish
I thought there were no
risk reversal put spread. So here's the
example. There was no there were no qualified bidders.
The weeklies. We're going to buy
or that was just for the IP, I guess. That's what Dream on Me got.
340 calls. So again, when I was looking at this an hour ago, those were quite a bit out of the money. They're now just a few dollars out of the money. We're going to sell the 330 puts, and then because we like to have risk-defined trades, if this thing goes off a cliff, you don't want to get clobbered. You limit that risk to about 10 points by buying the 320 put underneath it. When I looked at this an hour ago, it was at about a $1.20 debit. The stock has been moving higher since then. It's now at about a $2.30 debit. But even at $2.30, that sets your break-even price up to around $3.42.30. So again, $2.30 above that upper call strike price. Beyond that, you've got unlimited potential upside. You're then limited in risk between the two middle strikes of $3.30 and $3.40 to the cost of the trade. So you got about a $2.30 risk all the way down to $3.30. Then below $3.30, you've got an additional 10 risk on top of that. If it goes way off a cliff, you got that 10-point credit spread risk plus the $2.30 you spent, which would put you at about a $12.30 total risk. But that's if things go horribly wrong and you miss this thing completely the wrong direction and it just goes off of a cliff. You want to be risk defined because those kinds of things don't happen very often, but they do happen on occasion.
Yep, more than maybe that one standard deviation move that the option market's priced in, which is about plus or minus $10 on this stock going into earnings, according to the option market. But let's break this one down using that July 21st monthly series that expires in just 3 days, buying that 340 call, and then selling the $10 wide put vertical here, selling the 330 put, buying the 320 put. It's only trading about $2 now, Kev, so it continues to come down. The stock's selling off here a little bit. But if you pay that $2 debit, as Randy mentioned, you got $1,200 in risk below 320, but the $200
Fine, bounced
in
pretty
risk
big from that red candle.
330. Your thoughts on here? Because the break even about 342. It's only about $5, $6 above current share price.
Could have waited on closing that
with the premise
long.
that you want to
Wow.
be bullish in this name or any name, frankly. What Randy's done here, he's used the short put vertical to finance the naked long call, which what does that do? It gives you controlled risk on the downside, but unlimited potential on the upside. So this gives you that long call. This is the hockey stick up in the air. It is risk defined on the downside. It's not without risk, but this gives you a minimal amount of risk if nothing happens, if nothing were to happen. But
Barbecue back on that
see
support.
by the risk profile here, it's unlimited on the upside because you're long a call unit, short a put vertical. So control risk defined on the downside, unlimited upside.
Yeah, they report well. They have a Morgan Stanley type reaction. This one works out well, but I do have some assignment risk on that short 340 strike call or 330 strike call or put on the downside. Sorry about that. But trading around $2 on this one, taking a bullish call, helping finance by a neutral to bullish short put vertical on this example, 3 legs.
60 deltas.
Yep, 60 deltas to the upside. All right, great stuff. And thanks to Randy Frederick, Managing Director of Trading and Derivatives at the Schwab Center for Financial Research, for joining us breaking down markets. But coming up after the break, Kevin and I are going to be joined by Andy Swan from Likefolio for discussion.
Stop looking at me, Swan.
Which is shot higher this year by over 700%, Kev.
I got to get better at that.
Been, rocking to the upside. Maybe some
Not looking at the candles.
On this one. Stick around. We're coming right back.
Look at the overall picture of what's going on. These candles scare me. Building the cup. Building the handle for the cup in the 5-minute. This little cup up here. I just see it's still in a bull flag. This is the bottom range of the bull flag. This breakout level also. 360, 21. Maret. Like I was saying, we really need to hold this level because we have RSI divergence here too. So, are you saying this bigger cup? That's right. I forgot about that. Could be a bigger cup that's forming. Yeah, potentially, huh? Yeah, because this inside cup and handle's done. Because this is now, yeah, we've officially made it to that next high and not broken it. I don't know if it's what you're looking at, but could be. I forgot even that was a possibility. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. So that with that, we could drop a little lower. 35.70. 33.89 even maybe. Just like that, we're back up. I'll just hit the ask. 37.49. It's an ask pound. Spy. Maybe set up a little inverse head and shoulders here. Just kind of a stop hunt maybe on that drop. Triggered my mental stop hunt. $32. Yeah, that's true. 50%. 50%. 32.48. Oh, where to put the bottom of this up though? I just put it here at 26.51. Didn't want to use these wicks as really wasn't where the cup was. But I don't know if we're gonna have to dig for that handle, honestly. And maybe we just did. Maybe done all the liquidity digging that it needs. I could be wrong though. That might be the court hearing. We make that handle. Sorry, side divergence is still here. Nice, Kevin. Well done, man. Yeah, that was just a drop in this uptrend that we're still on. It appears. So I'll probably close on my future longs at high of the day, or I don't know, keep holding them, see if we break out again. Kind of setting up inverse head and shoulders now on this uptrend we're still in. I think puts could still be the play today, but no confirmation of it yet. Yeah, so far it's been calls here, potentially calls here. Really not here, but it'd be right here. We'd be picking them up. Is it confirmed that it's still in this uptrend? Making another inverse head and shoulders. Yeah, I'm still holding my puts. I don't want to just stop out of my one option trade today, so they actually came up quite a bit on this drop. I almost went back to green from me opening them up down here. Just all that volatility and velocity. Actually did flip bearish there. Up out of these longs. Wait for more confirmation. Maybe wait for a top to go short.
Going at an exceptional rate in general, and the trust that consumers have with the company far outweighs the trust that probably Wall Street has for the company, and that you or I might have as potential investors. And so I think when a company has, you know, a
12.8% on Carvana.
type of approach to an existing market and it works, you have to give them a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. You have to allow them to fall on their face as the tide first turns against them, which I think has happened here. It'll be a long road to recovery.
GME really rejected that
they
breakout
have,
today.
The relationship with consumers and the brand name, the disruptive technology to make it through. I'm just not sure if the company is going to end up being worth 1/10 of what it is today or 3 times what it is today, because it's really impossible to figure out because of all of those financial situations and ratios that you just mentioned. It's an extreme case in every regard.
Microsoft had news, yeah.
Trading vehicle for people
Microsoft had news that they're increasing the price of their AI software or something.
Moving volatile stock with heavy options liquidity. But other than that, I would stay as far away from this as possible.
Yeah, I like that point that you bring up, Andy, because
there it is. All right,
I'll
jump back in the long.
50% of the stock is shorted, right? So
I was looking for it to break.
Squeezed. We're seeing these market moves the way they are, and it's not based on fundamentals if you just look at the balance sheet at this point. But to your point, Andy, when traders and investors look at this and they go, oh man, this stock, I missed out on it. But at the same time, we could be down 40% tomorrow if the company came out with something, or maybe they're issuing more shares to kind of pay off some of this debt. Is that the risk when you look at this from Likefolio's perspective, is that, yeah, the data is not really supportive of this massive move, but at the same time, you might want to stay out of the way of this one.
Carvana's in a short squeeze.
Yeah, I think the
That's
big
it.
takeaway from this entire conversation is that the underlying data doesn't matter. This is a stock that's trading based on the stock's trading, right? This is a stock trading based on short interest, options, volatility, all kinds of outside interests that really have nothing to do with the fundamentals of the company. But I do want to say one thing: if we're going to follow anybody on Carvana, I want everybody to look up Ernie Garcia II. He's the billionaire father of the founder of Carvana. He sold $3.6 billion worth of this stock in September of 2021, possibly one of the greatest trades in the history of the stock market. And I think we should give him a little round of applause because now the company's got almost as much debt as what he made on that trade.
Yeah, that stock was trading over $375.
September 2021, right here.
Of 2021. All right, great data, great stuff as always, Andy.
Amazing.
Thank you, guys.
All right, that's Andy Swan. Likefolio breaking down the data, which sometimes data doesn't matter in stock trades like this, but
momentum.
You've got full kudos to Andy, and he says just stay away from it. So, well, some people like to trade this stuff,
right,
and they don't want to stay away from it. But you got an example trade for us here, Kevin, in Carvana that might set up for a bigger than expected move on top of the big moves that it's already
bigger
on.
than expected than bigger.
Capital F, if you want to trade Carvana.
Got an example.
You have to play for movement.
You've got your inverse head and shoulder on SPY there.
Went out, they've got earnings on August 3rd. And
New yearly highs incoming.
Earnings week, that week. And what I did, Tom, is I did an iron condor long, but I skewed it. Where if the stock goes upward, I can be profitable. If the stock goes downward, I can be profitable. But I'm more profitable on the downside, right? Because my view is that this company is not doing as well as they think. So what I did, I bought the 45.48 call vertical, like I said, August 4th. Then I bought the 33.29 put vertical. So $4 on the put side, $3 on the call side. If it goes up, I make, if you do it around $2, you make $1 on the upside and $2 on the downside between now and August 4th. You can skew it a little more or a little less. You could do it equidistant, whatever you want. But this one, you can literally play for movement and not care which way it goes because the stock can go. It could trade. Should it trade $50? Probably not. It shouldn't trade $30, but it's trading $40. So I've seen enough to know that things can get out of whack, and they can get out of whack for a long time. So if you're going to trade a name like this, play for movement.
Yep. So the long iron condor example we've got up there in the August 4th weekly series. So you'll capture that earnings event on the 3rd. 17 days till expiration. Buying the 45 call, selling the 48 call. And then buying the 33 put, selling the 29, $4 wide put vertical, long put vertical, and then a $3 wide long call vertical, paying roughly about a $2.20 debit. There's your risk, $220, which is between those break evens of about $30.80 on the downside and about $47.20 on the upside. That's where you want the stock to move outside of over the next 2.5 weeks on this one. Where you lose your money on this one, that $220 you outlaid on it, is between that 33 strike
pretty good trade.
that you're long and the 45 strike that you're long. So
and one last thing, Tom. If you want to do this for a cheaper debit, you can move the. If you notice, I'm inside the expected move. Right now, the expected move out to August 4th is like $14. I'm inside that on both sides, so I'm playing it less risk in terms of movement. If you want to play more and lower the debit, move the strikes out further. But like I said, you run the risk that it won't get to those strikes.
Yeah, but this is definitely, you want some additional volatility. I think the key thing with this one, you capture volatility because it's got that earnings right before this thing expires.
Right, and you're long Vega into that.
Yep. And implied volatility historically remains pretty firm going into a report as uncertainty rises. All right, Kev, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we're going to take a look at United Airlines, which is up over 40% so far this year. And the company reports earnings tomorrow after the close. We're coming right back.
Well, barbecue still in that bull flag. 37 cents, up 8.8%. Or drop back down. At the court hearing at 2:30 on barbecue. Wheels up, breaking out there. 23%. Wow. On a 12.5. This thing might break out today or tomorrow. Had what, 5 days in consolidating now. Rocket Labs up 9, Nickel up 8, AI up 7.5. We're rejecting that line pretty heavy. I might be starting to flatten out rather than continuing this rip. Starting to chop around up here. I'm out of those longs. I'm just gonna wait for a better setup. Might be to the short side, but I need to see it. Do they make another shoulder over here? Like 12:45. Wow.
Year-over-year growth of over 100% when it came to the Pacific international travel side of the business, which continues to be a pretty significant growth opportunity as China and the greater China reopens, as well as some of the Asia Pacific marketplaces there. Now, one thing to also know, we want to get some insight here when it comes to European travel. Even though we are seeing across the board greater air travel from a global standpoint, we are seeing some pockets of weakness in the European markets because obviously of some recessionary fears, and then also because of weather impacts. Let's see if that's going to have a downstream impact when it comes to airlines. But I think the biggest growth opportunity in the area that could really surprise the markets here is going to be the Pacific and that type of air travel. If it's going to continue to see growth rates like we have seen over the last quarter or 2 quarters, that could be a really nice tailwind when it comes to the bottom line for United Airlines, and also just getting a sense of where their expense management programs that they've had in place since COVID, how unraveling that, if you will, and trying to scale up the business in a responsible manner, how that type of strategy is working for them here in the near term, and then also on a longer term basis.
Kev, we've been talking about how strong travel is, but United had some issues over the 4th of July weekend with weather, with FAA staffing, they canceled a quarter of their flights. But between like the Monday and Wednesday of 4th of July, they think it might cost them as much as $100 million. It was very similar to, but in a smaller scale, to what Southwest went through around the end of last year. Is this going to show up in anywhere, or are they going to address it? What do you think? Is this going to be
441 test
with their earnings report?
If it's in 441, I'm already gonna be in my shorts.
Items when it comes out to their West did the same exact thing. Once they knew
if it drops that low, I don't think it's
losses due to the interruptions that they saw.
At least not intraday.
Late last year or what have you. They immediately got an.
But yeah, maybe you could get a bounce.
An immediate impact when it
bounce on this left shoulder.
By the time we actually had earnings, the stock was pretty much already pricing that in, and I think that should be the appropriate method here for United. Let's also not forget this is something that we are seeing across multiple multiple airlines.
Yeah,
not just
451.
United and Southwest. You're seeing it with
High.
Delta and some of the other airline companies
Breakout
as
level.
well. And the reason being is because of weather. Weather has had a major impact, especially.
I don't think you'll get that today.
Trust me, out here in Colorado.
I mean, we might hit there today, but
in July right now, Kev. So
I don't know.
This is going to be
See.
a story that we are probably going to hear for the next couple of years.
If it hits there, I don't think it's going to just bounce and go back up.
Anticipate here. I think the rapid response and how to correct that.
But you want a retest of the high or of the breakout level.
And that's why
I got you.
Overall, I think once again we have some pretty lofty numbers when it comes to top and bottom line.
Just bought some more barbecue Maui.
Well. And I think that's probably what the market's really pricing in. These one-off disruptions is just really a part of the business at this point.
Yeah, and remember last quarter they took a kind of a kitchen sink, got ahead of the game and took some charges last quarter. So we'll see how that plays out. Good stuff, Kevin. Appreciate it. That's Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent, breaking down UAL ahead of their earnings. But Kev, so I looked at this stock, 43% gain so far. It's rallied pretty significantly. Before that last earnings report, Kevin, this stock was trading around $41.5, $42. Oil prices coming down. Year-over-year number is going to look really good.
Yep.
Average that they paid.
That was a big part of Delta's. It was 34% lower, I think.
Right.
Their fuel expense.
Yeah, and prior year figure, $4.18 a gallon that they paid, $3.33 last quarter. That might come in a little bit more. So I looked at a strategy because we've already had Delta come out. And if you look at what UAL did after Delta's earnings, it's about the same. It's pulled back from 52-week highs, starting to consolidate it here a little bit. So I looked at a different type of strategy. We don't cover this one much, but it's in the double diagonal family. It's a straddle swap here, Kev, where I'm going to take advantage of the higher implied volatility in the near term in the July 21st options that expire in 3 days, about 82% aggregate implied volatility. Selling the 54 strike call and put in there. So I'm selling a straddle in the near term July 21st options. And then to make it risk defined, I want to buy the 59 strike call in the July 28th weekly series, so that's 10 days till expiration. And in that same option series, buy the 50 strike put. So in essence, you're buying that strangle in the July 28th weekly cycle, buy the 59 call and the 50 put, and then selling the near-term July 21st weekly or monthly 54 call and put. You're collecting a credit of about 215. You can see there from the risk profile. You want it to stay between the break-evens, Kev, just below 51 on the downside and just above 57 on the upside. Now, that can fluctuate because you've got the calendar component.
Yeah, exactly. You're short a straddle in the front expiration, but you're long Vega, right? Flat to long a little bit of Vega because you've gone out a week for the wings. Right, that brings the long Vega component, but it's collecting theta. It's about 2 delta short. Why? Well, if you notice, you've got $4 on the put side, $5 on the call side. That skews it a little bit to the short side. Not a big delta though. Nothing that you'd have to worry about. But certainly this is one that, like you mentioned, because some names in the sector are already out, may take some of the movement and volatility out of this trade.
Right, and as you get closer to expiration in the next 3 days, Kev, you do have that option to, if the market's open, liquidity is provided, to buy that straddle back.
And make it the Iron Condor.
Yeah, and roll it into the July 28th cycle.
Oh, nice, Mohammed.
If the stock is between those break-evens. So those break-evens can fluctuate.
3 weeks really isn't a good
on this type of position, but the whole
sample
idea
test, but
is that it
it's nice
stays
it's worked.
relatively close to that short option strike, which is a 54 strike over the next 10 days or over the next 3 days. Then you have some options after that. All right, Kev, great look at that.
Yeah, I mean, 451 is the resistance that we broke out of, so if it bounces there, then
but that's going to do it for you
good level to go long.
Market. Stick around right here on the TD Ameritrade Network. Next Gen Investing is coming up.
Just not. That's maybe something for later. I don't think we're going to get all of that move done today. The down and the bounce off of there. Could be wrong though. Maybe we. Happy Tuesday to you too, Daniel. Okay, SPY's starting to soften here a bit. It's kind of a level it needs to bounce on here if it's going to keep going up. Next, Jenny Investing.
I'm Jenny Horn alongside Alex Coffey. And Alex, we've been saying that these markets have been looking lackluster because we've had now 7 basically straight days of gains. But I will say it's been a little bit of a relief to see some of these corporate earnings out of the big banks better than the street had been hoping for.
No doubt. Today was really impressive because if you recall, as we opened, it was a little bit softer, the market, and it turned around with some velocity here. It's turned into a pretty impressive green candle once again in the equity markets. And as you said, driven by some of that optimism coming on the earnings front. We talked about how important this earnings season was going to be. It's gotten a dream start.
It has, and I feel like there was a lot of fears around this earnings season, although we will still hear from some of these regional banks. We'll have to see if that could sort of tip things a little bit here. But as always on this show, we'll kick things off with our upvote and downvote segment. Following that, we will chart and trade those upvotes. Our FOMO discussion today is all things Pinterest rallying on an upgrade with optimism in the ad space that this analyst sees improving. We'll discuss that more later on, and then we'll look at Goldman thinking that Warner Brothers Discovery can rally over 60% in the next 12 months, so perhaps some optimism there. Last but not least, we will look at another name making a solid move to the upside today. That is Teladoc, deepening its partnership with Microsoft, offering AI as some of its services.
Confirmed optimism, it seemingly is across the board here today. Jenny, so many green stocks, so many outperformers, and even the ones that have struggled getting a little bit of love here today as well. But looking forward to the Teladoc conversation. Seems that we haven't talked about that name in what feels like years now. Of course, Pinterest is always a show favorite, so looking forward to FOMO as well. But let's do up, vote, down vote, not endorsements, not recommendations. Today, Jenny, a little bit more, I think, relationship between these names, a little bit more kind of next-gen vibes, but maybe not this very first one that we're discovering or talking about here. But, you know, it's been pretty volatile, so I think it fits the bill.
It does fit the bill. So kicking things off here with Verizon, as we are seeing it pacing for one of its best days since February of 2021. However, I think it's very important to note that it was seeing its longest losing streak since 2017. So I saw very conflicting headlines. I think it's important to digest both of those pieces of information. But an Edward Jones analyst today did downgrade Verizon's shares to hold from buy, writing of his concerns following this Wall Street Journal report that lead cables were used in past telecommunications companies, and they're still on the ground as well as elsewhere today. We've
SPY is still kind of in the inverse head and shoulders formation.
But basically, this analyst said that they're uncertain about some of the remedies that could be required by environmental regulators on whether health concerns could be sizable litigation liabilities. Similar to other companies that have faced some of these environmental issues, they think there's major uncertainty limiting some share appreciation here for Verizon. The analyst did note the stock's yield has already been elevated at an upwards of 7% even prior to Monday's trading began, which may indicate some concern about their dividend sustainability from here. Now, they did know that while Verizon's dividend coverage is expected to
it's 7%, better sell Verizon.
This year and next, he wonders if the overhang related to these lead-sheathed cables will limit the company's overall flexibility.
Dividend sell-off.
So this has been the story of telecoms for this week. I mean, we saw major moves to the downside yesterday in AT&T and Verizon. Verizon is down 17.5% this year. It's down almost 13% this month, and down about 4.5% this week, even with this nice move higher today, about 3%. So, like you said, Alex, these are volatile names, at least in terms of this month.
Yeah, and a lot of this, of course, driven around this news headline that we just got. You saw really, really tough days in Verizon and AT&T yesterday in response to that. And so today, sort of that bounce back day. Look, and as more details come out, as market participants, you know, the street as a whole, analysts to traders to investors, fund managers, is all of this information is digested.
EPS filling the gap, maybe upside. And they have earnings, so I don't know.
Surrounding the name right
now. What's going to happen with their earnings?
44 was the price target they maintained. It's $12 of upside for a telecom company. That is a lot of upside in a name like Verizon. But next one on the list is Shopify.
It's consolidating, but it could keep climbing back up.
Getting used to kind of the post-splits share prices.
Got a nice cup and handle in
nice
here.
Performance here to kick off.
Sort of. That's kind of too deep.
We're already in July, so for the first half of 2023.
And this name might be one of our only names moving to
Seems
the
like it probably wants to.
Today, down about 2%, but still up. I mean, almost over 90%.
I don't know if that'll happen before earnings, though.
Basis, down about 6% from its high, but up 184% from its low. Evercore, though, did downgrade shares today to outperform from in line, with a $69 price target, which still implies about $2 of upside. Now, they said that with shares having gained this near 100% gain year to date, driven by the stabilization in fundamentals, material new cost measures, and a strategic step away from a fully integrated shipping and logistics program for the company, they now call this surge well warranted. However, they now find some risk and reward outlook on the stock to be overall less compelling, just given the recent run-up we've seen. They do also see few clear catalysts going forward. They do have earnings on August 2nd, so we do have that to look forward to in the near term. This name relatively still split among analysts covering it. 16 buys, 29 holds, 1 underperform, and 2 sells. And the average price target among analysts is around $62 a share, which would imply about 7% downside from where we're currently trading. So while this $69 price target does seem optimistic, it's well above the analyst average here.
Yeah, exactly. And what I thought was quite interesting is that we're starting to see some of these neutral-like ratings come back into play, as so many of these names have had such impressive rallies to start the year and this first half of the year. Comeback rallies for many of them in terms of their all-time highs and levels that they used to have been at. But it is the somewhat prudent approach. You know, tremendous performance in some cases does run out of momentum. There's a call for that in Evercore. So not negative, but a move from outperform to inline. Price target just ever so slightly above the current share price, and actually was where this essentially was yesterday. So really just saying the upside starting to be priced in here, or the optimism's being priced in here in Shopify. Next on the list is Uber. Uber is another name that has just had such an impressive 2023 thus far.
It has. I mean, it's up almost 90% on the year. It's up over 109% off its 52-week low, and also continuing to add to that strength today, up 4.6% now in real time. Now, Roth MKM Partners did name Uber a top pick in terms of the second half of this year, noting that despite Uber's 90% year-to-date performance, they do maintain their buy rating on accelerating free cash flow generation ahead, along with the potential for some non-fundamental catalysts. This does include its addition into the S&P 500, as well as stock buybacks and corporate development actions. This name is actually compare and contrast to, say, Shopify, well loved by the analysts that cover it. 42 buys, 4 holds, no bearish ratings on this name at all, no underperforms or no sells. The average price target also implies about 12% upside from where we're currently trading, just over $51 a share on average. Although, not to be pessimistic here, this name is still well off of its all-time highs, which is $64 a share, by about 28%. So while we have seen this phenomenal run, this is another one of those stories, Alex, where it's not necessarily the strength that we've seen this year. It's more of the recovery story, I think.
It is important, I think, though, from a sentiment standpoint, to see this stock back above that kind of first public price in the mid-40s, and so up in the upper 40s now. At least some of those initial public investors are going to be in the green on this one for now. But there's been periods of time where, as you mentioned, this thing shot up all the way up to 64.05 before falling all the way down to sub 20, just as recently as, July, about a year ago of last year. So we'll see where things go for here in Uber, but it's been really, 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 really impressive to watch in 2023. I keep getting confused, though, with these top picks and these buy ratings. Like, just give me the standardized rating with the price target. Really just need the price target. If it's higher than the current share price, I got a pretty good idea of where you feel about the stock. Next one, though, and final one is Block. It will forever be Square with the SQ stock ticker, but the corporate name is Block.
I was going to say, don't even get me started on this company's ticker. Just change your darn ticker or change your name back at this point. But Block, or Square, whatever you want to call it, up about 0.75% today. KeyBank raising its price target on shares to $85 from $75, while keeping an overweight rating on shares. See, no fancy terms, no added lists, Alex. Relatively simple and straightforward analyst note. But they do cite some survey results that indicated some solid core POS trends, as well as strong representation in front office capabilities, including their CRM and email marketing that may drive the continued adoption of SMBs in the wake of an ongoing vendor consolidation. That said, KeyBank still reserves caution around some of this macro-related softness, particularly as it relates to discretionary spend. This name is exposed in some degree to not only consumers, but also corporations that then partner, of course, with Block. So for that reason, I do see the added risk here with, of course, the ongoing economic situation. However, shares are up 25% year to date, up 18% this month. Actually, our best performer of the bunch on a month-to-date basis, up 53% off its 52-week low. And what has been so amazing is this name was hit with that negative short report earlier this year out of Hindenburg when we saw shares just collapse. They've clawed back pretty nicely. I have to give it to them. This name has been met with pressure and has been able to weather the storm.
I would say managed a PR nightmare that was pretty well, considering I haven't heard much about that recently. So we'll see if anything ever comes of some of those claims, or if it was just, I guess, more smoke than fire. Now I take it back, now I wish that I had a top pick or positive catalyst watch, because that wasn't as interesting as the top pick in internet that we got from Roth MKM. So maybe I'm warming up to some of these sub ratings within the analyst reports. But Jenny, as we kind of narrow this down, we start thinking about it. I think Verizon's no doubt been a big story the last 24 hours or so. But as I look at it, Shopify and Block, probably the two that have the most in common if we want to kind of go the theme route.
Right, and both names, I mean, relatively strong performers on this.
If we
year,
double
but
top
both
up here,
names
if we
were
keep
beginning
rallying on
with a
SPY.
Pretty rough 2022. So interested to see how the technicals have improved, at least you'd hope, given the performance we've seen in both of these names on a year-to-date basis. We'll be diving more into the technicals with our chart master, as well as looking at some example
Chart
trades.
masters.
Stick around. Next Gen Investing. We'll be right back.
A lot of rejection up there.
Company Spotify so very badly, because actually they look pretty similar on a year-to-date basis, both names outperforming, but Shopify is lower today and has seen a pretty nice year. So here to tell us now more on the technicals, I'd like to welcome in our chart master, Rick Ducat. So Rick, objectively, this name is one of our lone down moves to the day, but looking really promising on a year-to-date basis, up over 90%.
BBIG.
Before that, it was
Red to
very
green.
strong here. We're up 184% from those yearly lows that we saw back near about 2363. So we can see that we've had a big move up since earnings. We're up about 45% from this point right here where we reported our quarterly results, and we've been traveling in an upward channel from that point. I also thought it was notable that our post-earnings lows were right at this point, which happens to line up with our previous highs right there near about the 53.88 level. So just an interesting thing to try to keep track of. That's why we kind of
New high of the year on
these
SPY.
frequent stopping points for price, because you know, sure enough, things can play out like that. And we can see that we've been within this channel traveling upward here. Our move up has taken us above our 21-day EMA pretty resoundingly. We touched on it twice and continued our upward trajectory.
Additional
Now we're not
information on
quite
them?
at that point yet. Here we can see that we are
I doubt we'll get anything about them.
forming an interesting candle today. We have a long lower tail on it.
Pink jacket was yesterday.
See that that's not really a great
Day
sign.
from the
That's
day.
a sign that price
Highlighter.
came in and bears were
Highlighter
pushing
jacket.
down aggressively before we recovered here. But we didn't actually touch that 21-day.
You guys had some rude comments.
That would be where, you know, technicians might say you could try to make an attempt to buy. I thought it was interesting that we stopped near the 71.43 level. That was the site of our +1 standard deviation channel. And that's the kind of study that I like to put on when a stock is making new
She got stopped out of my long there.
It helps us extrapolate based on our linear regression line, our blue line here, our line of best fit. And it helps us determine whether a stock is at an extreme value or a fair value point. So now we were closer to that extreme value point, which also happened to line up, you know, here with our standard deviation channel. So we can see that that would be our natural resistance point to watch to the upside. It was also notable that we hit some resistance and we did not get into the overbought area on the RSI. We failed there as well. So that was not a great sign for short-term momentum. But like I said, the overall trend is still up in this name. Our moving averages are diverging farther apart. The faster ones are outpacing the slower ones. This could be just a pullback before we resume an uptrend here. And to look at some of these support levels more closely, and certainly not saying it will resume an uptrend, just saying that the signs look like they're more pointing toward yes than no at this point. We can see that our highs near 71.43, that's the mark to beat, and then we would have the top of our channel to the upside as well. To the downside, 21-day EMA comes in near 64.83. Then we've got our 63-day EMA around the $60 mark. Then we've got an interesting confluence here. We've got our gap area here that we bottomed out at, and our 252-day exponential moving average coming together right at that same point near the 53.60 mark or so.
Yeah, Rick, I think it's a fair assessment to say we're still relatively in an uptrend, even with this move to the downside today, because like you can clearly see there, 2% move lower, we're hardly seeing that when you look at the bigger picture. So with that in mind, the fact that we're fairly optimistic from a technical front, but we did get this analyst downgrade today, Alex, and all things considered, it was to outperform. It wasn't like they downgraded to sell or anything super negative, and price target did still imply some upside. Walk us through then a more neutral leaning example trade, considering all these different factors.
So we got earnings on the horizon. Say you didn't know the exact earnings date. I do, because I looked it up. It's August 2nd. You'd have a pretty good idea that it's in the week of August 4th by looking at the option chains and just looking at each particular expiration's volatility. And what you'll see is there's a huge jump up in volatility starting the week of August 4th. That's usually a pretty good indication that it's there. But Bloomberg confirming the August 2nd date for the Shopify earnings, so we know that it's in that week. Because it's kind of that awkward period, some traders elect to stay ahead of that earnings announcement with their particular trades to avoid that uncertainty, and then if they wanted to trade earnings, they would potentially go into that closer to that announcement date. So that's what we've done. We've stayed ahead of that announcement by going to the expiration July 28th, which is the week prior to earnings. And if you recall, the analyst had an inline rating on this stock, kind of a neutral equivalent rating with a $69 price target. That's only about $1 and let's call it 85 cents to the upside from the current share price. So not a lot of upside being priced in, but it wasn't outright bearish either. And so looking at a neutral strategy, what we're looking at here is selling the 64.71 strangle and then buying $3 wide wings to create the iron condor. If we're able to collect $1 on this, that'd be 1/3 the width of the strikes. So 2 $3 wide credit spreads, collect $1, creates that 2-to-1 risk reward.
Open to short at that double top.
It's an iron condor and it takes
Goes along, open to short. Over trading a bit.
Two break evens.
This happens when the market's boring.
But it does have risk in both directions, therefore 2 break evens. One is going to be at 63. You find that 64 strike, you take out $1 from that, you get to 63. The other is 71.
You can see the trend is
$1, get to 72 for the break even. And so
mellowing out though.
Risk profile, imagine if you had two credit spreads, one on the put side, one on the credit side. That's literally what we have. And you just basically put them together. And that's how you get this risk profile with risk in both directions.
Not nearly as steep now.
Plateauing max profit zone between the strikes. This is a true premium selling neutral strategy that is really looking for a lack of movement in this stock.
Saw back here even.
Pass, and hopefully these options working their way towards zero over time and expiring worthless. That is the best case scenario. So max profit's $100, risk is 200, neither accounting for the transaction fees.
Okay, now to shift gears here to a ticker that confuses me equally as much as Shopify versus Spotify. That is, of course, Block, ticker SQ. Change your ticker. But we are seeing shares today with some optimism, up about 0.75%. And Rick, I was saying how really it's a bit amazing to see how this name has clawed back after a pretty negative report we got earlier this year. And seems like the $85 level is one to watch. We got that price target today out of KeyBank, I believe. That's also right around the average price target among analysts, which is $86. This would be some significant upside from where we're currently trading. We're sort of nearing session highs here at around $78.60 a share.
Sure, and the story of this chart is really one of three clear trends since 2023 began. We can see that first, we peaked up here when we failed to break above our old yearly highs from back in August, July, around that area, trended downward along this blue dashed line here. Then we started a more shallow uptrend shortly after earnings. That progressed for a couple of months here. Then we have a steep uptrend that happened more recently. And it's been a nice rally for the bulls here. We're up more than 42% since the start of our more shallow trend line beginning right here. And we can see that the move up has taken us above all three of our exponential moving averages that we follow: yellow 21-day, orange 63-day, purple 252-day. And if we look at the moving averages, we can see that they're all trending upward. They're all diverging farther apart from each other, a sign of trend improvement, really, and strength for the bullish crowd here. We can also see, if we look a little more closely at this area, that was a point where we first formed this gap back here. And we saw a brief rejection at that level and then a big move upward from that point that took us all the way up to our purple 252-day EMA. Since then, yesterday, after a day of kind of lower volatility and kind of trading around that area, we broke through it pretty convincingly yesterday as well. And we're making new highs today. Relative highs, that is, above our previous candle yesterday. We can also see that the RSI is both making new highs along with price and is moving into the overbought area, which is typically regarded as a sign of strength, like the stock going into overdrive. What you'd want to beware of would be when the RSI crosses back out of that overbought area, which is marked at the 70 threshold. That would be the bearish signal that perhaps the move is starting to slow. Nevertheless, if we look a little bit more closely and zoom in on our support and resistance, the 81 level, right about here, this red dashed line, that's about where we had our best high close from back in February, early March, around that time point. So that would be the first potential stopping point that we might see in that area. To the downside, our purple 252-day EMA pretty much coincides.
GME climbed back up to VWAP.
Right there, near about 76.
And now it's back below it.
And I'm a little curious about this trend line here. It is rather steep, like I said. Typically, the steeper a trend line, the less sustainable it is. So it makes me a little. Let's say I'd want to be watching this one closely and be ready to, make a move if things start to turn against me. But looking at the downside, 72.63, that would be the area where our gap began. That could be a point to be watching for some support. Then we've got our other moving averages below that. So 81 to the upside, 72.73 around that area to the downside.
Yeah, Rick, the velocity of that near-term rally we've seen with the shares up almost 20% on the month. They've had a really nice, obviously, July and nice couple of last, several months of trading, considering this name was lower on the year not too long ago. I can recall the
Barbecue, thank you.
Not only Block, but also PayPal. So nice to see that significant uptrend. But like you said, be sort of cautious when you see something moving so quickly to the upside.
Coinbase selling off.
Appreciate the technicals as always, Rick Ducat, our chart master.
You already won big. You should close it.
This name, Alex, considering we did get a pretty
went down 3%
out of KeyBank. $85 price.
Merely consolidating.
$75. Street actually likes this name more than I would have thought. There are no sell ratings on Block right now as it stands. So I was pleasantly surprised to see that. So leaning into some of that optimism we're seeing from at least the Street, walk us through the name more bullish leaning example trade.
Yeah, another note out of UBS that's optimistic as well. So tons of optimism around this name today. And again,
Yeah, but it's going to make a handle. Got 94, 98 for 23.6%.
So that first
on that first fib level.
August 3rd is the announcement date for Block. You'll notice that jump up in implied volatility. That's a pretty good giveaway or tell that earnings announcement is that week.
It's in an hour.
Big uncertain event that is poised to move the stock. It's going to affect the implied volatility of that option chain. So anything before that, it's going to be more normalized in its implied volatility. Because we're in that awkward time frame, again, I elected for this illustration to stay ahead of that earnings event and just going out a couple weeks here to July 28th. Buying a call vertical, a more bullish strategy here, Jenny, buying an in-the-money call to 77, selling an out-of-the-money call to 79. If we're able to do this for $1, the break-even would be 78, and it would create that 1-to-1 risk-reward ratio that we talk about all the time with these debit spreads and directional trades. $100 to make $100, not accounting for the transaction fees. If we pull up the risk profile, you'll see that it's fairly straightforward. It's that elongated Z that we're used to seeing, with the break even, of course, at that 78 mark, which is illustrated here by that white arrow. It's pretty close to where the current share price is, actually a little bit higher than that. So if it was able to be filled at this price in real time, this is actually a situation where you'd be buying premium, which is typically associated with sort of negative theta decay, those options decaying, working against you, but it would actually have positive time decay because that break even would be a little bit below the current share price, yet you were still buying premium in the strategy. Sometimes you'll see that in this type of strategy depending on the volatility structure of the asset. But without getting too deep in the weeds, what you want here is this stock to be above 79 on expiration, and what you don't want to happen is for it to be below 77. I think that's pretty straightforward, Jenny. You want the stock higher.
And I think I spoke to you soon. I was saying we were pretty much at inter-session highs, and we've since given back about 0.1% now in real time. So still seeing, though, a day of upside for Block, of course, /Square. But also important to keep in mind for both of our example trades today, they do contain multiple legs that can lead to higher transaction fees. Short options can be assigned at any time, and carrying option positions into expiration can add risks like unanticipated exercise or assignment. Now, coming up next, it's time to discuss another name that's moving to the upside. That is Pinterest, on some overall ad space optimism out of an analyst. We'll discuss more why we're seeing Pinterest shares up 4% coming up next.
Many option traders tend to focus on price and direction, but implied volatility can also be a big factor in options trades. In the Options for Volatility course, we explore what implied volatility is and how it can potentially affect the price of an option. For example, let's say an option trader wants to take a bearish position on a stock, but isn't sure whether to buy a put or sell a call. Both strategies are bearish, but looking beyond direction to consider the impact of implied volatility could help the trader choose between them. We also introduce strategies designed to harness changes in implied volatility. For instance, time spreads like counters and diagonals are designed to benefit from increases in implied volatility. Iron condors, on the other hand, are designed to benefit from falling implied volatility. After learning about the strategies, you can take the final assessment to test your knowledge. Head to the Education tab on Thinkorswim for the full Options for Volatility course and a whole lot more.
TD Ameritrade Network has arrived on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange new location with access to the biggest newsmakers in Wall Street, bringing you in-depth market coverage and real-time trade ideas. Do not miss our exclusive interviews with CEOs, bell ringers, traders, and stock pickers, keeping you informed as you navigate your investments. Don't miss Trading 360 at 11 a.m. Eastern and the watch list at 2 p.m. Eastern, live from the New York Stock Exchange, only on the TD Ameritrade Network.
When traders tell us how to make Thinkorswim even better, we listen. Like Jack. He wanted a streamlined version he could access anywhere, no download necessary. And Kim. She wanted to execute a preset trade strategy in seconds. So we gave him Thinkorswim Web. Because platforms this innovative aren't just made for traders, they're made by them. Thinkorswim by TD Ameritrade.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. listening. It's time for a look at a developing story with Kevin Green, senior markets correspondent here for the network. So Kevin, another day, another Microsoft headline, but unfortunately this one looks like they're going to be charging us as consumers more for their AI services, although we are seeing shares up over 5% on the session, so not too shabby of a chart for Microsoft today. Walk us through this story.
Yeah, we are seeing a move to the upside about 5%, and it's the saving grace for the NDX at this point in time here. So yes, you are correct. Microsoft is going to start charging businesses around $30 per user per month for Microsoft 365 Copilot. So that's kind of those AI tools that are going to be provided within Microsoft Word, Excel, things of that nature. Also, that would be around a 53% increase in list price. They also touted this Bing Chat Enterprise offering as well, which is going to allow businesses to be able to utilize this Bing Chat offering, if you will, but also provides them with better data protections for their business customers as well. But the other news that's also hitting the wire here about an hour ago is actually Meta is also releasing an updated version of its AI model Llama, and they are also going to be distributing that through its preferred partner Microsoft via Azure, and they're also going to provide that free for Amazon Web Services and other platforms as well. So that was also another catalyst, and that news dropped about 20 minutes after this initial announcement when it comes to charging users $30 to have access to the Microsoft 365 Copilot. This is kind of one of the first steps to being able to monetize these large language models, and I think that's why we are seeing a lot of enthusiasm, not only in Microsoft stock, but some of the other stocks that are within the space as well, as they are starting to see this quickly evolve over the last 2 months or 3 months, and we will probably hear more about it during their conference call once they report earnings in the next couple of weeks.
So Kevin, I'm curious your thoughts on this because you are much more well-versed in the AI space than myself. I mean, to my understanding, this is just going to be the first shoe to drop, right? Other companies will begin doing this. I mean, what did we expect, that these AI offerings were always going to be basically free to us? I think perhaps not. So I'm kind of thinking this will be the first of several companies that are putting a price tag on their AI services.
Finger slipped, huh?
Yeah, no, this is actually what we talked about.
Is that what you're gonna tell your mom when she asks where your allowance went?
From the public, right? You have to have the utility, and that's what ChatGPT has been able to do, and now Microsoft and others are trying to monetize that and being able to train large language models to be able to
Just chopping around up here.
Operations and things of that nature, creativity tools, things of that nature. Now we are starting to see that monetization of this product offering. What could also happen, Jenny, is over time we may start seeing these subscription prices also going down as competition enters this space. I think that's one thing to also kind of keep in mind. But once again, we talked about last week the hardware and the network infrastructure that's being associated with this. We are also seeing some of those names pop on this news as well. I just think this is going to be very fast moving. Obviously, it's going to require a lot of resources. Let's see if it's going to be successful. But even if you are increasing these prices to have access for Microsoft 365 Copilot, and say only half of their customers actually signed up for this, this still would be a pretty
little volume there on barbecue. Pop up to VWAP. 3720
platform in the first place.
9.4.
Something that the market's trying to price into the stock at this point.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I'm just like, so here it begins. I mean, just like now, the Twitter
That
Blue,
gas
you
is
can
up
pay
4%.
for that check mark. You can pay for a check mark on Instagram. All of our streaming services costs went up. It's just like another thing that we'll have to pay for that I'm sure we will, and I'm sure I will end up paying for it eventually one day as well. But we'll leave it there. Appreciate the insight, Kevin Green, senior markets correspondent for the network. Now I'd like to bring back in Alex, and it's time for FOMO. So we are looking at what I would say is maybe your favorite social media company, and that is Pinterest, at least from a stock perspective.
FOMO barbecue
is always able to weigh the volatility of the overall social media space.
Who couldn't be fearful of missing out on a barbecue?
One of the more interesting earnings reports of the group because they always seem to please the street, or at least move in less volatile ways to the downside than say
37.44 on barbecue.
Because this name, I do think, has carved out its own niche in the social
actively
media
FOMO.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that's funny you say that because I don't think I've ever been on it. So
no, from a stock perspective, not a user perspective.
But there's more to this, and it's to me the logic behind it, right? That we know what the value add is. Oftentimes there's that kind of, I think that old kind of catchphrase of, if you don't know what the consumer is, you're the consumer. And you know that there's a little bit of that going on with Pinterest. Like, you need the user on there to curate the content, to interact with it. But you're going on there to see other cool things that people are pinning to their boards and putting up there to get ideas for projects or with an interest that you have, or I know it's big for like weddings or maybe renovations for homes, things like that. And so people go on there, they look for ideas, and it was always such a natural transition then just to embed links to where you can buy those products. And so you go on there welcoming the ads. You go on there welcoming that interaction with commerce, and compare and contrast that with a Snap, and quite honestly with a Twitter as well. The advertisements never made any sense. And so the one thing I would say about a Twitter, that new For You section of it, maybe you like it, maybe you don't, but at least it's now curated content for you, that it wasn't just what you were already following. Because as soon as there's an ad in a list of things that I follow, I'm like, why is this here? I didn't ask for this. But if it's something else where you're making this list for me, it's a little bit easier to sneak in an ad. It's what Instagram did so well, changing the chronological order section of it, mixing in things, and all of a sudden it looks completely different than the spirit of the original app. It allowed them to integrate commerce into the user interface. Pinterest didn't have to trick us into it. You wanted that access. It would actually saved you time as opposed to going on there, seeing it and going, I have no idea where to buy this, but I really like it.
That is such a good point, and really that is so true. I do use Pinterest occasionally, not very often, but I do think it's great for finding certain products. I think it's also great for like running training programs. It really is more versatile than I think even the app it advertised itself to be. But I think it's so funny because I was on it this morning, Alex, just to do some research on this app and be up to date. And it's almost annoying when you can't link a product, when you can't find that thing that you want to find. So I definitely think there's an element of search. You want to go find a certain product on Pinterest, which is where advertisers, I think, love that aspect of Pinterest. And it's fairly unnoisy, just relative to some of the turmoil we've seen between, of course, Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg. They're almost like the Switzerland of social media companies. But we did see this really positive note today out of Evercore ISI, actually upgrading shares to outperform from in line with a $41 price target. And they highlighted 4 clear reasons behind this upgrade. One being clear evidence of digital ad spend stabilizing, as well as increasing evidence that the operational improvements the new CEO, Bill Reddy, has implemented at the company over the past year are now bearing fruit. And then third, the belief that the first 2 reasons are combining to create something of a fundamental inflection point. Last but not least, they said the current valuation calls it reasonable for a company with the potential to generate sustained 30% plus EBITDA growth. I mean, that is really positive, especially I think the most important takeaway of those 4 bullets is clear evidence of digital ad spend stabilizing. For the past, gosh, it's been 2 years at this point. All we've heard is that digital ad spend is going to weigh on not only names like Snap and Meta, but also like an Alphabet. And I mean, so many of these big tech names were going to be hit by some of these ad market woes. It seems like this analyst thinks now the worst is behind us. I think this is not only good news for Pinterest, but also for so many of these companies that have since voiced concerns over the ad market on their last several earnings calls.
And possibly even better for some of its peers. Maybe they've gotten some more love in some ways, and obviously you're not seeing that today. Pinterest is the best performer of the bunch, but when you think about it, what is Pinterest? Because it does sound, I can see why you thought this would be my favorite name, because we've talked about a lot of positives. There is a negative. The negative is they have trouble growing their users. Snap doesn't have that issue to the same extent. Twitter and Facebook, or Meta and the whole portfolio of products, TikTok, none of those companies have trouble getting people on the platform. They just have to find unique ways to monetize their users while not ruining the experience that they have. Pinterest, you're welcoming the monetization. You just don't get me on there. I've never gone on it. I never have had that urge to go on there. And we've talked about how niche the demographic is. They got to find out how to expand that. It's okay to be niche, but at some point, to get a lot of advertiser attention, you got to cast a wider web. That's what Instagram does so well. It's got a lot of people on there, and people welcome the ads now. So it's been, obviously really impressive to watch that particular platform. But from a trading standpoint, Jenny, the mood today is optimistic. It's fear of missing out, and that fear of missing out's to the upside. So I looked at a strategy that
SPY about to make a new high.
At the time, the stock was around $30 a share. So let's bear that in mind, because I know it has moved a little bit more to the upside, and that will drastically influence the price of this strategy, which seeks to basically replicate theoretical exposure of 100 shares of stock. So it's a relatively lower price name at around $30 a share. if you wanted to go out and buy 100 shares of stock, it's going to cost you somewhere around $3,000, depending on what that fill price would be. That can be accessible to some, and that can be too much for some. And so this is a strategy that seeks to replicate that exposure to the upside while these options are still existing before their expiration date. But it has a much lower price tag, about 1/10 of that price tag, and it of course has defined risk as well. It's called a call zebra. We've talked about this before a few times. Zero extrinsic back ratio. It's an acronym. July 28th expiration, again avoiding that earnings event. How you structure this trade?
I didn't know it was an acronym. Zero extrinsic back ratio.
You sell the 50 delta call, which is basically at the money. By doing that,
It'd
and the
be
pricing
Zeber.
component, it structures a trade with a break even relatively close, if
I guess
not at
RA
the current
ratio.
share price. And because it has one
Professor
extra
never
long
told me it was an
delta call,
acronym.
Jenny, it has theoretically
How
undefined
could he?
or unlimited upside potential, like shares of stock. So how it differs, of course, if you bought $3,000 worth of stock goes to zero, you're out $3,000. In this case, if you did this strategy, you're just out the debit. So in this case, it'd be $300. It does take twice as much risk on the way to 28.5, which is the long strike. So you just bought 100 shares of stock at 30, goes to 28.5, you'd be out 150. In this strategy, you'd be out 300. That is the really critical difference, alongside, of course, that stocks and options are just different. One is a derivative of the other. They have an expiration date. You're not going to have rights to things like dividends. You're not going to have rights to vote as an option holder. But theoretical exposure, you're going to get that theoretical 100 delta exposure with this type of a strategy. And if the stock continues to move higher, this is one that would likely participate.
And I think word to Pinterest, we need to get more men on the app, because right now it's just a fact. 8 in 10 Pinterest users are women. So the day that, Alex, you join Pinterest, you're on Pinterest, is a day I know I could be actually very even excited about this name. With a nice 4% move higher, though, I think that all things considered, up 25% this year. It's been on a nice tear, not the same strength as Meta platforms, but all in all still an outperformer on the year. But now coming up next, it's time to talk another name that is seeing some strength today. That is Warner Brothers Discovery, after Goldman Sachs named it a top pick. So key buzzword, Alex. We'll discuss that analyst note more with Renita Young coming up next.
I'm joking from Dorito Life Lessons. Yep. Sorry, a little late on that one. Just scanning some of the theta farm plays we've done, seeing if there's any good setups. Anything I like. I like ChargePoint okay for it, but valuation on this thing is crazy. Catches me out. One bad earnings from being like $3 a share. And they probably have earnings coming up. Spy with a wick up there. Wiki wiki. Good Wayfair. Another one. Cash clear puts worked, but I could have done calls on that thing. I went crazy. Same with a firm. Ruba might have a nice entry, consolidating after that rally. HPCO is up 27%. Breaking upstart.
Ability, and they call it specific company specific execution catalyst, is being able to repay more than about $1 billion of debt, which the analysts actually believe came from free cash flow. Now, meanwhile,
Now I just need SPY to get back to the low of the day.
Peacock's first price hike since its 2020 debut. It goes into effect on August 17th. The premium tier with ads will rise by $1 to $5.99 a month. Premium Plus without ads is $2 more, and that'll go to $11.99 a month. This just shows you the heightened competition among these streamers, because a couple of other streamers recently raised their prices too, more than a couple: Paramount, Netflix, Amazon Prime.
You know, Renita, admittedly, I haven't paid attention to this strike story.
BBIG looks oh so sweet.
I've heard the headlines on you know, our programming coverage and, you know, other financial networks, but that's all I've got. Is there any insights into kind of how long this is projected to last?
Up 9%.
Any thoughts on that?
I wish I had inside info, but so far we're hearing analysts say that the impact to the stocks that are connected to this
you get a little sell-off there?
Into 2024.
Yeah, and I've read that. I was reading it specifically in regards to Paramount, but the production woes they've already faced as a result of this. And I think it's actually a really interesting story when you get into the nitty-gritty of the movie industry, the way that streaming has really had a huge hand in some of this lack of payout and some of the unhappiness with so many of these actors and then writers. It's a really interesting story. I'm far too in the weeds on it, Renita, but we will leave it there. Appreciate all of the insight. Renita Young, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network. Now, coming up next, it's time for Under 30. We are talking Teladoc Health as it moves into an AI play, expanding its partnership with Microsoft. Shares are higher on the session. We'll discuss that more with Jeff Pierce coming up next.
Yeah, let's pump TDOC a bit. Just hanging out at the highs here. It looks like it's about to make a big fatty green candle. Ten minutes to 2. Thank you guys for your likes today. Got a court hearing coming up. We're at 38 likes on the day. Well done. SPY is about to make new yearly highs, it would appear. Should you win the jackpot? Jackpot. What jackpot? I could have just held my short calls on run. Oh well. Let's buy.
Give this type of a service a try, didn't hold any momentum after, let's just call it a speculative top kind of burst, and it worked its way down. Like, that's kind of alarming if you're a shareholder here, because I think if you would ask the everyday person on the street who maybe isn't that engaged, hey, is a company like Teladoc doing better now, post-pandemic, or prior to COVID even being in your thoughts? I think everyone would say it's got to be doing better now. And from a stock price performance, it's like half the price that it was.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you're right on with it. We saw it was a very short run up at those $300 levels. But what we saw from an investor standpoint was a market that saw telehealth as a whole as a rising space, and it probably sped up the overall capacity that we've seen telehealth get over the last couple of years. We know for Teladoc in particular, they saw about 18.5 million patients. That was up 15% from 2021, up 75% from 2020, and that was just last year, that 18.5 million. One of the big things we have to keep in mind about these companies, especially if you look at Teladoc, for example, revenue in the last earnings report was up 11%. They beat expectations, but they're still losing money. They lost, net loss was 42 cents a share. To become profitable, there's a runway for that, but it's certainly a ways away. And so far, the company
New high of the year on SPY.
2023, they are not going to become profitable. They lost about $13 billion last year.
Oh,
they haven't been profitable
pretty
since the
bad.
IPO. And even though there's a big opportunity out there with the telehealth market, at least from some folks' view, it hasn't really become enough of a revenue driver for this company to become profitable.
And Jeff, to me, I understand this push into AI, and I understand there's a lot of feelings about the overall healthcare space and patient care. But to me, then making this system more automated when you're already basically video conferencing into your doctor's appointment, and then to add another layer of AI to this, to me, that just even makes this then further away from actual patient care. And I was reading their press release. I guess I understand what they're trying to do here, but to further add technology to an already pretty technology-heavy space, to me, seems odd.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, to point out on the question of whether or not the stock would be better before the pandemic or better after the pandemic,
BBIG moved back down to VWAP.
Whether or not the average person would use telehealth before the pandemic.
13 a quarter on Carvana.
Would be a very different answer. We see more people using them. I do know that streamlining telehealth is certainly something a lot of these companies have been looking to do. It cuts down on costs, makes it more attractive to some users. You look at Teladoc in particular, they think there's a $75 billion revenue opportunity in their own membership base right now. We are seeing them kind of push out to different areas. Weight management is something that they're looking at now. They already provide weight loss coaching. They're now going to be able to prescribe weight loss drugs, which has been something we've seen gaining steam in terms of the overall available treatments out there. So there is some opportunity for revenue to keep driving. But, they've spent a lot of money. They have a lot of debt, about $2.59 billion in total debt as of the last report.
And no real signs of profitability in the near term, so that's always a concern. But I guess we will wait and see how things shape up for Teladoc. I do agree that they can work in harmony with the regular healthcare system. It just hasn't necessarily shown that, at least on a year-to-date or last 2-year basis, I should say. But we will leave it there. Appreciate all of the insight, Jeff Pierce, contributor across the network. And that also does it for Alex and myself for Next Gen Investing. Coming up next, we have the watch list with Caroline Woods.
You thought wrong, Macaron. You're really high on SPY there. Oh, IRM has been ripping. Abby looks pretty bullish. Bye, climbing up here. Starting to rally a bit there now. Page record here at 11. It's in 30 minutes. Depends on where you are in the world. Or what time it is for you. New high of the year there on SPY. Might be waiting for the end of the day to exit and be shorts. Too stubborn to close them there. High climbing up. Yearly highs. The inverse head and shoulders ended up playing out. Took a lot of time. There really wasn't another good entry. We had the inverse head and shoulders. Came up, made the move, retested the highs, then settled down. Now it's just basically melted up since then. On a moon mission. I'm just selling out of some of the
would probably be the best play that you could
some of my long term that was
negative yield
high.
curve is what's really bothersome to me. That we could have a recession, and what we know about the market, Caroline,
Start data farming
we know that the market
with that
often
capital.
does what people think it's not going to do, and when people are optimistic, oftentimes it's the wrong time to buy. When people are pessimistic, oftentimes it's the right time to buy. So got to be cautious. If you have a chunk of money on the sidelines, you want to get it in. Dollar cost average it in. Nothing says you got to go put it in right now today. I still think there's going to be better opportunity.
So better opportunity. So that's, I guess, my question. What does pricing in a recession actually look like? Because that soft landing scenario, that narrative has really been picking up steam. It seems like there's a lot of optimism that we could avoid it. So if we don't, where does this market go?
Yeah, well, broad market's up 10% year to date. NASDAQ, of course, up a lot more than that. I think we could see a pullback of maybe 10%. And if we get into a recession,
10%?
Be 20% or more.
That's nothing.
I think that's impossible at this point. What I would do is I would not say take your chunk of money on the sidelines and dump it all in right now.
This was talking about 10%.
Because if we do have a recession and you've got all your money at work, how are you going to take advantage
Do you
of
know
that
where the market's at right now?
So we could, is it possible that we don't have a recession? Is it possible that we
10%'s back to 410.
here on out? I think that's possible. I don't think it's probable. I think we are likely to have a pullback, but you want to position yourself either way. If you dollar cost average in and the market continues to grow from here, then you're going to be glad you've dollar cost average it in. If the market goes down from here and we do have a correction, or if things go really bad, we've seen this before. The market has turned on us at times when no one thinks it's going to. And if things go really bad and you're dollar cost averaging in and you haven't put it all in, you're going to be glad you've got some on the sideline. So dollar cost averaging, coming up with a plan. I think 12 months is a good time frame. Coming up with a plan to get it in over 12 months, maybe monthly, is probably a good strategy overall.
That head and shoulders on AI.
Just quickly, how reliant is the rally on the Fed meeting next week? We're pretty sure that we're going to see a 25 basis point hike, but if we hear a hawkish Powell that doesn't sound like he's ready to really keep rates on hold for a while, what does that mean?
You know, it's funny, the market's defied the hawkishness that the Feds have already put on so far. Inflation is
nice entry for puts maybe on AI.
Low, and the markets seem to have defied all
That's
that.
7%
so
up day.
I don't think a 25 basis points increase is going to cause or spook the market. Quite frankly, and this might be a little controversial, I'm not even sure that if they were to raise more than that it would spook the market. Quite frankly, though, I think that they don't need to do more than 25%. Inflation has come down. Consumer sentiment has gone up. I think 25 is a good number. Quite frankly, I'm not even sure that they need to do that. But I don't think at 25 bips, what they're planning on doing at this point, is going to spook the market at all. I don't think that changes anything.
We'll have to leave it there. Anthony Sicaro, Providence Financial and Insurance Services, thank you so much for your insights.
Thank you, Caroline.
Later this hour, we're going to take a closer look at a flurry of announcements from Microsoft, including some new hints at what AI could mean for its future. We'll also dive into the bank earnings and some key takeaways for investors from the big banks. And our panel talks Johnson & Johnson ahead of its earnings later this week. But up next, next. Kevin Horner joins us for Technical Tuesday with some trends to watch with Rhombus and Unity
Techie Tuesday.
We'll be right back.
BBIG bouncing on VWAP there. Yeah, that's right, Melissa. It's in 15 minutes. I didn't read any dockets, Maui. Oh, you're responding to Daniel. Yeah, we responded to Daniel. Approving acquisition of designation rights agreement among debtors. I don't know what that means. So debtors can designate acquiring company. Look at that spy go. If we do get a move back down today, yeah, 452 might be it. VWAP area. I don't know if we'll come much lower than that. Might come down and retest that breakout level, 451.83, but that'll be pretty big. Now that we've moved up here and past this high again. Yeah. Very slow day though. Really hardly moving. Yeah, for the amount of time it's taken, it's slow summer day.
Contractor will begin in the Gulf of Mexico in late 2025. Shares are trading at their highest point since April of 2019 and are up almost 90% so far this year. Rivian shares are back to the upside, reversing 3 days of declines. The upswing comes as the EV maker announces plans for its first U.S. retail showroom in Chicago's Gold Coast neighborhood. The showroom will be on Rush Street, just a block from Tesla's showroom. Rivian shares are up nearly 50% this month. A weak sales forecast has sent Masimo shares to their lowest point since the beginning of 2019. The medical device company said today it expects second quarter revenue to range between $453 million and $457 million, far short of Wall Street's $553 million forecast. Shares are down more than 40% from their yearly intraday high. Meanwhile, let's take a quick check at Bitcoin. As I said at the top of the show, we're seeing some weakness in Bitcoin, off about 0.25%, so pretty modest, but now trading below 30,000. It's time for Technical Tuesday.
Yeah, I can. I've not found a game that I can't play on my PC. I'm sure there's probably some now.
Kevin, thanks so much for joining us.
I built this thing.
Happy to be here, Caroline. Thank you.
8 years ago now.
Happy to have you. Okay, so
But,
you
I
have
mean,
a couple of stocks for us that you're watching, but first let's start.
It was a pretty stock computer when I built it.
And what trends you're seeing in the S&P 500? It's continuing its march higher.
I don't know. Yeah, it's been plenty adequate for me. I've not been like I need to upgrade.
Yeah, in fact, when I was on last Tuesday with you, we talked
Let's run an Intel. Let me see. I'm running an Intel chip.
Not only has it held, Caroline, but we haven't even seen the lows from that day.
I'm running Intel i7 6800.
Higher lows each of the last 4 sessions, continuing
CPU.
to cruise higher. We
3.4 gigahertz.
460, and we talked about the potential on Tuesday.
32 gigs of RAM.
softer CPI, softer
you know, good
PPI,
RAM,
and if we
Corsair RAM,
4600 in the SPX,
you know,
and that still
tells a good
appears
chip.
to be an approximate target zone.
I've got a MS2 or whatever, solid state, half a terabyte, which just makes the whole thing run fast pretty much. And I don't put anything on it. That just has my operating system. So it keeps it nice and clean. And then I've got a 5 terabyte and 8 terabyte hard drives. Graphics. Oh, it was a GTX 1070, I think.
It's been a really strong move here. We're
But
certainly getting the feeling of,
yeah, like I said, I've not. The only time I've really heard the thing fan up is when I'm doing benchmark tests. So sure, if I gamed something really heavy for a long time, it would. But I used to, yeah, I used to run this thing pretty heavy, and it would never give me issues. So I think the next thing I would probably upgrade would be, let's see, I think the CPU. But if I did that, I'd want to go to the newer chipset, and to do that, I'd have to get a new motherboard. So yeah, if I was gonna do all that, I'd probably get a smaller tower, because this is like the XL is a big one, the big inverted case.
Not taking big portions off, but just maintaining the
And I
position
really don't need more power than this. What I'm doing.
Towards building those good behaviors.
Do video editing, pictures.
Really needs, Caroline.
50 web browsers.
Of this rally as well. It's not just the same companies that are really leading it higher. Not
50 cents?
necessarily technical, that's more fundamental, but you know, you're taking a look.
Seems like it should, unless they have something with the court hearings that makes it dumb.
But when you say that there could be a little bit of profit taking around that,
But yeah, we had this first little cup and handle. The break of that today. Now we're in this bigger cup and handle. So it doesn't have to make too much of a downside to bust through here, but could pull back some before we break through that high.
You know, 150 SPX points or more, that's not going to be fun to participate in. But if you retreat to a breakout zone and you get support,
I didn't watch Cyberpunk Edge Runner. Is that a show?
Opportunity for short-term bullish investors to
is that a show based on the game?
Step in, maybe add back the shares that they had taken off and reset exit strategies at a higher level so that your risk reward opportunity is still positive. And what we're looking for there is as much as you can, risking about $1 to the downside for opportunity.
No, it's only 20. Jan, the hearing starts in 10 minutes.
Always be considerate of what your risk is relative to your profit opportunity. So buying nearer the entrance areas like the 10-day moving average, which is
SPY breaking out their new yearly high. Wow.
That offers an opportunity where we could see traders once more stepping back in. It's been working really well. The 10-day and the 20-day both. The 20-day is a little lower at around 44.27 today. So that might be a bit more consistent with what we've seen, but it gives you a few things to monitor.
Okay. And then on the stock front, tell us what the chart is saying about, is it Rambus or Rhombus? Ticker symbol RMBS.
Your guess is as good as mine. I've been calling it Rambus for as long as I can remember, so I'm going to stick with it. The interesting thing about this one is that it's been a leader in semiconductor, and yet you haven't been watching this one. At least I hadn't been, and I certainly haven't been hearing about it nearly as much as the major players that you are familiar with, your NVIDIAs, your Lam Research, and ASMLs, etc. But the trend here remains very strong, and the ovals that are called out here are retreats to the 50-day moving average.
Oh, you're in San Fran on vacation. All right.
For bullish traders to participate. So what's been interesting
Welcome back to America.
2, 3, 4
SPY ripping there.
Around the 50-day moving average. Those have been your opportunities. Now, most recently, we have not immediately
454.
50-day, but what has been great
wow.
has been the extension of price action. The range we've traded in since the last high, which got us to about 68.5. The range has been about 10 to 11 points.
I squeezing this week.
An opportunity for another
nothing holding it back
to the upside if it can take out that last high at around 68. So I was just talking about proper positioning with risk versus reward. Some traders will look at opportunity nearer entry around $60, as that's pretty close to the 50-day moving average. That would give them a really tight risk strategy. So
We might not be making a cup here. It might just keep going.
might bring some selling, might encourage long side traders to sell a little bit, but
Oh, dude, we're past that.
this held up so well
What?
in the trend, it just might challenge your time frame a little, meaning you want to see a bounce immediately off the 50-day, but we've also seen that this is hung out in that range for 2, 3, 4 sessions. You don't want to get bored or lulled to sleep by a stock like this that hangs on to support but doesn't break down. Don't allow boredom to kick you out of a good trade. So watch that 50-day. That could easily be
good advice
for short-term support. But if you're a trader who says, you know, I want some confirmation to be buying into this, you might allow it to make new highs, trade over that 68 level, and then you can start talking about the potential to add 10 points above thereafter. So, you know, if
normal operating time. Anime in the same town.
We don't know how long those
Oh, I haven't seen it. I don't think it's something I'd be into, honestly.
in position to take advantage of them until they finally break down.
When you go to Bed Bath store?
That's just the nature of the trend trader.
Yeah, there's probably some that have been looted in San Francisco. You could go probably get some free stuff from. Just make your way through the broken glass on the window and find your items and
occurring over the last week to 2
walk out.
The fact that we took out the level from December, November was really key at 42. Stronger support at 42. Potential for this to run to the last level of peak we got from August of last year around 58. Once more, the action of the last week giving you a good short-term low around 44. So traders can position against that. That's also coincident with about the 10-day moving average. If a trader wanted the 20-day, that would be more at the breakout level around 42, but that's still proper from a risk reward standpoint with opportunity as high as 58 here, Caroline. So I think that they've got a number of opportunities for consideration, but the level that we got to get through in the short run as it's challenging is right around 47.5, 48 right now, and it's dabbling with it as we speak.
Yeah, trading at 47.41 right now. Kevin Horner, Charles Schwab, always appreciate you breaking down the technicals for us. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Caroline. Appreciate it.
Coming up, we're talking all things Microsoft, the status of its Activision acquisition, its AI future, and some possible new antitrust scrutiny. What you should be watching when we come back.
3650 on barbecue. Still in the bull flag barcode range. Got 5 minutes this hearing. See if they're on time today. Alright, do we have a head and a shoulder here? Yes. Will we make another shoulder today? Maybe. Not sure if there's enough time. This cup and handle breakout is pretty significant. I mean, look at that. It's a good formation. Just has to break that high, and once it does, bon voyage.
Acquisition, because the deadline was today.
Why do people
it's looking more likely, but it
use
seems like maybe there's
gamer
going to
chairs,
be a delay. Do you think they'll be
which are
able
really
to
just
cross those UK hurdles and get
race
this
car
deal
chairs?
done?
Yeah, I definitely do. So obviously in the US with the FTC, we've had the issues there, which have now been effectively resolved. Technically that case still exists, but the chances of the FTC prevailing have all but disappeared. Now we turn
bucket
to the
seats
UK.
for fat
UK
people
also
though,
took a very similar position. They said absolutely not.
because there's
This is not going to happen.
there's no
We're not gonna
support,
allow it.
no lateral
Now,
support.
after the FTC and everybody else and the rest of the world has basically agreed to this acquisition, The CMA seems to be backing down. They're basically saying they're not going to just completely cave. They do want to see some concessions from Microsoft, specifically around the cloud provider. So Microsoft is the cloud
I know, yeah,
provider.
they're not good. Not good for your posture. Not
Looks
just.
like they're going to give it to a British
Yeah, they're not cool. They don't breathe. I don't get the point of it.
Unique argument.
Just all style, I guess.
Not a lot of countries took issue with. But I think the UK and yen is going to go along with this. They're literally the only holdouts for it. And even if they did decide to go against this, technically Microsoft can still go
sketch.
And just carve
I don't want to get my teeth worked on.
But that would not be good for consumers. It wouldn't be good for the UK. It wouldn't be good for anyone.
Okay, how much of a game changer is the deal for Microsoft? Because we're obviously seeing Activision shares, they're actually a little bit lower today, but they're trading closer to that $95 a share mark. But for a long time, they weren't. And Microsoft, it seems like it's all about AI right now. But how much of a game changer would the acquisition be?
Yeah, so it's a good point. I mean, Microsoft in gaming is really its big consumer play, and it's been the one area where they've been very strong at. That said, they're a distant third in gaming compared to, say, Sony and Nintendo. So they're coming from behind. This is going to be an opportunity for them to grow that market by owning a lot of IP like Call of Duty, which has been the big thing that Sony was worried about. But Microsoft has gone on the record, and they just signed a 10-year deal saying, no, Call of Duty will stay on Sony, and that deal is renegotiable in 2033. Microsoft's very open about this. They're not really wanting to keep a lot of stuff exclusive to the Xbox platform. That said, they will have some exclusives. Some of this also has to do with the mobile app stores. So King is a subsidiary of Activision Blizzard, and they do things like Candy Crush, and they have a bunch of those games that people play on their smartphones.
I'm about to make yearly high.
Playing into the mobile market, something they've had.
There it is, yearly high on the SPY.
They gave up on Windows Phone. So this is going to play into the growing Windows mobile gaming market. They're going to have, it also strengthens their Game Pass, which is a subscription service that they launched a few years ago, and it's growing pretty consistently. They just offered a new tier.
That's trading, bro.
Out Xbox Live Gold. This is going to beef up their catalog to give even more value to customers when they sign up for that Game Pass. And as investors, we all love recurring subscriptions.
Text close. No.
Okay, but it's not just regulatory issues regarding the acquisition that Microsoft is facing. Now there's new issues over Microsoft Teams. Break that down for us, and how big of a hurdle is that for Microsoft?
Yeah, as soon as they're done with one big issue, another one crops up. This shouldn't be too surprising to people, as Slack, one of the biggest competitors out there to Microsoft Teams. These are apps used by enterprise for intercommunication purposes, and Slack has been around for a long time. Microsoft came out with Teams, and they quickly bundled it with Microsoft Office and the whole package there.
You have the year on SPY.
So if you're an IT department and you're already subscribed to Microsoft Office for your clients, which you most likely did since it includes Word and Excel, you literally flipped a switch to turn on Microsoft Teams for free. Meanwhile, Slack was charging a monthly subscription fee for the based on the amount of users, so it was pretty expensive. Microsoft bundled it in for free. So it hasn't been a problem up until now, but now the European Union Commission is taking a look at it and looking to open up an investigation into it. Microsoft was trying to hedge some of this by saying, well, we can unbundle Teams from Office and adjust the pricing accordingly. We could also allow Teams not to forcibly install on devices, but it seems like that's not going to be enough for the EU. So it's going to be kind of interesting to see how far this goes. Now, I should put into context here, Teams has grown to about around 300 million active companies that are using it. 300 million users versus 50 million users for Slack. So they really do have an advantage here. And Slack would argue an unfair advantage. Microsoft is not unfamiliar with this kind of monopolistic accusations. I think they will put up a really good case about it, but they will most likely have to adjust how Teams is bundled in Europe at least, but probably also for other markets.
Speaking of competition, there's a lot of enthusiasm over ChatGPT and potential to take market share away from Google, which of course has Bard, but also the question of will it translate into people switching from Google or the Chrome browser for their search to Bing. What's the likelihood of that happening? I do
Bing.
realize you're editor-in-chief of Windows Central, so you probably aren't necessarily using Chrome, I might guess. But, I mean, what's the likelihood? Because Google's a verb at this point. Bing isn't.
Yes. Yeah, so even Microsoft is actually very realistic here, right? They're second in search. It's a very distant second, though, like very, very far behind. We're talking single digits. So Google has an advantage here. They will keep that advantage. There is no way that Bing will ever, as far as I know, dethrone Google search. That said, Microsoft came out and threw out some interesting numbers. They said for every percent they gain in search market share, they gain about $2 billion in ad revenue, which is a lot of money. So we're talking, as you know, for investors here, just a couple of points in the right direction, you know, gets them a lot of money through Bing search advertising, which is something that does very well. Obviously, that's Google's main business model too. I will say Microsoft also says that they have a real advantage here in the sense that being so far behind, they can take bigger risks in search, which is why they've been rolling out this stuff so quickly. Google has to be very careful. It's their market to lose, which means if they screw up at a global level with this technology, it's going to have huge ramifications for all sorts of markets because so many companies rely on search to bring up their articles, buying guides, and all that. It's part of the whole e-com ecosystem. So Google has to be very careful here. But that said, if Bing gains 4% in search, I'd be surprised and happy with that. It's going to be a long-term struggle. Edge, kind of similar. People don't like switching browsers. Microsoft is
I like
trying
Edge.
to integrate it as much as possible.
I like it better than Chrome.
Chrome is still going to be the default here. They're going to gain a little bit. I would still say Edge is a better browser, but users get locked into these systems, and it's very hard to get them to change.
It is.
Yeah, I had to use a Corsair computer in my apartment the other day, which I don't typically use, and it took me way too long to find the search browser, whatever you want to call it. I kept looking for the Chrome window, and it turns out it was Edge. It was very confusing for me. All right, Daniel Rubino, Windows Central.
She didn't know it was a different browser.
Thanks for
Fine, maybe hit a temporary top here. We'll see, 235. Oh, here.
We're taking a deeper dive into the big bank earnings for trends investors should be watching. As we head to break, let's take a quick look
Sorry, guys,
at
I
some
missed
of
the
today's
beginning, maybe.
winners and losers in the S&P 500.
No, they haven't started. Brave or Firefox? I don't know. Why do I pick between those? That was Caroline, that wasn't Jenny. I mean, Jenny's too spoiled. Vroom. Vroom, vroom. Would it bounce off that trend we drew? Just perfectly. Pretty much, Trays. You pretty much nailed it. will not only watch it, Mohammed, I'm gonna listen to it. Just wait for RC to walk in. If he walks in, I'll sell everything and buy barbecue. Not really, but I would maybe sell some stuff to buy it. I'd probably sell my BBIG. What else would I sell? Giant teddy bear. Like the ones at the circus. Like bigger than life. Bigger than human. Larger than life. Liechtenstein.
Lows now that I think of it.
Hello.
Checking out the 1-minute candles, you can see the SPX and just the trend environment we're seeing today. Bottom left corner to top right, all the way up to 45.58. I saw the Dow up to, well, ticks of shy of that 35,000 level. They topped out at 34,986. The NASDAQ up to 15,871. Caroline, the Russell up to 1977. And stepping away from the 1-minute candle, here you can see, as mentioned here, the rally throughout the month of July so far, adding the gains we saw in June. And
sell another house?
remember the October low from last year.
I don't think I can sell it fast enough.
1,000 points plus off of that low, holding above the 50, holding above the 200-day moving average. The data today, very supportive of this rally. Caroline, earnings, eco data, and basically comments from Janet Yellen, right? Yesterday talking about how she thinks the economy's on a good path. She doesn't think the U.S. is headed for recession, citing strong labor conditions, how wage growth is moderating. She said inflation subsiding, and all of this. Look at where it has the VIX, down to 1345 today, and you can see where that is historically. You've got that spike from the pandemic up to 85. Look, we're back to levels we haven't seen since the end of 2019, beginning of 2020. I mean, you can see volatility is really falling off a cliff here, Caroline.
Yeah, it certainly has. You're also watching crude closely, and we're seeing some pretty impressive strength in crude today as well, up about 2.2%, trading just below $76 a barrel. Are we going to break out of this low to mid 70 range here, Ben?
Well, we're inching our way back up towards this high that we just recently saw up around 77, so that's going to be the first hurdle right now, but that could get us back on track to potentially taking out a range, that we've been in basically since, again, the fall of last year, kind of what we were talking about in terms of indices. Crude really hasn't participated to the same extent, and we'll take a look at that in a second. But first and foremost, here's the move that we've seen over the last few weeks, from 67 up to 77, adding $10 on. Some of this comes on a weaker dollar. We've definitely seen that play out, but we've also seen the IEA predicting the first for the first time this year in August, we're going to see production here in the U.S. come in lower than it was the month before at 9.4 million barrels per day. They're expecting to see that now. Crude oil here, I just want to show you, this is the rally we've seen in crude. Taking a look now, crude's on the right, the dollar's on the left. Crude rallies when the dollar weakens. Here it is down to 99.22. We're talking New Year lows. Crude not far off those highs I mentioned, up around 77. Look at crude now above the 50-day moving average. Again, the weaker dollar, and not uncommon to see crude rallying with the indices. And in fact, that was one of the things I've been watching, Caroline. Look at this chart, a bit of a divergence. Here you can see crude rallying throughout 2021 as the indices topped out around 4,800, the S&Ps. You can see, again, crude kind of topped out and came off, but quite a divergence as of recent. With stocks rallying, crude's been kind of hanging out in this range. So, yeah, let's keep an eye on it as it works its way back up towards this $80 level. If we can take out recent highs around 77, keep an eye on inventories tomorrow. We also have the dollar to focus on, as well as, again, this rally in the indices, which has been kind of a rising tide that seems to be lifting all boats.
All right, we'll keep an eye on those levels. Ben Liechtenstein, thanks so much. Let's take a closer look now at big bank earnings. Joining me for that is Octavio Morenzi, CEO of Optimus. Octavio, thanks so much for joining the show.
Thank you.
All right, so when I was taking a look at the S&P 500 breakdown, it's financials and energy leading the way higher. So we covered energy just a few seconds ago. So let's focus on the financials. We're seeing strength across the board in terms of the earnings. Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, both higher today on the back of their reports, but also seeing strength from some of the ones that we've already heard from. What's the biggest takeaway from big bank earnings so far?
Well, I guess JP Morgan came out at the end of the last week with a very strong set of earnings, was very impressive. So right across the board, across all of the lines of business, looked really, really strong. I mean, some more than others. Investment banking, trading at JP Morgan didn't look that fantastic. We're still up, so it's still all moving in the right direction. But a really strong set of results. What we've seen right across the board is basically net interest margins shoot up. So higher interest rates have been
BBBYQ 3750 right above VWAP now.
Deposits basically stay where they are.
Still in the barcode bull flag above resistance.
Returns and leaving things in a checking or savings account. But by and large, that has not happened. So the turmoil that we saw earlier in March in regional banks in the US, I think, has helped the large banks tremendously and basically has made their deposits much stickier than they would have otherwise been. So I think that's the real story, is very, very strong lending results, very strong net interest margin results. And then on the investment banking and trading side, slightly weaker. I mean, leading the pack today in terms of stock prices, Morgan Stanley, despite the fact that their earnings announcement today was not particularly good. I mean, it was in line with expectations. It was pretty much where we thought it would be, with some pressure on the trading revenues, some pressure on investment banking revenues, but strong revenues on the wealth management side. But it was pretty much a bad result. I mean, their return on equity dropped to under 9%, and nevertheless, their stock price got a real pop today. So that's a bit of a question mark for me why there would be. I guess the explanation you'd have to look for is that at other banks, the trading results were not as bad as they were and not as bad as we had expected. So that speaks well of the market overall and its resilience. So I think that's what's basically driving Morgan Stanley high today and Goldman Sachs, who comes out with earnings later.
Yeah, Morgan Stanley up 6% today. No surprise that investment banking was a laggard. We're not seeing a whole lot of M&A deals getting done. We're not seeing a whole lot of IPOs, debuting here at the New York Stock Exchange or at the NASDAQ. Any red flags from any of these reports that maybe investors are overlooking right now? Anything stand out to you to the downside?
Not really. I think that's a sort of surprising thing about the results. I mean, there are certain things that we're watching for very, very closely. One was outflow of deposits. We didn't see that. Another was a big increase in the cost of the deposits, and there was an increase there, so they're having to pay more for that. But that was more than offset by getting higher interest rates on their loans, so no big problems there. The other area that we were looking at very, very carefully was the whole commercial real estate sector, because that seems to be a sector ripe for pressure, and basically people saying we don't need office space anymore post-pandemic, people are going to work from home, and that's a permanent change, and demand for office space is going to go down. So we were expecting to see some real stress there. Those banks that reported that separately, like Bank of America and Wells Fargo, basically saw no problems there at all. Delinquency rates are very, very low, and that is holding up very, very well and showing a surprising degree of resilience. So really, it was hard to find anything bad, any sort of big black holes in any of these bank earnings. Nothing troubling whatsoever, really.
What's the takeaway about the consumer? Because I think if you look at some of the commentary, it's definitely that the consumer is resilient, but there still is some uncertainty. We heard that from JP Morgan. I think it was Citi that said cautionary but not recessionary. So a clearer picture of maybe how the consumer is doing right now, but maybe not so much how it's going to be doing. What's the takeaway about the consumer so far?
Well, I think the takeaway
just consolidating up here now.
Very hard for these large banks to predict what the consumer is going
Might
to do.
hold these futures overnight.
That Jamie Dimon only about a year ago was basically saying we were
I don't have much to go. Just
absolute catastrophe
above VWAP even.
Banking, and we're going to go right off a cliff, and it was going to be Armageddon basically. Now that really has not happened. If you look at the indications of where the consumer is, I mean, credit card spending is up quite considerably. Credit card balances are up, and that's perhaps one of the best indicators of where they stand. We have seen delinquencies on credit cards inch up ever so slightly, but they're still at reasonably low levels and tolerable levels. So it seems, the consumer has been resilient and is out there spending and is
BBBYQ a little bit higher than that range we've been in today, 37.79. Up 11%. These guys are so late. Probably not gonna be able to do a video today for running this court hearing. Getting back up to the yearly highs.
regional banks and will continue as the week progresses. I see Truist, Fifth Third, Huntington Bank shares, Comerica all on tap to report.
460. Yeah, probably.
How different of a story is it for regional banks, and how big of a concern is duration risk at this point?
I think the real risk here is basically that their depositors
Yeah.
are going to run
Might
for deposits
retest the
or
highs,
significant
all-time
lines of
highs.
deposits. So that's what we're going to be looking out for very, very carefully. So at the large banks, basically deposits are more or less flat, down, maybe in single digits, but nothing too dramatic. And the real question is that these smaller regional banks.
I think we're repeating 2001 to 2008 with the big double top, just in shorter period of time.
Those banks feel safe leaving it there. I think that's the real
It's just
question.
playing
So
out.
we'll be watching that very, very carefully. Indication so far is that that stampede out that we saw at certain regional banks in March has basically slowed and come to a stop and is
Could
not
even say it was a cup and handle. Let me see.
very, very carefully in the regional banks announcements in the coming weeks.
No, it wasn't.
All right, we'll keep a close eye
Double
on that.
top,
Octavio
and double
Marin,
bottom. He
CCO
rallied.
Optimus, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Can you tell where they started printing money?
Still ahead, we'll bring in our panel to discuss Johnson &
You can't, can
Johnson
you?
ahead of its earnings later this week. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Totally jacking up supply and demand in economics. Basic fundamentals of a strong economy. %11 on barbecue. Hey, Dink.
Is Damian Conover, Director of Healthcare Equities at Morningstar, and Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent here on the
Him and
network.
Jerry M doing a little dance. That's the one you kept buying, huh, Dink? After the IPO, you like this one long term. Yeah.
You know, I think
Nice,
what
man.
J&J
It's looking good.
has done
Bottoming out.
historically is what we're going to see going forward, and that's really
The
consistent.
average down at all the last couple of days?
I think they're going to do fairly well both on the pharmaceutical device
Anagram.
and consumer side. And I think that really
Orthopedics?
sets them up for a nice solid year. When you think about J&J, this is a
Yeah, you were
name
buying this
where,
one IPO. I remember. I was like, what?
pretty well assured that things will be fairly
betcha.
steady, and I think that's what the
Are you
market
getting
has
closer to
come
cost
expect,
basis?
and I think that's
Or did you
probably what's
not
going
use
to
an
happen.
ETA on your
A
averaging?
very strong, diversified platform of drugs, devices, and consumer product goods that should continue to do quite
The
well.
inflation is transitory, not a
The
problem.
one thing that we will be watching
It's
for in
racism.
particular is how
Blame small
well
business.
the pharmaceutical group will do, because this is an area
I think
where
we're almost at step 5.
there's going to be some slowing growth over the next couple of years.
That
And
the, oh, once it flattened out?
couple
Cool.
quarters, it will
So
be
you're getting,
important to
are you,
see
in
how
your,
well some of
are
the
you profitable on it yet or
entrenched
no?
drugs do, as well as some of the recently launched drugs do as well.
You just like, you know about this company? Do you like the space it's in, or you like?
Settlements. There's the Kenvue IPO that recently happened not too long ago here at the NYSE. They also have a lawsuit on their hands. How could all of this
Wow, they're getting crazy out there.
another lawsuit, I should say, on their hands?
Spy, yearly high.
Impact J&J's
Gonna
performance.
get more hype.
Yeah, I would think the talc settlement at this point should be priced into the stock. I mean, even with
Yeah, the chart looks nice, actually.
It looks like around 75% of the shareholders are going to have to approve it. It does look like it's
Or
going to
trade
be
even.
over like 20 years or 25 years. So they have a pretty long time frame in order to pay that out. I would say overall, from a forward multiple standpoint, it's trading at around 14.5 forward multiple. It's at the lower end of its range in a 9-year span here.
$10.
Usually when we get towards this level, we do see buyers start starting to step in. I would say some of the risk that we have, not only just with Johnson & Johnson and some of the other pharmaceutical
Gap at 12
is the portfolio, and as the portfolio starts to run off and generics start to come into the marketplace, how they're going to be able to backfill that, what products do they have in development to be able to continue to capture market share in the pharmaceutical space. And yes,
it's hard to borrow.
We are seeing another
it's like recently IPO'd, it's already hard to borrow.
The Medicare pricing initiatives that have come out from the Biden administration. Let's see where that actually lands us. But we are in an interesting time during an election cycle where we probably will not see an aggressive overhaul in healthcare.
S is pretty close to D.
So I think right now,
I know you didn't mean to say ADHD.
That. I don't think it's going to be any type of major legislation coming through in the next
year. I can't tell how I love.
In order to try to.
You can tell if you want, Mohammed. You're welcome to.
I would say are fairly low when it comes to Johnson & Johnson. If they can beat both on the top and bottom
double
line,
top there and SPY. We'll take it.
Manage the second half of this year, especially from its product portfolio standpoint, that could be a tailwind for the stock here.
Damien, I was taking a look at your rating on the stock. I see 3-star rating, $164 fair value estimate. J&J just below
this guy's
159 right
trying
now.
to push it till after market hours.
From here, but Johnson & Johnson's down about 10% so far year to date. What would make you more bullish on this?
I get us stuck in this
might
dumpster fire of a play.
Right. So I think the things that would shift our perspective is
look at this guy.
Probably two factors.
White
One,
background.
The pipeline and the patent loss exposure.
Is he in the Apple presentation day?
Patent exposure over the next 3
I recognize
years.
him.
Now J&J is very good at managing some of that patent pressure. So if they're able to talk a little bit about their patent portfolio in a way that
that's actually nice. That looks a lot better than most people's.
Exclusivity periods longer than what we anticipate. That
most people's loft in a city that doesn't exist on the 512th floor. Where you would, the building would just fall over at that height.
It's a little bit unclear exactly when biosimilars are going to launch.
Zoom.
We will likely get an update on this key product this quarter.
Starting what?
If there's enough strength there, that could make our
this Zoom. Like what?
And then on the pipeline side, there are a couple products that have the potential.
Is my audio not on? You guys have audio?
And I think that's really what's needed.
Thought my Zoom was starting.
J&J hasn't had a period of major patent losses really for almost a decade.
I can't tell if I joined audio or not. It asked me to join audio, but I think that's my mic.
Now some of its
guess I'll find out.
It's
going to be loud if we did join. I have to turn down the.
To help offset that and to really get
I can't. There's no way to turn down audio on here. It's pretty dumb.
Acceleration of the pipeline, and there could be some updates in the quarter that talk about some of these key products.
Zoom, the web browser doesn't give you that option.
Probably unlikely to be a
Lyft is starting. Yes, please Lyft start.
This quarter.
So J&J
yes, Lyft is starting. Right.
Year to date, Kevin. I mean,
go.
The healthcare sector still negative on.
Yay, I'm green on my calls.
Despite this broadening out of the rally that we've been seeing, but anything specific stand out to you?
13.
When it comes to
kind of aggressive, but not too bad. Yeah, these are good. I like it.
Well, for J&J's chart,
right in that gap fill area.
On a 3-year basis,
have a month.
We are trading towards some
Take
areas of support here. About another $10 to $15 down would be a significant area of support where we could see a bounce to the upside. Once again, we talked about that forward multiple being at 14 and a half.
It's not the decider day for GME.
The reason why we could see buyers getting into the marketplace here, but I think another
no, it's not. It's still in this
headwind for them is going to be
this range
exposure, and if we can continue to see them being able to ramp that back up, and then also not having as many
volume master
issues as far as trying to deliver.
Thanks, passing cloud.
That's also going to be another risk to keep in mind when it comes.
I don't know if that's some kind of insult because I'm on edge now, but thanks anyways.
Here we are starting to see that rotation coming out of big tech going into industrials.
Let me see if they have it for edge. I think I can get most
rotation into healthcare and this
most Chrome. Yeah, I think I can get all Chrome actually extensions on edge. I don't know if they all work though.
Standpoint.
All right, Damien, just want to give you a quick chance. Any other names you like more than J&J? What would be on your 4 or 5 star list in this space?
Yeah, a couple names we like: AstraZeneca, GSK. These are European big pharma names that really are doing some pretty innovative things. Don't have a lot of patent exposure.
Yeah, so I can get from the web store.
They've probably got a little bit more growth potential, and we think
it's the best
really
one.
Attractive valuations, and beyond
that,
yeah,
1,800
nice dividend yield. So when you think about
rating,
total return for some of these names,
5 stars.
Astra and GSK are two that we think are undervalued.
Thanks for those picks, Damian Conover of Morningstar, and of course,
Thanks,
very own
Passing
Kevin
Clown.
Green. Thank you both so much for sharing.
Who's
your
picking on me?
insights.
Get him.
That's going to do it for the watch
All right, let's see
list.
if I can do this now.
Woods. Thanks so much for watching. Stay
Zoom would
tuned.
probably let me do it on the desktop, but I don't want to do that. I have to reload this thing. Let's see here. Oh, nice. Cool. I'll try it out. Never even thought to look for an extension for that. I just wanted it to be by default, like be able to adjust my volume on the browser, but no such luck. Yeah, Lyft, there you go. Yeah, I can get Chrome extensions on Edge. No problem. Get them. Need a little more volume to push. I'd be pretty stoked if GameStop actually bought Funko. Seems like a nice price for them to start. I mean, they're gonna buy something. Furlong leaving, RC being able to allocate the capital wherever he wants. Almost $2 billion in cash. They're ready. I mean, it could be NEGG too, honestly. NEGG's cheaper. Just looking at Funko's chart though, I'm like, oh, it's at a pretty good price. Same with NEGG. They do $500 million in revenue a quarter. They're not actually too bad. They only lost $10 million last quarter, or negative $10 million operating income at least. Maybe it's NEGG. Maybe that's why it's ripping. Maybe they're buying it up. Ooh, I like it. Did kind of just start going out of nowhere for no reason, with a lot of volume. What was the news on NEGG? Guidance? Oh, wait. Yeah, it was because Amazon rallying on record Prime Day. That's all I saw that day. I should get some more NEGG. I should slip my fingers also into some more NEGG. Eyes coming down a little bit here. I'm trying to get out of Blink. I'm trying to get out of Rad. Yeah, and I mean, they're already like doing pretty well. Valuation on their market cap, I don't know. I'm not the person to ask for that, but seems like it's not a bad deal. Pay a little premium on top. Still have a bunch of, they still have almost $1 billion left over. You're just looking straight market cap. And probably well, maybe not finance it. I don't know. I don't know how they do it. High interest rates, so might not want to finance it. Just poor management. NEGG, like NEGG used to, I was reading that it's like not liked anymore. People don't like to buy from NEGG. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I think I pretty much built my whole PC with NEGG stuff. Thought they had a pretty good return, and you know you're getting good stuff, quality parts. But maybe that's changed in the last 10 years. Hey, Talstock's not managed poorly. Bankruptcy was the best option for them. They're actually really smart. Support is cringe. I guess I've not dealt with them, or would I care if their support is cringe? If they would just give me support. Monitor policy? Yeah, I guess I've not kept up on their more recent sentiment. I mean, freaking GME could buy both. Yeah, market cap on Funko is only 400 million right now also.
From that Silicon Valley Bank scare,
it really would be kind of a decider on what direction they're going to go. Because they make their margins and they make a lot on their collectibles. And that seems like that's their best, kind of their best outlet right now. But do they want to go that direction? I would say no. However, if they own Funko, you'd have to imagine they would just be able to push that so much more and have way better margins and integrate it with their supply chain and
still not exactly the highest bar being
yeah.
set by the street for financials this
Micro Center?
That said, they're getting through it.
Yeah, little private acquisition. That's true. They didn't say it was going to be a public company.
Back to the movers for a moment. Crude oil and commodities remain the potential.
Suck it up.
But again, levels we're familiar and comfortable with. Crude oil about 75.
No, yeah, they didn't have like the best deal. When I built mine, it was like, it was more about getting everything from one place, which is nice when you're building a PC. And then I thought it had a pretty good return policy, at least it did then. And then you're getting quality parts. You know, I think actually I did send some stuff back. My RAM went out after a bit. My power supply went out, but that actually wasn't their fault. But they replaced it. I think it was underpowered. No, not my yeah. No, my motherboard went out because I was underpowered. But I returned my power supply. Spy, look at that consolidation up there.
Why? It's in 3 of the 4 indices.
You already started?
In terms of Microsoft's individual stock news, they just gave you the bill for all this AI.
Okay, I might need to I don't know if, are their mics hot? Do you hear them? I loved Micro Center. No volume? Okay. I'm probably in on the audio. Since I've formatted the computer, I don't know if it changed settings on me. That's a nice little extension. Thanks, Passing Cloud. That'll probably be pretty convenient for me. Streaming. Sounds like it looks like they're talking, are they not? Pretty sure it's GME would have this problem. They're talking.
about 2 of them have some minor cure disputes that we think can be handled after the order has been entered by Your Honor. Obviously, subject to and without prejudice to the landlord's cure objections that have been filed. I am happy to report, though, that the value of the lease sale exceeds any disputed cure by a good amount, and so we're essentially in the money on all of those leases with cure disputes that will be pushed to Monday. So there are remaining leases that are subject to objection. Some of those relate to adequate assurance. Others relate to, use restrictions and exclusivity provisions in other leases, some that may be in Bed Bath leases. That's all going to be pushed to July 24th, along with the cure disputes as well.
Can you just do the numbers for that for me? In other words, you said the phase 1 had 109 leases sold, and 51 are going forward today, which in my math leaves 58 open, or as to which there are objections. But
so
the number on of matters that as to on the agenda as to which there are objections is in excess of that, as best as I can tell.
Yeah, so let me provide some clarity on that. We have certain lease sales that are package bids. For example, Burlington Coat Factory, I think, is taking 44 locations. We only have objections on 20 of those, I believe. And so the other 24 are uncontested, but they're going to be pushed to Monday as well.
Does not sound like they're just liquidating them?
Efficiency purposes.
24 is all they have left.
In other words, with the Burlington one, even though 24 are in the clear, or roughly 24 are in the clear, they're all getting pushed. So the number is really not 51, but it's more, for that, make it 75.
Right. And then there's a few with the Michaels deal. I believe 1 or 2 remain contested. And so the leftover of the Michaels are unopposed. And so those can go in the category of uncontested as well. But there are certain ones that are being pushed to Monday just for efficiency purposes.
This doesn't sound like.
I think this is a good point for me to say. One of the reasons why I wanted to treat this as a status scheduling conference today was because we did receive so many objections, and we were trying to get a handle on what was going forward and what wasn't. And there were a lot of requests for witnesses to appear in person, which is by Zoom and all that. And it looked to me to be, significantly more than 50 objections. And even if it were 50, that's just too many to deal with in an afternoon hearing, especially with witnesses. So I thought it was appropriate as to those, and maybe you agree, and that's what I'm being told, is that as to those, we need to just deal with them. Hopefully by the 24th. But I'm at some point I want to hear what the proposal is as to how to deal with those.
Yeah, and I think we are hopeful we'll reach a resolution on a number of those, but we are prepared and will be filing a reply on Thursday in response to the contested objections that are going forward on Monday. And so we're happy to proceed that way. We did, file that notice of uncontested matters to give Your Honor a sense of what remains going forward today. But we're happy to provide you with another notice to make that even clearer if that's acceptable.
Well, at some point, I definitely need an understanding of A, which are the contested ones that I have to be ready to deal with on Monday, and B, what the procedure is going to be to conduct those contested hearings. In other words, if people want witnesses and there's more than a couple of them, it could start to take some significant time, and just need to figure out how to address that.
Understood. I think, Your Honor, the only matter that has potential witnesses and declarations that have been submitted is the Hobby Lobby lease with respect to the Michaels deal. All of the others, I think we can proceed without witnesses, without declarations, and we're prepared to go forward on the papers. Most of this is just legal argument, and so we don't think any of the facts are in dispute, and so we're prepared to go forward on our reply on Monday with respect to the contested matters.
On a reply on Thursday for a hearing on Monday.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So, you know, and to the extent there are ones that need to be pushed to a subsequent date, we're happy to do that if we don't have enough time on Monday to handle all of the contested matters.
Are these all ones that we knew about, or is it?
But you know, as I mentioned,
they're
it's
selling?
really imperative that we close out as many of these as we can today. The estate is relying on the dollars that have been gained here. It's been no small feat, and it's hugely, you know, thanks to A&G Realty, who ran a robust process, all the landlords and third parties that have participated, that have negotiated these assignment agreements and really got us to where we are today.
Okay.
So with that said, Your Honor, unless you have any questions or anyone else on the courtroom or on the phone would like to be heard, I know Mr. Lehane would like to be heard.
I'm
happy to leave it at that. And then we are planning to submit orders approving a number of these lease sale and lease terminations following the hearing.
Okay, well, I'll certainly hear from anyone that wants to be heard before we'll proceed any further.
Okay, the last point I do want to make, and I probably buried the lead with this, is the debtors have reached an agreement on the terms of a plan with the UCC and the DIP lenders. And we are prepared to file that plan and disclosure statement either today or within 24 hours. We will be seeking short notice to have a conditional disclosure statement approval hearing on or around August 1, Your Honor. So
August 1?
Yes.
So August 1.
That's what we're waiting for, right?
File it today. Today is no. Okay. I understand.
And the reason for the short notice, obviously, is we have reached consensus with the key stakeholders in the case around the terms of the plan.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, I'll consider it, but I'll also consider what others may have to say as well.
Understood. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
That's what we're waiting on, right? What he just said.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Disclosures means it's going to
Kelly
be
Dryan Warren on behalf of a number of
private.
landlords.
We're not going to know about it.
Your Honor, the landlords are Oak Street Real Estate Fund, Brookfield Properties Retail, Regency Centers, Hines, Site Centers, Kite Realty Group, and Benderson Development Company. And first of all, Your Honor, I agree completely with Mr. Fiedler's comments with respect to the process that's been run. And Your Honor may recall, we were here on the first few days of the case back in May, and we were at the approval hearing on the lease procedures, and we said they're not perfect, but we totally understand what the debtor has to accomplish here. And all of our clients are not only landlords, but creditors to this company, and they want to see the value of these assets maximized. And it's been a very well-run process, and we've had a great deal of cooperation. Our clients also participate on the creditors committee. So we've been deeply involved throughout, Your Honor. It's been a tremendous lift.
I appreciate that. I do remember that, and I appreciate you saying that.
Right. And I don't believe there's been a Chapter 11 case with this much real estate moved since Sears or Toys R Us. So it's a very significant amount of work that's been done. And with respect to our specific clients and this process, you know, we filed a number of objections, Your Honor, on behalf of those clients that had leases that were subject to assumption and assignment. And some of those were what we would call cautionary assumption and assignment, adequate assurance in the sense of making sure the numerical math under the leases is performed going forwards and the cure amounts are all squared away. There were also, though, a number of those that were actually substantive objections. So our objections were filed at docket number 1320 for Oak Street, 1323 for Brookfield. That's the Pinnacle Hills location in Rogers, Arkansas, a proposed assignment to Michaels that Mr. Fiedler made reference to. At 1324, it was another objection on behalf of Oak Street Real Estate. At 1326, the Hines Realty Group objected to a proposed assignment in Cincinnati at the Rookwood premises. That I want to talk a little bit about because it's got a similar legal situation as the Michaels Rogers, Arkansas assignment. At 1328, we filed objections for Regency centers. At 1329, we filed objections for site centers. At 1330, we filed objections for Kite Realty Group. 3 locations were initially involved. We believe 2 of those are resolved, but the third one has a legal issue that is almost identical to the issue with the Michaels at Rogers, Arkansas, and the Scandinavian Designs assignment in Cincinnati, Ohio. Same legal issues, but a different set of facts. Finally, we have Benderson Development Group at Sarasota, Florida, a very different type of objection that remains open. And in Torrance, California, there's an objection to the assumption and assignment of that lease to a one-off developer. Your Honor,
What number was that?
that was 1320. That's the first. It's Oak Street, Torrance, California.
Oh, okay.
Your Honor, we have been working hard to resolve these. Our goal would be to resolve these all consensually. And for most of these we usually believe there is a business resolution, and we're continuing to work on that. And there are discussions underway. For Pinnacle Hills, Rogers, Arkansas, it doesn't look like there's going to be a business solution, although we proposed one. And we don't know with respect to the one in Cincinnati, where it's another assignment that would violate an exclusive, and the assignment in Avondale, Arizona for Kite Realty Group. The point here, Your Honor, is that although Mr. Fiedler referenced the Rogers, Arkansas one, there's really 4 other locations that potentially have similar legal issues with a different set of facts and potentially a different set of witnesses. And what we did yesterday in talks with the debtor when we realized that this was going to be adjourned, we had started filing motions to seal because the leases that would be in evidence here, Your Honor, are confidential. And we've redacted them and have versions that would be appropriate for the public, but we wanted to give Your Honor the benefit of the unredacted leases. So what we would propose with respect to those is that we continue filing those and see if we could have those heard on short notice on the 24th.
When you say those,
the motions to seal, Your Honor,
the motions,
just the motions to seal,
underlying substantive motion.
That's correct, Your Honor. And with respect to the underlying substantive motions, we've had discussions with debtors counsel, and we understand that they have a lot going on and a lot to accomplish. Our preference would be to have a hearing on those on August 1st or after, because we've just been made aware of the witnesses that the assignee is putting forth. We have witnesses we may want to put forth. And Your Honor, this is a very important issue from our client's perspective. There is a split of law between the 4th Circuit. There's some 2nd Circuit law. There's nothing really recent in the 3rd Circuit on this issue. Well, let's consider this an opportunity to make new law, perhaps. And that's if they don't settle. And we're going to try to settle these issues. I will also say this, Your Honor, going into August, all of these landlords do not want to impair the estate at all and would waive the rent in August in order to have any proceedings continue into August.
Good, my mind.
So what we're trying to make clear here is we're trying to give the estate the benefit that it can get monetizing as many of these leases as possible. But in some cases, that's just not acceptable to the landlord. We find we may have a substantive hearing, and it may be one that really does require some exploration of fact. There's going to be further briefing on this. And because it's such an important issue, we feel that Your Honor is entitled to a full briefing of these issues. We've discussed it with counsel to the debtors. We want to go back, see if we can't work on a constructive order that will give Your Honor what we believe to be the appropriate type of structure he understands and needs to this. And by the way, Your Honor, I'm remiss because I wanted to say I'd like to introduce you to my colleague, Mr. William Jives, who will be helping out on this. And I believe he's looking in through Zoom on this one. So we'll be working with Bill Jives, counsel for the debtor and counsel for the assignees, to try to come up with a constructive and appropriate schedule for these proceedings. But it is a large number of contested assignments that if they don't get resolved, they certainly could take more time that would be available in just one afternoon or one hearing. So we look forward to working through the rest of these issues with counsel for the debtor.
And are they the kind of issues that parties are just going to be submitting their legal papers like and declarations, or is there a formal or informal discovery involved?
There may be discovery, Your Honor. One of them is a very legal issue. it's a very clear issue. I don't know if it's appropriate to get into it at a status conference, but another one, there is a more subjective and a factual basis for it. And that there may be Michaels has submitted a fact witness. We would intend to submit a fact witness as well. And it would get to what is an issue that does resolve around some factual discovery. And, you know, we're trying to determine whether or not depositions are necessary, how to conduct those depositions in a way that would be most efficient for everybody involved.
Well, I appreciate all that, and I'm sure you'll stipulate to things that you can stipulate to, and if it's just a legal issue that you need me to resolve, you'll and you can't resolve it consensually, you'll let me know about that. And I do need to say one thing that you mentioned, Bill Jives, and I have to disclose that I worked with Bill Jives some 20 plus years ago at my old firm, and I have dinner with him occasionally, probably once or twice a year. So I don't think that raises any kind of issue. I am very confident that I can be fair and impartial, notwithstanding that, and I'm pretty sure it doesn't raise any kind of disqualification issue anyway. But I don't want to hesitate. I don't want to hinder anyone from raising that issue if they want to. If Mr. Jives is going to be, you know, primarily intimately involved in this, and the way I deal with that is that if there is a problem, I could have any party say, write a letter or whatever saying they have a problem. One party has a problem with it without identifying anyone. You can do that, and I'll take it under advisement and see how I need to deal with it. Or if there's no issue, which I don't think there's any issue. I've had many colleagues appear before me in these and other cases. So, but I just needed to disclose that for the benefit of everyone.
No, I appreciate that, and it's one of the reasons, you know, we wanted to let you know Mr. Jives is involved. So, with that, unless Your Honor has any more questions, we look forward to trying to work through these issues, and again, hope that we can resolve as much of this consensually as possible. But do feel that we will need to have you know, some time, and we're looking forward to hopefully a hearing the week after next, sometime August 1, in that week. So
okay, well, it's been a very busy time for me. I have all these things are here for trial that's been going on for over 20 days and is going forward on Wednesday and Friday of this week. And I'm actually going to have to take Monday's hearing, and I needed to say that as well, from remotely. I'm not going to be here. So, but it just based on that presentation that you just made, it sounds like that's not going to be an issue, but I'll let anybody else tell me if it may be.
thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, Ross Fiedler of Kirkland & Ellis on behalf of the debtors. There's no issue with that from our perspective. I appreciate Mr. Lehane's comments about August rent. We are not willing to impair the estate with August rent. We are planning on being out of these stores at the end of July, and so do not expect to incur any August rent. And so if the schedule allows for contested hearings to go past July 31st, totally fine, so long as we have, you know, a commitment from the landlord to waive August rent.
It sounds like you might have been a little surprised by that.
No, I was expecting that.
Oh,
and I appreciate Mr. Lehane's comments.
It might have been said before, and I hadn't heard it before either. I thought about that as an issue because of the July 31st date, and as with so many other things, you guys have dealt with it professionally and appropriately, and I'm very grateful for that. So
thank you, Your Honor.
thank you. Mr. Gross.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Philip Gross, Lowenstein Sandler, great to be back in front of Your Honor again in person. Thank you. So, Your Honor, we're counsel for Michaels Stores Inc. together with White and Case, who I think is on the Zoom line, or at least should be. We filed ProAx applications for 4 White and Case attorneys, Mr. Sam Hershey, Mr. Greg Pesci, Laura Bakash, and Devin Rivero, and they may speak after me because I think they're hearing a lot of this now in real time. We had actually been assuming as of yesterday afternoon that today was going to go forward on a contested basis on our lease, which was why we filed our reply and our declaration last night for our witness. Our witness had flown in from Texas yesterday thinking that we were going to have a contested hearing today. So we were a little bit surprised, I guess, that this was not going forward today. But we certainly understand all of the comments that Mr. Lehane made. We'll obviously be reasonable and look forward to working forward on a reasonable schedule. Because our witness flew in yesterday and is not available, as far as I could tell, not available in person next week. To the extent we don't go forward next week, I think we would ask permission for our witness, who really just put forward one paragraph in his declaration about the tenant mix issue in the shopping center. We would ask for our witness to be given permission, at least from the court, if he could appear remotely on Zoom for cross-examination, if that would be okay. I think we've spoken to Mr. Lehane. I don't know if hopefully we can.
I honestly prefer that to be in person, but if the parties are okay with it, I usually defer to the parties, and so and you are all very experienced, and you know how to get the documents to everybody and deal with the logistics of it. So and that's not going forward on the 24th. So there'll be some more time. I don't know how much more, but there'll be more time to deal with.
Yeah, the second question that I think we had was, no one had told, we were all assuming, I think, as of last night, that we were going to go forward. No one had indicated they wanted to depose our witness. We would understand, again, it's probably three or four lines in the declaration. If there is a need for a deposition, which again, we don't really think there is, we would just ask that be very, very limited, maybe an hour or so. It's 3 lines, just really about the current tenant mix in the facility. Nothing that we think is really more than 2 or 3 questions, honestly, if even that.
Would you be saying that if you were the other side?
Yes.
You would? I'm not sure, but that's all right.
It really is
3 questions.
It really is 3 lines. It really
beyond what the instructions and all that. If you understand them, might be more than 2 or 3, but I don't know.
The second point, Your Honor, is we think at the end of the day, all the case law that we cited in our reply, which is, I think the more recent case law on the issues, really at the end of the day, it's not going to be much in the way of any, if any, factual issues. It's really going to be legal issues that we think the court could decide based on the terms of the contracts and the lease agreements that have been entered into the record. But obviously, the other side will discuss that in the briefing, and we can talk about it whenever we're back, whether it's Monday or thereafter. I just wanted to see if my co-counsel had any other comments, given I think a lot of this is moving in real time. I know that they had mentioned that the first week in August may be a problem. I don't know if it was for them or for their witness.
Yes, Your Honor, can you hear me?
Who is I don't seem to have them on my
Let me raise my hand and see if that brings me. Well, anyway, Your Honor, this is Sam Hershey from White & Case. I'm co-counsel of Mr. Gross, Michael Storrs. And Your Honor, see and hear me now, by any chance?
Yeah, I don't know why he's not showing up on my screen.
Okay. Well, I only have a few quick comments, Your Honor. So if I may just proceed with audio, and hopefully the video comes up great. If not, I'll only be a second.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, I just wanted to respond to one of Mr. Lehane's points, which is Michaels, of course, is also going to try to work with the landlord to resolve this dispute on the business level. It's everybody's hope that we can do that, and we'll be ready and willing to engage in those discussions. I just wanted to put this on your record for Your Honor to be aware of. Also, Mr. Lehane mentioned further briefing and evidence. We'll, of course, consider whatever proposal he makes. We're not entirely sure why that's necessary, given there was an objection filed and there was a reply filed. So now it seems like we're going into stir replies and stir replies. But we'll, of course, be reasonable and listen to his proposal. And if there's a dispute that needs Your Honor's attention, we will timely bring it to your attention. And that's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Well, this has all been done on such an expedited schedule. I just want to be fair to everyone, and it looks like Michaels was working very quickly to get stuff together, and I want to give everyone a fair chance to respond. If you can't figure out what a fair chance to deal with it is between yourselves, write me a short letter, tell me what the issue is, 1 or 2 pages, and we'll resolve it. The other side can respond. If the prior practice is how things will go anyway, it's like there will be a response certainly within 24 hours, and I'll deal with it, and I'll deal with it either just by letting you know what I ruled, or having a short call and ruling on the call. So, and that doesn't just go for depositions. It's any discovery kind of issue that comes up. Just a short letter to the point and a quick response, and we'll deal with it.
And I think the last issue, Your Honor, that Whiting Case had mentioned to me earlier was, I think the current deadline to assume or reject expires on August 21st. So if we kick the hearing beyond next week, I think we would want to just confirm that the landlord is okay consensually extending that. I think we had preliminary discussions about that.
Well, I understand the debtors will be moving to extend that, and they have another 90 days available, but we're not going to oppose an extension of the deadline to assume or reject in order to get in the way of this process.
All right, so that's
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you.
Very, very reasonable as before, and I think that you'll be able to deal with it. And if not, you'll come to me.
Absolutely. Thank you, Your Honor.
I see okay, well, there's people on that have raised their hand here, but if you want to come up, because you're here, I generally give people in court a little bit of a preference.
Okay.
Mr. Wasowski.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Bruce Wasotsky, Norris McLaughlin. We are local counsel for one of the objecting landlords, Rushmore Crossing LLC. Our objection is docket number 1305, and I believe on the Zoom call, our principal counsel for our client, Jared Martin and Tara DeLay of the Chamberlain firm in Houston, Texas. Their pro hoc vice applications are pending before the court. I wasn't privy to the lists that counsel referred to of matters that are going forward today, and those are going to be heard on Monday. And I just wanted to confirm that our objections were being carried to Monday.
Confirmed, Your Honor.
Thank you. Confirmed, and and I guess same thing. You'll be talking, and yes, if a hearing is needed, we're going to decide on Monday how that goes forward.
I believe discussions are ongoing, Your Honor.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Good, Mr. Martin or Mr. Leday, I think they're done then. Okay, come on up.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Dean Oswald of Porzo, Bromberg, and Newman. We represent a landlord, DPEG Fountains LP, out of Stafford, Texas. My pro hack applications are currently pending. So our landlord has a tenant that has a use exclusive provision in the shopping center. And so we were hoping that if necessary, we'd be able to submit a certification for our client that just to the extent that our landlord operates a shopping center, and that the other tenant is objecting to the assignment of Burlington. They're one of the 44 in that objection.
What are you asking me?
We just want to make sure that we're able to stipulate with the debtors and if possible, if necessary, have our client appear via Zoom for cross-examination if needed.
Well, I'm going to say the same thing I said before. I'm not going to do different things for different parties, so it'll be the same as long as everybody's okay with it. I'm okay with it.
And if the debtors are okay with the stipulations to those, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Kevin Mann on behalf of Flexport Inc. I'm from the law firm of Cross and Simon up here from Delaware. Ours was a contested lease. I just wanted to let the court know that it has been resolved. I thought counsel was going to talk about that because he represents that landlord as well. But that's for store number 677. It's not actually a store, it's a warehouse facility. But I did want to let the court know that that has been resolved, and we'll have a form of order in front of you shortly.
Oh, that's great. But that didn't make it to the the amended list of?
It is the last one on the list, but
okay.
but we did in the hallway before coming in here, we worked out the final details.
That's one thing that was lost for sure. Well, for sure during COVID, and even with parties appearing less in court. The hallway when I was coming up was a good place to resolve things. But
That's why I came up here today, Your Honor.
Well, there you go.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
And Your Honor, just for the record, John Myro of Porzio, Bromberg and Newman. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Representing DFW Louisville Partners LP that was just referenced by Mr. Mann. I let my colleague, Mr. Oswald, deal with a different landlord. That's why he came up a minute ago.
Right.
I just want to clarify in terms of the deal that we have reached with Flexport, we've agreed to the proposed order. There was an issue about the cure amount. We've agreed to $80,000 that'll get built into the order, as well as DFW and Flexport has agreed to the terms of the lease amendment. The only remaining issue with that is just one of the exhibits to the lease amendment is just the form letter of credit. We just kind of ran out of time to just have that agreed to. So that's the only remaining issue. And I guess the other thing that will build into the order is that we learned just at the very end that the actual name of the landlord is different. It's a different successor in interest, and similarly the tenant, Bed Bath, is a different successor in interest. So we'll just build those changes in.
All right. Well, that all sounds like it's all acceptable. And did that make it onto the list, or is that a new one?
That it's on the list as an uncontested, but I just wanted to advise the court that we really agreed to everything, and those are the terms.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. All right. I see Mr. Teal has his hand up. Mr. Teal.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Jason Teal, Sills, Cummins and Gross on behalf of Microelectronics. Your Honor, my client was the successful bidder to take an assignment of the debtor's lease in Santa Clara, California, which is listed on the list of uncontested matters that are going forward today. And I just wanted to make a request, since I did have an email exchange with Mr. Bass yesterday concerning the form of order, that I'd be able to see the updated order prior to it being submitted to the court after this hearing.
What?
That's okay, Your Honor.
Did you hear that? That's okay, Mr. Teal.
Yes, sir, I did, and thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. And now, Mr. Bodner.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. John Bodner, Bodner Law, local counsel to BVCV Union Plaza LLC. We're a landlord, and we filed an objection at docket number 1240 to the assignment of the lease to Golf and Tennis Pro Shop. We've been tracking the docket, and we've seen some of the filings involving Mr. Lehane's clients and Pinnacle and Michael's. And we believe that the legal issue referenced is
Mr. Bodner, you're fading in and out a little bit. Can you just speak up or pick up the phone or something?
Your Honor, can you hear me now?
A little better, yeah.
All right, I apologize, Your Honor. We just wanted to let the court know that the legal issue in our objection, we believe, is a similar legal issue to the issue in Mr. Lehane's objections, going back and forth between Pinnacle and Michael's and other parties. So we just wanted to let Your Honor know there are other landlords with that legal issue that are implicated.
Okay, well, I guess one of the things that the parties need to talk about is how that all works out, and to the extent there's different facts that might influence or inform the legal decision. I think you have to be prepared to address those facts with your own witnesses. However, if it's just going to be, for lack of a better term, a piggyback argument, you can certainly join in the arguments. And but I leave that up to you. I can't tell you how to do that. I can only tell you that you should proceed as you deem fit in representing your client's interests.
Thank you, Your Honor. We just wanted to let the court know just there are other landlords out there with the issue, and we'll discuss. Thank you.
Oh, I appreciate it. I understand. I understand that. Thank you.
Your Honor, Ross Fiedler, Kirkland & Ellis, on behalf of the debtors. I think the approach that Mr. Lehane laid out was the same approach that was taken in the briefing in Toys R Us, and it's acceptable to the debtors so long as we have confirmation that the other landlords who've raised, as Mr. Bodner said, substantially similar legal issues, agree that August rent is going to be waived as well. We can't put the estate in a position to incur that.
Did you hear that, Mr. Bodner?
Yeah, I'm not authorized to do that now, but I'll go back and discuss with my lead counsel and my client.
I mean, it seems like a reasonable, practical, and in some sense necessary way to address the issue. So, but your client will do what they think is right. But if, I think reasonableness sometimes is even better than strictly adhering to some legal precept, and maybe this is one of those cases. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else wish to be heard? Mr. Bodner, Mr. Tabachnik?
Thank you, Your Honor. Two things. First of all, we have some confusion on the record that needs clarification. I represent Panama City Beach Venture 2. The objection filed at docket number 1281. And our lease is referenced on two different schedules of leases to be sold. One located at docket number 114 on page 10, and again on docket number 1157 at page 11. Page 11 out of 119 pages that we are. And in the one instance, we are noticed for leases being noticed to be sold to Burlington. We're not sure which Burlington entity. I think we've been told in emails and so forth, but there are apparently a number of Burlington entities, and we'll get to that in a minute. On docket number 1157, the proposed purchaser of the lease in question, which is store number 1367, for the record, is Haverty Furniture. So one of those has to be right and one has to be wrong, and having conflicting documents also makes it difficult because we can't assess the wherewithal of the prospective purchaser to comply with the obligations of the lease as it pertains to the shopping center owned by our client. And so that's clouding our discussions a little bit. I think that the parties continue to work. We were a little surprised that this matter is now being kicked to next week, a date on which I am actually traveling and unavailable. And if we have to, it would be, and given the length of this hearing, it's quite possible that I'm not going to be able to be in a place where I can conduct a hearing, certainly not in a contested matter, as we were prepared to go forward today. And so we'd like to, it looks like some matters are going to have to be carried beyond the 24th as it is because of some of the contested matters in which witnesses are going to be required. And taking a cue from the discussion with Mr. Bodner, I certainly will chime in and subscribe and join in every other landlord's objection that says things similar to the objections that we raised. And just not to leave anything out. But we do need clarification as to which is the party that's going to be acquiring or proposed to acquire our client's lease. And then to get the appropriate assurances of adequate ability to comply with the provisions of the lease. And that again goes to not only the financial wherewithal to do so, but also the composition vis-a-vis the restrictions that we have to comply with vis-a-vis our other tenants, the other tenants in the shopping center. So as an administrative matter, though, I did want to address the 24th, and if our matter needs to be, chances are a number of these are going to have to be carried anyway, so maybe we just put to the bottom of the list after some of those that are covered on the 24th, which look like they're going to consume that day in any event.
All right, so I think the first order of business is and debtors counsel are conferring is to clarify for Mr. Tabachnik who is it?
There was an error on the notice of assumption at 1157. it was properly reflected on the notice that the bidders that Burlington.
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing that, Your Honor.
It was Burlington. It was not, it was a typographical error on 1157. Was that the docket number? So it's Burlington.
All right, so they're going to correct 1157. And which Burlington entity exactly?
Specific information afterwards, but Mr. Kavash and I have had several discussions that it's a Burlington lease, and so I will provide him with the details.
Sounds like there might be minor differences between a lot of these names anyway, so Mr. Bass is just saying he'll give you the exact information offline next time you talk.
That would, and I know he's been talking with my colleague Ryan Davis down in Florida to get these things resolved, and it matters because what we find is that the financial information is a little bit muddled since the information that's been presented to us are consolidated financials, and consolidated financials don't give us the ability to ascertain the financial status of the individual entity that is contained within those consolidated financials, and whether or not there are cross-corporate guarantees. But I think that we've discussed that, and we can do that offline. For present purposes, I think we get the clarification that we need. It's great to hear on the record that 1157 is wrong. That gives us some degree of comfort to at least know which way we're going. And then to deal with the 24th, which is a date that is problematic for me as it is for Your Honor.
It's not going to be a problem because we're not going to be having the hearings on the contested ones on the 24th, so it's not a problem for you.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. That's
adjourned to another date,
Mm-hmm.
but if you haven't resolved it by then.
Your Honor, just
thank you.
One point. We are prepared to go forward on a number of the contested matters on Monday. To the extent there are issues substantially similar to the ones raised by Mr. Lehane, we're happy to push those to a later date that we can agree upon, so long as we get coordination from the landlords on the August rent issue. But we want to get these done as quickly as we can. And so there are a number that we're prepared to go ahead on Monday. And, if it will be helpful to Your Honor, we could provide a status update on Friday via a notice to give you a sense of what remains that's contested and would be going forward on Monday.
Right. Would it be a difficult thing for you to do to just give that preliminary list right now as to where it stands as between ones that are, in, we'll call it the Lehane category, or it's not a defined term yet, but it may be. But and then, and I don't know, and see, I'm not sure if there's still a third category. I'm not sure. Is there that category that have those kinds of issues, the Lehane kind of issues, or and then the ones that you're prepared to go forward on, and then I don't know if there's another category.
Can I take a brief moment to consult with the Colshots folks?
Sure.
Okay. While he's doing that, Your Honor, if I may, Doug Tabachnik again. We don't have authority to waive August rent at this hearing, and certainly don't think that it's appropriate to hold that up as a lever. We were prepared to go today on our matter as a contested matter, and the debtor, for his convenience, needs to push things out. That's fine. But doing this without unilaterally is problematic, and so you're going to run into these issues. But we can't say on behalf of our client that we're allowing the rent issue to hold up a scheduling matter. It shouldn't be that way.
All right. Well, no one's asking you to agree to that today, and I said what I said. You heard what I said before. You'll consider it, and if you don't want to do it, you don't want to do it, and we'll address it accordingly in connection with scheduling. That won't be an issue. We'll figure it out.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes. All right, and I'm not sure, there's two more people that have their hands up, and I'm not sure whether I should move to them before we hear on the issue on the 24th, because obviously, if Mr. Kabachnik's client falls in the category of things that are going to be decided on the 24th, he needs a different date. Right? Is that right, Mr. Kabachnik?
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Warren Team Cole Shots on behalf of the debtors.
Good afternoon.
There are certain objections that are tenant mix related, the issues that Mr. Lehane highlighted for Your Honor, that are adequate assurance of performance of the prospective assignee related, and then there's cure disputes.
So there's three categories.
Some of them are all three.
Right.
Okay. Some of them are not mix related and are only adequate assurance. Some of them are adequate assurance and cure. Okay. What our position is, if we're going to hear the mix related issues on the first, per the schedule that Mr. Lehane is proposing, with details to be filled in around discovery and things like that, all of the ones that have mix as a component of the objection can be heard that day. If it's adequate assurance 2, we'll deal with those. If it's cure, we hope to be able to resolve those. Really, these are creditworthy. We really hope to be able to resolve those. The cure deficiencies, with very few exceptions, are not major deltas. We're going to do the work. We hope to resolve them. If, however, what we propose on the 24th, Your Honor, is if it's only adequate assurance or only cure or only adequate assurance and cure, and not the tenant mix related issues that Mr. Lehane highlighted, we'd like to go forward with those on the 24th. The universe is actually not, there's a lot of them that have tenant mix components, probably 20 or so. The other 30 or so ish, right, are either adequate assurance or cure or combination of those two. And we'd like to either resolve them or have them heard on the 24th. That's what we're proposing.
Okay, but so Mr. Tabachnik, I'm sorry, you were in which category?
Well, we really got,
You had the tenant mix issue.
they're really all part of the same, right? Part of the tenant mix goes to use of the premises and whether or not the proposed tenant is going to comply with the restrictions that contain not only in, the permitted uses that are contained in the lease as to what they are, but the prohibited uses that tie into the other 20 or 25 leases from the other tenants in the property, so that the tenant coming in doesn't throw the landlord into default or out of compliance with the leases that he has to abide with his other tenants. So that goes to adequate assurance, because it says we're asking them to say they're going to comply with the prohibited use provisions contained in the lease, which also needs to respect the uses of the other tenants in the property. I mean,
Sounds like you're in the mixed category.
Yeah, he's in the mixed category. You're right. It's exclusives, it's use restrictions, it's that. Adequate, when I say adequate assurance as a separate category, we're talking about the financial wherewithal.
Well, we were also looking for information on that. We haven't really gotten that, but yes, they're kind of like, it's separate. That's true. I agree. By the way, to my view of thinking, the mix issue is probably something, just thinking off the top of my head here, but I don't know that we need evidentiary hearings on that. That's the kind of thing that could probably be resolved, in a conference. This is what we've got. This is what we have to deal with. Are they going to comply? Can they comply? That's not something that I think you need to really encumber an evidentiary hearing on. It's really more of something sitting down at a table and going through the chart.
Well, I think what's being proposed is to sit down at the table and go through it and try to reach an agreement. But from what I heard as to the Michaels and similar issues, is that there's, according to Mr. Lehane, different views in different circuits, different facts that are being put in, competing certifications that are being put in, and no law in the Third Circuit. So they want an evidentiary hearing on it. And if they want an evidentiary hearing on it, and I think they're entitled to it if there are disputed facts that that need to be addressed. So I agree with you. It would be very nice to try to resolve them at a table, and it was very clear to me that it's going to continue on that path as well as the path of potentially not resolving it. And maybe you resolve the cure and the financial adequate assurance, but you can't resolve the tenant mix. So then it still means it goes with the whole tenant mix category and issues that should be resolved together. I should be consistent about it. So,
with the only caveat, Your Honor, that if a landlord wants to have their tenant mix related issues heard on Mr. Lehane's schedule, they have to do what Mr. Lehane's clients are doing, which is waive August rent. And if they're not willing to do that, then you're going to hear from us that we need to have it heard on the 24th because we have no choice.
all right, well, they don't have authority to do that right now.
Yeah,
and
we're going to keep speaking with them, and hopefully they will have authority to do that.
Yeah, but what we can't do is have a schedule hold us, have that be held hostage to, to travel plans that we can't change. That's just, we didn't choose that we couldn't do it today. That wasn't our choice. We're ready to go.
I try to be as fair and reasonable as I can with scheduling, Mr. Tabachnik, and you say you're not available on the 24th. We'll deal with it, and
we'll go right now.
No, we're not.
I mean, if Mr. Tabachnik can't make the 24th,
But I said we weren't going right now.
Okay.
So we're not going right now. And anyway, it sounds like it's a tenant mix issue. So
Just wanted to clarify for Mr. Eustace, that we want to discuss scheduling afterwards. August 1st does not work for our client as a hearing date.
What was that, Mr. Brooks?
August 1st does not work. Just that particular date. I know Mr. Eustace said August 1st. I just wanted to be clear. We need to discuss scheduling after the hearing.
Okay.
As long as your clients are willing to waive August rent, it doesn't have to be the first.
You're talking about, I'm representing the S&E.
Like the landlord whose store is affected by your.
Right. Our dispute, the landlord is willing to waive. Correct.
I think that, isn't that issue resolved as between you and Mr. Lehane's client?
Yeah, I'm just talking about the date. I want to make sure that we haven't agreed on a hearing date yet. That's all.
All right. So Mr. Bruck has his hand up.
Yes. Good afternoon, Your Honor. I have two landlords, and my point was just to confirm that one of them is the Almaden Plaza Shopping Center. Just to confirm that there is a lease termination assignment that the terms of which have been agreed to by the debtor and my client, and that we'll be submitting signed documents within the next day or so. The other landlord that I have is a client called BBBYQ Neojo, and it has a Bed Bath store in San Jose. We had filed an objection to the cure amount, but this particular landlord is part of the phase 2 sale. So I am just confirming that is not one of the objections which will be heard on the 24th.
My understanding is that's correct, Mr. Brooks.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
And the debtor's counsel's nodding their heads, so.
Correct, yeah.
Great. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Abramowitz? See why we couldn't do an evidentiary hearing today? And there's too many things to deal with even on scheduling. So, okay, Mr. Abramowitz? It looks like you have yourself muted. His microphone out. Another person has their hand up, Mr. Levant.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. William J. Levant. I have two objections pending for different clients, but they are both related to what appear to be computational errors in the cure figures, and I wanted the debtors counsel to confirm to me that one of them, which is for Main Street at Exton, filed as document 1047, isn't going to be addressed today. I believe it's being held for the second auction. Is that correct?
I'm not certain about whether it's going forward at the auction, but it's not being addressed today, Your Honor.
Yeah, it's definitely not being addressed today. That I know, but
That's excellent. If I may ask very quickly about the other one. It is for Paramount Consumer Center 1 through 7, except for, I have no idea how these get that way, but that is one where my client bid the cure figure plus 100,000, and we have been having trouble trying to reconcile the number. In fact, right before I got on this call, I traded emails with Mr. Park at Colshott's, and I hope to have that resolved. I wondered if debtors counsel had any further updates.
Your Honor, David Bass, poll shots for the record. That is among the uncontested matters today. That is going forward as a lease termination agreement. I believe we have a signed agreement with the West Long Branch landlord, a whole bunch of folks that Mr. Levant just mentioned. And I'll be in coordination with him after this hearing, because I was under the impression we are terminating the lease, so that really the cure issue would be moot. But I'll make sure that we're all in agreement that they're acquiring their interest, the debtor's interest in the lease, and that one will be submitted as an order approving a lease termination agreement.
I probably shouldn't say this, but I think my client owes about $66,000 because the guys from A&G convinced them to bid 100,000 plus the arrears. And if you net it out, it comes out to about $66,000.
But what
It is a lease termination.
That's a discussion you need to have with Mr. Bass or.
Yeah, I'm just trying to spur it along because it strikes me as being a simple matter of arithmetic. But I think I've gotten what I want. And yes, it is a landlord buyback of the leasehold.
Okay, Your Honor, we're happy to address that after the hearing. The additional money coming into the estate will pay for the extra time we're spending right now on issues that could be pushed over.
Yeah, we're not going to get into the nitty-gritty of the negotiations at this hearing. So
very well, thank you, Your Honor.
thank you. All right. Now Mr. Abramowitz is no longer here, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe he didn't need to speak anymore. But can I just ask someone? Can you just call him, Mr. Bass? You know Arthur's number, just to call him, because
Next one.
I feel badly he was not there. And now, anyway, Ms. Solomon is raising her hand. Ms. Solomon?
Thank you, Your Honor. This is Lisa Solomon on behalf of DC USA Operating Co. My client has filed an objection. They're a landlord, and their objection can be found at docket number 1295. The objection has been the subject of some discussions with debtors counsel, and we are proceeding to work out some of the issues. One issue that remains open, Your Honor, is an issue with regard to other tenants in the shopping center and the effect that the proposed assignment and assumption will have upon the landlord and the landlord's obligations to those other tenants. And I wanted to get clarification because there's been discussion back and forth at the conference today with regard to what's proposed to be heard on the 24th versus some matters that are going to be heard on the 1st or thereafter. And
I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Solomon.
well, whether it's a legal issue, and whether it's proposed that it will be heard on the 24th, or whether it's being proposed to be heard at some later time. I think it's part of adequate assurance, and it goes to the issue of the use of the premises and compliance with the terms of the lease, as well as the harm that will befall my client if an assignment and assumption is approved to an entity, and the entity here is one of the Burlington entities, if that will put my client in default with regard to its obligations to other tenants in the same shopping center.
Well, it sounds like Ms. Solomon, the way I understood it, and I'm looking to debtors counsel to confirm, is that what's going forward on the 24th is pure objections and adequate assurance of future performance based on finances, not based on tenant mix. And it sounds pretty clearly like your issue is based on tenant mix. So that's not going forward on Monday, the 24th. Is that correct, counsel?
That's correct. And I was gonna, when I was approaching the podium before, was to summarize just that. The only, so that's for the 24th, if it's only financial adequate assurance issues and cure. Anything mix, exclusivity, use restriction related, even if they have the other objections attached to them, we're gonna try to find a later date. It can be August 1st or a different date in August if all landlords are willing to waive the August rent. What I was going to approach to put on the radar, Your Honor, is if we're going to hear from whether it's Mr. Debacic's client or others that say we're not willing to waive August rent, then I think we may need to have those issues heard, right? Whether it's the 28th, 31st. I mean, we don't have the ability to put those issues over and then expose the estate to an August 1st rent payment for reasons that Your Honor I've already observed. So,
all right.
So we're going to work with the landlords and see if we can get that same concession that Mr. Lehane, it's certain that Mr. Lehane's clients have proposed. It certainly allows us to present these issues in a much more orderly way. But if we can't,
well, maybe I can help. Mr. Gutierrez, can on the week of August, well, it's really July 31st and August 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Do we have any of those? I think that we don't have the trial days that week. Is that right? That's correct. We have Wednesday. Wednesday's available? Second. Yeah. Yeah, and I would and what I would say is, if the parties are in a position to get it done, which it sounds like they're going to be, we'll get it done that first week in August. So we're talking about wait, I'm sorry, it's 4 days in August we're talking about.
And we will be out of all the locations as of the 31st. So it's not like we're still going to be occupying.
And Your Honor, if I may, considering the practical implications, if a landlord opposed the assignment based on those issues and won, the lease would be rejected and they would not be getting any August rent. The only other possible outcome, though, is in some of the cases, there may be a backup bidder, and then it's an issue of whether or not the backup bidder is acceptable. But if you are fighting this and there's no backup bidder, then for all practical purposes, the lease would be rejected and you would get no rent anyways. So which is one of the reasons why I think it's more than eminently reasonable for landlords to waive the August rent, especially in the absence of a backup bidder.
Actually, I had thought of that, but that's also correct. So, but it's de minimis anyway. It's going to be de minimis. So I certainly encourage the parties to try to get past that. And like I say, I'm committed to getting it resolved the week of, really it's the week of July 31st, but by August 4th. So today is July 18th. I mean, we're talking about a little bit more than a couple of weeks, and that's pretty expedited. if you ask me. So let's all be reasonable and get this done with the least amount of kind of side issues as we can, and focus on the merits and get it done as quickly as we can. That would be my recommendation, my strong recommendation. And Ms. Solomon appears to have her hand up again. Is that right, Ms. Solomon? Yes. Okay. All right, so did Mr. Bass, did you hear from Mr. Abramowitz?
I did speak with Mr. Abramowitz. I don't know if he had cut off before Mr. Usatine had raised the issue of using Monday for non-mix issues. He represents one of the proposed assinees, the PGA. I don't remember the exact name for that entity, but that is subject to an objection from Mr. Bodner's client. It's a mix issue. And so he just wanted to make sure if we were proceeding on those particular issues, which we're not, that we file a list identifying them on Thursday, but it's
okay,
a moot issue.
Okay, great. And Ms. Solomon, I'm sorry, did you say you retracted your hand because it's still up?
Oh, Your Honor, I apologize for that.
Okay. All right. So that leaves us with the sale hearing with respect to the phase 1 leases that are not objected to.
We're finally there. So
Easy.
I think what we would propose, I mean, those are uncontested. If other parties would like to be heard, defer to Your Honor. But unless Your Honor has any questions, we're going to submit some orders to Your Honor's chambers to be approved right after the hearing for all of the.
I'll take that subtle hint. And we'll get it done as soon as it comes in. Is there anyone else that wishes to be heard? Certainly, it's clear that to the extent people have objections, they have been raised and are being dealt with. The people that don't have objections are maybe not happy, but are okay with the proposed assignments. And there's certainly more than sufficient evidence in the record to support them, the assumptions and the assignments as proper exercises of business judgment, properly noticed, properly marketed. So they will be approved, and the order entered today.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
Okay. All right. I think that's it. Probably, this sounds like there's a housekeeping matter.
Just, we previewed the consensual plan that we'll be filing either today or tomorrow, and the request for August 1st or some date that works for Your Honor around then. Just wanted to ask Your Honor if you had any questions about that, or if we're fine to leave that where it is.
So here's the way I view those. You're talking about a motion on short notice for approval of conditional approval of a combined disclosure statement and plan. Is
that's correct, Your Honor?
On tap?
Yeah.
So the way I see that is that although perhaps not expressly provided for in the bankruptcy code, it's something that can be done. And I see the kind of period between when the disclosure statement and plan are filed and when that first hearing is as an opportunity to object to the adequacy of the disclosure in any event. And so I don't mind giving a little bit of time for that. And the time period that you're suggesting, so today is the 18th, and you're suggesting a hearing on August 1st, which would be exactly 2 weeks. And I think with this group of sophisticated and experienced counsel, is plenty of time to address those kind of objections. But I do consider adequacy. What I'm saying to you is that I do consider the adequacy of the disclosure at that time as well. And if past its prologue, I've asked that the disclosure statement be amended to the extent appropriate if there's legitimate disclosure type of objections.
Understood, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so there we are. I think we're finished. And again, thanks to everyone who's here and on the phone. Now, I'm just thinking of something. We are going forward on the 24th, and I told you earlier that I will not be here on the 24th.
Right.
So the thought is that I will do it remotely, but the thought is that I would be able to decide all those issues, cure and or financial adequate assurance on the papers and argument.
Correct, Your Honor. And even for the tenant mix, I think, as you've heard from a number of landlords, these are really just legal issues, but all of which we can, decide on the papers.
Right, but let's, I thought we had clarity on that.
Yeah.
Don't mix that up, because that you just agreed with.
But yes,
the box with.
on Monday, we can go forward on the papers, yes.
But not on tenant mix.
Not on tenant mix.
And even if it includes cure and adequate assurance, we're not going forward on it because it also includes tenant mix.
Correct.
We have clarity. Oh, all right. Thanks very much.
Great.
Yeah,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks very much. We'll see you on Monday.
Virtually.
Thank you.
What a mess. That was it. That was it. So yeah, theoretically we could hear, I think, something about our shares in the next 24 hours, but seems like there's no deadline until August 1st for that, because even if they do submit the filings or whatever it would be, it could be redacted, I believe. I don't think there's anything else that was that new in that. I don't know, Cameron, did you get anything new out of that, or any guys? Yeah, they need to hire me to be their audio mixer. That was painful. So thanks for that plugin extension, Passing Cloud. That worked. It was really needed today, as people's audio levels were all over the place. Well, chart looks good. I mean, in the bigger cup here, we could see a little retracement for a handle. Doesn't have to happen. I mean, today was quite bullish and stayed bullish, so possible just breaks out of there tomorrow. And the fact that it didn't drop today on the hearing seems even more bullish, as that's typically when they like to drop it. Is there another hearing tomorrow though? I think I heard that. Therefore, would released in 24 hours, but it might not be disclosed, right? So because that's what they were talking about with the disclosures. I don't know. Is that how you understood it, Cameron? We're going to hear something within 24 hours? I thought they were going to submit the paperwork within 24 hours, but the deadline's August 1st. Well, we can talk about it on Discord. $10 a share. SPY had quite the bullish day today. Breaking out of that cup and handle was pretty bullish, and breaking above these levels. We're on a rally up and up. Big volume today too on SPY. You see that? So this will probably carry on. I mean, I guess we have more earnings to look forward to, but we're looking bullish up to probably, yeah, like 460 area, maybe a little less, maybe 458. And tomorrow we have, let's see, housing starts and building permits 8:30 in the morning. So those shouldn't move stuff too much. The chart, it's always easy to see once it's over. Barbecue kind of did the smaller cup and made the handle, and we broke out of that today. And now we're just with this final resistance. And after a break of this 38.79, 56 cents is probably well within reach, because there's not a whole lot of volume traded in here, so could move pretty quick up to there, and even further. I'll probably be taking profits again around there, and I will be cutting if we, because if this handle is formed, it's not just a big double top here. Probably give it probably get a retrace to that 33.89, somewhere in there, or handle if it does want to form a handle. GME came up and tested that level today, which it needs to break out of to confirm the bottom of this handle. So this is kind of the deciding point, as I drew here for you guys. If it breaks the upside of this line, then I think it retest these highs and potentially break out the upside on this, you know, keep going on that handle. Breaks the downside, seeing this trend, which is about 20 bucks. And if it breaks that, then 18, and so on and so on, down to 15 or so. So yeah, we'll see which way it goes. Very slowly. Some other plays worked pretty well today. BBIG woke up at the end of the day. It was nice. That's up 9%. Lifts up 2.5. Run had a nice rally. Actually ended up just 1.5% up on the day. Gapped up and kind of sold off all day. So I did short some calls into that, and then with the premium went long on calls. Blink's down 1.8, so I'm trying to get out of Blink. I don't like that one as much. NEGG's down 4% today, but actually looks really good. Nice consolidation day. End up bouncing back above that support level, 159. So looking for this one to make its way up to 220 or 240, and $3. Rad's not looking too good. Snap's actually still looking nice. Expect a little pre-earnings run up on this one. Don't have a whole lot of time. There's one of the earlier ones to report. Zoom looks good too. Broke out of that level. Just down 0.7% today, but did a nice rally. Teladoc, of course, had that gap up and then sold off. Pretty big volume. Like to see this thing hold above that breakout level. Oh, well, we got a wick down on SPY. I close my futures right there. Funko's down 5% today. And yeah, BBIG and Barbecue, 9% on that one. Still back better with a gold back to based on Barbecue shares. Nice. Thanks, Sumi. She's being canceled World War III. Wait, Jenny Ellen, local tickets. What the heck? Yeah. We have some resistance on barbecue before, 50 cents. People being stupid will probably start exercising even before it's at 50 cents. However, majority, I think, would wait until it's past 50 cents. Well, no, actually, never mind. That top of that's 56 cents. So yeah, we might start to see some pressure to the upside. The problem is we can't open up any more calls. So basically, what's on there is what we get until it's uplisted. So it'll be a one for all gamma squeeze of people just exercising and no more pressure. I'm not sure how that even works. If the market maker is even delta hedging, which it might not be, but if they are, they're only delta hedging for, I mean, I guess you don't know. Not everyone will exercise, but I don't know how much value these are going to have once they're in the money. That's what I'm curious about. It's not really you're only selling to the market maker, I would imagine, and there's not buyers. I don't know. I'm very, very curious what the option chain looks like once BBYQ is in the money. And so I'm not sure if it's going to reach there, but if it does, that will be interesting to see. Yeah. So thank you guys. Thanks for the support today. I really appreciate it. Fun day. Trading this by the wrong way some, the right way some. 49 likes. Take it. Awesome. Much appreciated. We'll be back tomorrow. Some more fun. We'll see you on Discord. We'll see you on Twitter. No review video today. I'll be doing a Theta Farm recap video next, probably. Thanks, Malava. Appreciate it, man. Not much new sentiment. Macaron. Potentially, they're supposed to file something in the next 24 hours that would be kind of the that would be interest to us shareholders, but I'm not sure if we will hear about it in 24 hours or if it will even be disclosed to the public. So I kind of think it was an August 1st deadline for that, even though it could be filed in the next 24 hours, or probably will be, but exercise only. Yeah, that's right. Apparently I do. Jerry is my first time, so glad you could be here for it. Thanks, Mob. You too, man. Sounds good. Sounds good, Robin. Thanks, guys. Have a good afternoon. Peace out.